trying to hold in then to keep a lot of us from growing and knowing these things. That's why when Manly P. Hall found out who he was, they instantly went out there, and the lodge in Ireland gave them a lodge only for secrecy. They had no power or anything. They just gave them a lodge so they would not tell everybody the knowledge they had learned. And that was 1907, I want to say, that the actual lodge got crowned because of the knowledge that they was keeping. When everybody got that link, let me know.
I just added that link to my notes. Yeah, that's a good one right there. All praises to the Most High God, Yahweh. Hey, y'all share this room. There's 130 people in this room right now. Y'all need to share the room. Get this knowledge out there. You would have to pay for this knowledge, or sacrifice a loved one if you want this knowledge anywhere else, man. Right? So,
Right. To Molech.
yeah, you got to sacrifice to Molech or something, man. Right? Go to a Bohemian Grove or something. Right? So, y'all make sure y'all share this room. Right? Y'all share it to your notes. You share it on the gram, or you share it on Facebook, Twitter. Listen to it fully later. You know what I'm saying? Take your notes, because you never know, man. It's probably information you're gonna need in the future. Yeah, but I got it on the top. What, you about to switch it?
Con, I'm looking for a picture now. Just trying to substantiate the fact that they know who we are and they know the name of the Most High. Remember when we was talking to the Mason dude, and I told him that there's an emblem that they hold, and it's a collage of much symbolism. But at the very top of the collage, you have these two angels, and they're holding a plate with 4-letter name on it, and that's the name of the Yahweh at the top. And no Mason can ever like refute that. At the end of the day, like if you ever catch one in the street, whenever steps up to camp, first and foremost, if they say they're a Freemason, that means you're not a Mason of any sort of credibility or level, because a Freemason is the first 3 degrees, one through three. That's how you're a Freemason, because you can literally just go online and order the book for $10, and all of a sudden you're a Mason. Anything past the 3rd degree and up is most of the knowledge I'm talking about now, which you won't learn out of certain books unless you literally, like Shahapar said, uh, put in degrees or sacrifice your family member.
You see, I thought it was the first 5 levels. I'm mistaken. It's the first 3 levels. Yeah.
Coming like at the first, I want to say the first paragraph of the first level says, we are not a religion, but we are religious by nature. And that's when it breaks down to, if you're not of an Abrahamic religion, Masons won't even accept you in. That's because at a certain degree, they have to teach you the Tetragrammaton. But if you don't know, like if you don't believe in the Abrahamic religion, they can't teach you the Tetragrammaton at any level. So that's literally the reason why they won't let you. That's literally the reason why they won't let you be a Mason unless you go by the Abrahamic religion. Usually, that just
I,
lets.
I learned that 2012, right? Because remember, y'all, I'm not sure if anybody else remember, but there was a hype saying that the world was going to end in 2012, right? And you know me, I was looking into that conspiracy theory, and you know what I'm saying, I was digging into that, and I came across the Masonry, and actually met up with the Mason, and you know that I was given a chance to join. I never did, you know what I'm saying? But they do require you having some type of faith. I know a bunch of 5 percenters. I know a bunch of 5 percenters that was in Brooklyn that became Masons, but I never did.
A lot of the 5 percenters, Yahweh being Yahweh Israelites, 5 percenters, some of the gangster disciples, a lot of them are branch offs of like Manly P. Hall Masons and lower lodge Masons, because at certain degrees with them, even like the 5 percenter thing, at certain degrees they believe that too. Where the reason that they don't believe that Buddha, they won't teach Buddhism, is because they believe that Buddha was Christ. Like they literally believe that the man to the heart of Guantanamo was another version of Christ. They believe a lot of deep things they really have no substantiation to really believe. But yeah, that's what they go by. Ultimately, they go by that. Ultimately, they go by Christ being like a superhuman. And if you literally live his life in a ritualistic form and fashion, then you can literally achieve a level of spiritual supremacy that he achieved. That was really the reason that Mason stopped us in front of the Roxy. That's why, because he felt like, oh, these Israelites, they know what I know. And you remember what he said? He was like, yeah, we share knowledge, but I want to show y'all a different way. That's something that they do with us a lot. Israelites a lot, especially you go to Florida. Masons are going to be all throughout Israelite camps trying to teach us, trying to pull us to the left or the right. But that's the reason that they do that, because they know that we understand certain knowledge that we teach at a open common level is stuff that they literally won't teach their people until high degrees. They don't even teach that the Hebrews, they won't, I mean, they'll teach their people that the original Hebrews are different than the modern day Jews, but they won't even teach that to like the 22nd degree. But if you're Jewish, if you're a modern day Jew and you want to join a Mason lodge, there's only a specific group of lodges they will even let you join. And that's because of the same reason with us. They want to let us join a certain lodge because the truth behind the lies. What I'm about to post up now is a link. It's a link called Freemason Symbolism and Freemasonry, and y'all don't get too deep into it, but if you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see a plate with the name of the Most High on it. I just sent that up there right now. When everybody gets to let me know.
Con. Uh-oh. Tamario want to get on stage. Tamario, you need to just take notes on this one, boy. Tamario ain't know that Israelites had this type of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? The agents that be sending him in here, he like, these niggas don't really know what we got, Tamario. All they do is read the Bible, go scoff them, right? Right? Tamario, take notes. Put your hand down and take notes, Tamario. Right? Oh, you ain't think the Israelites knew anything about this.
Hey,
You better click
Salakia.
onto this link, Tamario, and look at the name of the Most High. Go ahead, King.
Hey, Salakia. Just wanted to pull a precept, because all love to the brother Tamario, but he loved the knowledge of the Greeks, not knowing that Jacob, you know, our forefathers, we had all of the knowledge because the Most High chose us. All right, let me go to Baruch chapter 3, verse 36. All right, Baruch chapter 3, verse 36. It says, "He hath found out all the way of knowledge, and hath given it unto Jacob his servant, and to Israel his beloved." So we see in the scriptures that all the wisdom and knowledge that you could acquire in the world. Of course, you had the wicked of Israel, and they had left hand side knowledge. Then you had the righteous of our people that had those ways of knowledge from the Most High. All right, so just land me backing off the brother Shawpa's point.
Yeah, I'm about to store that information in my vault too, right here.
Right, right. Hey, Matatua, just to add on to what you brought up, man. Amos 3 and 7. You mind bringing that out real quick, King?
Come, let me
Right.
grab that. Salakia, my fault. It's the book of Amos, chapter 3, verse 7. It says, "Surely the Lord God will do nothing, but he revealeth his secret unto his servants the prophets."
Right. And we know that the prophets only come from the lineage of Israel, right? From the line of Jacob. So every secret that is revealed to us that the Most High feel deemed to come to us only comes from Israel. All right. So all these things that these damn devils are tapping into on the left hand side, our forefathers knew about it, right? But they knew to stay away from it. All right. So there's nothing new that they're doing that is anything different, right? That we don't already know about. So yeah, tomorrow you need to stop raising your hands up. You need to stay down there. All right. This is why you brothers are studying now, finding these things out, right? The Most High has put that spirit on certain men to search out these things. All right. That's why you got these damn heathens. They come up here and think we don't know anything, right? And run their mouth and they get confounded and running out of here with their tails in between their legs. It's ridiculous, man. What would that yield?
Con, everybody got that link?
Con, King.
Yeah, Khan, it's up there.
All right, the one I just put up
Hey,
there. Good
Shalom.
command. Shalom. Everybody shalom.
Shalom, all of y'all. Shalom, King.
Hey, Shalom, King.
Hey, I just wanted to come up here and say everything the Watt was saying was the truth. Before I came into the truth, I was studying masonry and stuff. My great grandfather was a Prince Hall Mason, and my grandfather's best friend was an Israelite, and he knew because of the stuff that his dad told him and stuff like that, that Israelite knowledge went hand in hand with the uh, uh with like masonry from a black standpoint. That is, white folks really in the regular lodges, the grand lodges as they call them, they don't really teach the knowledge that Israelites have in the same way that Israelites have, but it comes out more so in that way in the Prince Hall masonry lodges. But like Dawah said, they only get that knowledge at a certain degree. But yeah, I also want to say there's a lot of celebrities, brothers like I know Shaq is a big time Mason. He actually goes to a lodge that's down the street from my house, the lodge that he attends. And his nephew went to high school with me and stuff like that, played basketball on the team. And even Patrick Ewing, his niece played basketball on the team. Both of them are big Freemasons, and they won't come into the truth because they think that, uh the knowledge that they get from the lodges is equivalent to the stuff that we teach. So they basically think they have the knowledge already. You know what I'm saying? I've had these conversations with their two nieces and nephews, particularly because Patrick's niece is coming to the truth. But Shaq's nephew won't, because he feels like, if he just becomes a Mason like his uncle, he'll have the same knowledge we teach. And it's more cool or whatever because their stuff gets to be secret. We teach our stuff out to the public. So that's a stronghold that a lot of our people are facing as well, that know about Masonry. They won't join the truth because they think they get the same knowledge, which is fuck. How you?
Con. Even if you look at, like, if you ever look at the Prince Hall Masons yearbook pictures, they have aprons on with fringes at the bottom. They don't do that to the Grand
Right.
Lodge. It's literally got fringes on it with a border of blue. They don't do that at the Grand Lodges.
That's
Hey,
facts.
Shalom family, Yahba Shemian
Shalom.
Shabrak.
Hey,
Yeah,
you
but
can Google pictures and see Shaq with them, like with the white gloves and the apron with the fringes. You know what I'm saying? He's standing next to a white guy. He's at the lodge in Grayson, Georgia. He lives
I,
right down the street from
you
them.
throw me because I cook for Shaq like once a week at the restaurant I work at. But I know he's got like a funny energy on him. That's a fact.
Yeah, just ask him. He'll tell you. Just ask him, hey, Shaq, you a Mason? He'll tell you, yeah.
I'm definitely gonna ask him now because I know he quit, and I know he does. I know he does a lot of EDM music. I know he's been doing a lot of weird stuff lately.
Yeah, he even showed his ring on TV.
yeah, he did. He's like, you know what time it is, and showed his ring. It wasn't no
Exactly.
NBA.
Yep. And he's not a Prince Hall. For some reason, the the lodge he go, like I live in Grayson, Georgia. You know what I'm saying? This is an old white town and stuff. There's black people here now, but when that lodge was made, it's a grand lodge. We got two in my area within like 15 minutes of each other. Both of them are grand lodges. They're not Prince Hall lodges, but Shaq is allowed in the grand lodge that's by my house. I've seen him walk into it before. You know what I'm
So
saying?
you know why the Grand Lodges allows black people into their organization after Prince Hall separated and they started the Prince Hall Masons, and that became like a solidified thing of just black Masons not dealing with white Masons. They actually wrote like I don't know if you ever read it, the Hiramic legend, the legend of Hiram Abiff and the Masonic
Yeah,
right. So if you break that down, Solomon, they're talking about how Solomon had to receive gifts from certain kings that were pagans in order to build the temple. Well, one of them that they consider his best friend was Hiram Abiff, Hiram, king of Tyre. I want to say the reason that they leave him there is because they say he was a Hamite, but that's the reason why they actually let black people into their lodges, because they were like, well, even Solomon needed help from a Hamite. So it's even deeply, deeply rooted in racism.
yeah, that's crazy.
Even the end of the Hiramic legend, he's killed by his own. He's killed by the how do they call it? He's destroyed by the works of his own hands. And the end, and it's like it's deeply racist, man.
I didn't know that. See, because I always wondered why they let him in that lodge. He's the only brother I ever seen walking there. You know, I
It's
got a
called.
pass to go anywhere I want to go. So, like, I know when they have their meetings, all that shit. It's the first or second Monday of every single month. I only see them walk in there on one of those days. You know what I'm saying? And he be in there sometimes. So it's yeah, it's crazy.
I know they got a big lodge on 85.
Yep, they got a big lodge on 85. There's a big lodge in old Lawrenceville. It's like right. It's the biggest building in the whole damn city. You know what I'm saying? Oh,
I
in
seen that one in
old Lawrenceville,
Lawrenceville. That
Georgia.
thing huge.
Yeah, it's big. And then there's one down the street from that one in Grayson, off Grayson Highway. That's the one I seen Shaq in. It's real small. It's tiny, but he be in that one.
That's one of the things back in 2012 that I wasn't feeling. You know what I'm saying? Because I was still in the world at the time. I was like, yo, why is it separate? Why? I thought it was like separate because the white folk had knowledge that they didn't want to share with the black folk. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, why the hell is
Right.
lodges like? You know what I'm saying? Oh, they got information they don't want to give us. Not knowing Prince Hall knew more than everybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm just learning that right now.
Prince Hall knew more than everybody. He took a step back. He took a step back. He was like, I'm good.
Yeah, but that's probably what messed it up though too, because now all our people that's in it that are so-called Prince Hall Masons, the knowledge they have isn't really from Prince Hall. They're getting it from the Grand Lodges now. So it's damn near like what the fake Jews do in Africa. You know what I'm saying? They got our Southern Kingdom people over there in West Africa that knew they were Jews, and they went over there and told them they were the Northern Kingdom so that the fake Jews could steal the identity of the Southern Kingdom. That's why some of them people over there think they're from the tribe of Ephraim and all that type of stuff. You know,
Right.
it's that type of shit.
Which is wild, because if you really knew, like if you read the Mason literature, at least at the 13th degree up, they definitely talk about the Israelites being black. They definitely talk about they definitely, it's a statement that said like, how can such a holy race of people sojourn around Egyptians for so long and not teach them wisdom and knowledge. It's something like that. Like, so they definitely know who we are for a guaranteed fact. And they've probably known way longer than most of us, just to be factual about it.
Salakia, it was actually a Freemason who first showed me that I was the Israelites of the Bible.
I believe it. Yeah, that's what happened to my
Can you
grandfather.
imagine? Obviously, like it was a breadcrumb, and then through life, then questioning certain things I came to. But essentially, the first seed was years ago. This Freemason who I kind of looked up to because of my line of work, and I know he was very well established in it. Um, so yeah, like in the finance and economics and investment field of the world, and he just literally said, there's I built a good relationship with him, not knowing that he just eventually wanted to drip feed some of this knowledge. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Then he passed away, and then over time, I came to the truth, and I was like, oh, so they do be knowing who we are, and they know what's coming.
Con, they definitely do, and they definitely know it's coming. If you if you ever seen like one of the rituals, they'll actually repeat the name of the Most High in like ramble mode, and they'll keep saying it until they get some kind of meditational awakening. Crap.
Yeah, they'll also address one of the names that they use as well until you get to higher levels of the Greek.
Oh yeah, and they drip feed you the names too. Con, that's completely
Yeah,
correct. Dog. They'll drip feed you the hell out of the name.
yeah. Like like certain level will be like even just before 13th degree, it'll be like Jar Bolon, which is like a combination between them trying to say Jehovah, mixed with Baal, which will be Baal. So it'll be spelled as Jahbulon. So the Jah will represent Jehovah, the Baal will represent like obviously the wicked god Baal, Baal, and then On was meant to be a derivative of the god Osiris. Osiris, yeah, Osiris. So they believe that you still have to claim an architect, but it unifies all of those beliefs at the lower level. And then obviously when you get up, it really gets real dark.
A lot of them stick on Moses. But honestly, once you know uh, who you are, your culture, your history, your bloodline, you can cut a Mason up like so easy.
I haven't spoke to one since I came into the truth, which is crazy. But yeah, I was definitely that's uh that's probably how I found the truth, really. Because I mean, the stuff I was looking up into that once I joined African American Studies, it led me to this. You know what I'm saying? Because like like what you said, when I looked up the Masonry, the first thing I saw that you had to be a part of was Abrahamic religion, right? I'm leaving Christianity, so I started looking into Islam, and then I left like go fully into that mess, and then I was in African American Studies class, and he told me about the connection between Jews and Black people, and from there I never looked back at the Masonic stuff. So it's like it was crazy when you put the link up, the first link, and you said that there was a connection between the Masons and the Israelites. Because though I'd heard it, I never actually looked into it. So now I'm going to do some research, see what I come up with.
And remember, I've had Jake say to me, "Look, I'm sure some of us have encountered. I won't say particular names, but certain people where they'll say we us." And I don't know if I just came into the room a bit late, so Salakia if it's already been addressed. But they'll say, "Oh, the fringes stuff and what we do, even like how we greet each other, was from the Masons," not realizing that they stole it from us. Just like how when you have people say, "Oh, that's the white man's book," or that the Bible's the white man's Bible, where the Edomites stole it from us, and but because they became the main perpetuators of the Bible, it seemed as if they were the original ownership of it, when actually fringes came from us. It was a culture from us thousands of years ago. Um, and if you're not equipped with that type of history, this is not even Bible anymore. If you're not equipped with history, I've met some very profound Masons who can really cut up those who are Bible believers and stuff. So you can't fail when it comes to history.
Yeah, I believe that for sure. And also another connection you got to tie in with them is the Moorish science. You know what I'm saying? If you see those like
Done.
Scottish Rite Masons that
Uh,
stand on the street, they're always only Edomites. We know that the Moors predominantly were brothers, Israelites and stuff like that at the beginning. But now you only see the white guys with the fez on and the fringes on the
that's
side.
good.
You know what I'm saying? Asking for money
That's
and stuff.
that's
And
good.
that's a specific, yeah, right. And that's a specific, if I'm not mistaken, that's a specific sect of the masonry that they still don't let black folks be a part of. Even though they let us in the Grand
Uh,
Lodges, you can't get inside a Scottish Rite Lounge,
you'll
right?
never be a Scottish Shriner. God,
Yeah.
they'll never let that happen.
Can't I try walk into one of those over here in UK? Nah, they were willing to fight me. Me,
Yeah,
I was
they
just being
gonna
I was just
burn it
being that
down
annoying
before they
idiot.
let you do
I just
that.
wanted to be that annoying idiot. You know, that was during the time just before I came to truth, doing all this research about the Illuminati. Oh gosh, the music industry, this, that, and other. I saw them, mate. Yo, when I tried walking, they wanted to fight me. They were like, "No, you can't pass this threshold here." So I was like, "What is it, spiritual?" And I
Threshold.
started being, yeah, they will,
Because you know they
they'll
got
play.
every lodge has a ritualistic space. Now, they don't probably tell most majority of people who come there, but every single lodge in America has a space that's clean, consecrated. The walls are wiped. Every bit of dust is airbrushed
Right.
out of that mug, and it's specifically for rituals, like down to it. That's what it's for. So if they don't want you in that threshold, it's a reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, like the checkerboard sign that they do. All this stuff is deeply symbolic. Like the checkerboard is symbolic of the battle of the mind between the left hand and the right hand, the
Yeah.
darkness
Duality.
and the
Yeah.
light.
Duality, yeah.
God.
Hey,
All the
Salakia.
philosopher niggas coming in here now.
hey, hey, Salakia. Shalom to brother Eliel, Ganan, and then brother Andrew. Shalom, Kings.
Yeah,
Y'all about to
shalom,
shop
Shalom,
rock
yeah,
y'all.
but
down.
Sema Shabbat. Shalom, King.
Bless you, Shabbat.
And y'all notice that when you pass by a Masonic lodge, you can't see in or see out of it, right? Because what is so secret that you're trying to keep, right? Let me tell you my story, right? When I was in college, I had a public speaking class, right? And they anointed me like the vice president of it, right? Because I was doing like debates on different subjects and stuff like that. And right after my first one, I had two. One was an Eastern Star, this girl, and then there was this other cat that was trying to get me to be a Mason, right? And I agree with the other brother, man. It kind of started me on my voyage of seeking the truth. What is the truth, right? So as I started digging up, right, I found that the our so-called founding fathers, as they say, in this wicked as America that we're in, right? These are the same fools that was Masons themselves. These are the same people that signed the Declaration of Independence. These are the same people that still got their hand in the political system and pretty much everything, right? And when you look at it, it made me go into the boule, the skull and bones. All of it's connected, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
then when the brother was talking about the checkerboards, right? This is one of my favorite subjects because I was like looking real deep into it because I was looking into becoming one because they was like really hounding me on, oh, you can get this benefit, that benefit. Hey man, when you graduate from here, we'll get you in this club and we'll get you considered for this type of job. You'll skip the line, blah blah blah, right? So then I started looking into the music industry because all of it tied together, right? When you see them dancing on those checkerboards, right? They're battling within themselves. That's that duality thing, right? The black and white. You understand? And it's all in your face. And they try to do things subliminally, but those of us that are knowledgeable and we know what we're seeing, we know the signs and stuff like that, you see it. You understand? Like Jay-Z, why he called himself Jehovah, right? Jehovah is one of the words that they use in the Masonic Lodge, right? And the last thing I got to say is, I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness, right? And when I started studying different founding fathers of religion, all of them was Masons, right? And Charles T. Russell was the person that created or founded
Yeah.
the Jehovah's Witness. He was a Mason as well. So,
Mm-hmm.
just think about all of our people right now. They don't even understand, like, they doing sun god worship, things of this nature, right? But some type of way they're doing some type of Masonic ritual when they go to church. Because if you look at the founding fathers of those religions, they was heavily deep rooted in Masonic.
Yeah, man. There's only two
Con.
ways you can deal with that wickedness, man. Knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and literally the scriptures or prayer as well. 'Cause when I tell you that is a stronghold that has captivated even my line of work, man. There's times, oh man, there's times where there's like, okay, like there's times where they don't even need to say anything to me. I know there's another meeting about to take place that I'm definitely not allowed to be there for. Like you know what I'm saying? Especially within like large, institutions and sovereign wealths and finance and economies and that. There's times where they have meetings. Like I don't know if anyone knows the UK well, but in the UK, we have a lot of meetings in particular places. One of them is known as the Shard, right? If you Google the Shard, it you just look what it looks like, right? It speaks for itself. And at the top floor, they literally have events where, as what Brother Ganan said, you can't know it's soundproof, it's everything proof. Not even light can escape it and stuff like that. And it just, those who are spiritual can discern that there's some dark shit that be going on there. And I've heard a lot of stories, especially from the guy who first showed me I'm Israel, that was a Mason before he died. He just started sharing a whole lot of stuff, and I thought, you know, one thing I did say, and this is when just before I came to a truth, I was that zealous Christian. So I was like, hey, do you know that the God that I started, the God that I serve, he is bigger than any power. Oh man, I was doing all that. And he actually said to me, not the God you serve, but the God of the Bible supersedes me. When he said that, it's not until I came to the truth where I understood what he meant. But I was confused at the time. But yeah, it's deep, man.
Hey, I got a
Um,
question for the panel right quick. I see y'all let.
you're breaking up, King. You're in
Hey,
the Matrix.
yeah, Salaki, I can't hear you.
Oh, can y'all hear me now?
Con.
Can't.
Khan, you can be heard.
I said since y'all let my Gadite brother Chief Ferocious on the stage, we gonna let Tamario get in this too.
I don't. So like, yeah, I don't know if tomorrow's allowed on the stage.
Oh, word.
Yeah, because I'll have to address Shower Paul about that because I'm hesitant. I want to bring him up too because I think he'll be a good contributor to the conversation, but I don't know if
Yeah.
he's allowed up on the stage yet. So we're gonna keep the queue
We're gonna wait
going.
till I don't want to get back. I got you.
Yeah,
All
we're gonna
right.
wait till the I don't want to get back to see if Tamar could come up.
Hey,
With
but
that being
Shalom,
said,
Mauritius.
yeah, with that being said,
Hey,
we're gonna
peace,
welcome
peace,
Brother
y'all.
Elijah. We're gonna welcome Brother Chief and Brother Amath to the stage. What y'all brothers got to contribute to the
Shalom, brother.
topic? Do y'all know any Freemasons or any Eastern Stars? Do you think that they have the truth? Do you think that they have the real knowledge? What do y'all think about the topic? All right, we'll start with Brother Elijah, and we'll go further.
Well, I don't really know a whole lot about Freemasons, but I have come in contact with a couple of, couple of things. I did at one time know this sister that was an Eastern Star. Um, I met her in 2013. In 2013, I won a single distribution deal with
Hey,
Universal
Shalom,
Music Group
Shalom.
and Warner Music Group, and you know, I was told to participate in certain things. One of the things was, in order for me to perform, to be able to perform at, colleges, and universities around the United States, I would have to join some type of fraternal organization, which, like a lot of us, before I got to that point, I was already watching DVDs like, hip hop Illuminati, and Jay-Z Decoded. So I was already, you know like, learning about the Illuminati and the Freemasons and different little things, right? So when they told me that I needed to sign up to these fraternal orders in order to perform, at universities and different venues, that wasn't a route that I was willing to take. Um, she helped me do the Easter Star sister helped me do my publishing, and she was giving me a little information about Freemasons, but it was all hogwash. She was talking about they do community work and stuff like that. And I'm telling her, like, well, that's not what I seen on these videos. And she's like, oh, those videos ain't true. It's just a whole bunch of conspiracy theories. Freemasons are not satanic, and what I'm saying, Eastern Stars are not satanic. They just do community work, and they just have a brotherhood and a sisterhood, so that they can network and do things together. And that's basically my only real experience with stuff like that. I know that a lot of artists in the music industry become Freemasons. It's like part of the requirements for you to get to a certain level, and make a certain amount of type of money. So I think is all wicked. So, but my question for you brothers seem a little knowledgeable about it. So, my question that I came to ask when I heard y'all talk about it was, what is their goal? Like, I understand they keep a lot of secrets and stuff like that, but do they have an agenda and an end game?
They do. They believe that through the strategic pushing of chess pieces per se through individuals that join their lodges, that they can better mankind as a whole. That's what they teach. They teach that if pretty much in a perfect world for them, every man on the planet would be a Mason, and we will be ruling the world under their codes and guidelines. That's what they've made it such a business to get in certain different levels, certain different ranks. And I'll even tell you this: I'm just gonna wait for the elder to get back. But a lot of people don't know that first and foremost, Christopher Rosencroft. If you ever look up any secret organization, that's gonna be the father of all of them. His name is Christopher Rosencroft.
Yeah,
Of his
gone.
of his disciples, they started all the other organizations. If you actually research into Christopher Rosencrantz and the fraternity of the Rose Cross and the things that they actually believed, the Illuminati is a ranking within all of the organizations. It's pretty much to say that if you're an Illuminati, that's pretty much to say that you trump everyone in any organization, and whether it's the Fraternus Lux Occultus, which is way deeper and more secret than these organizations that we think are like the deepest and darkest. Nah, you got people like the Fraternus Lux Occultus who are literal witches and wizards on the earth. Like that is literally what they do. That's all they care anything about. Manifestation, walking through walls, talking to spirits and demons, reading the keys of Solomon. That's all they care anything about. The
Hey,
highest level.
Salakia,
Con,
before you get too far, I just wanted to say that makes a lot of sense. You know what I'm saying? And the fact, just to let me back up what we was talking about before, how they steal everything from the Bible. That Illuminati being a sect of, a rank so far, if you will, in their society or whatever. That that proves why they called it the Illuminati, because they got their word from the Book of Baruch, which means illuminated ones or the enlightened
con.
ones, right? So yeah, that makes a lot of sense too.
And
It's more of a title within the organizations. Like if I was a 32nd degree Mason, and I superseded that, then I went and joined the Fraternus Lux Occultus, and I reached the top. The top of their rank is literally called Illuminatus. It's called Illuminated One. The second rank under that is called skilled adept, and the one under that is called like magus, because they literally believe that at a certain level, the knowledge that you've reached and the point that you've gotten is where you can manifest what you want like that. They literally believe you can be Thanos and that you can go to the fridge and be like, man, I got 1,400 chick hot wings in my freezer, and that you can snap your finger and that be there. But it's not like a mystical thing. They have literal practices that they do to make these things, to trick their own mind into manifesting. Like they literally have a practice at a higher level in the Fraternus Lux Occultus. I used to deal with them heavy back when I was in Yahweh Ben Yahweh, back when I was in Nation of Yahweh. They had literally have like rituals where they would you would tell yourself, you would imagine yourself getting a cup of coffee, even though you knew you were about to go get you a cup of coffee. You would tell yourself, I'm about to manifest a cup of coffee. I wanted to have mocha and whipped cream on top. Then you go in the fridge and you get yourself a cup of coffee with mocha and whipped cream on top. And while you're drinking it, you're telling yourself that you're the one who manifested that there. That's literally like a
Right.
practice
Like making
that they
yourself
do.
your own God, basically.
That's
yeah,
literally like a practice that they do. At a certain level of Freemasonry, when you get to like the Illuminati stage, they literally start teaching things like Christ was just an entity. So
yeah,
since he's
yeah.
an entity, you can be an entity just like him. They literally teach
Right.
uh they teach things like if they teach things like Baal was a priest back in the day and that he died and he became an entity,
I
and
heard that.
They
they
teach
say they
regeneration as well. Their version of regeneration is profound. Hence why people are willing to die for the cause. They know that they're saying that it's different entities that you mentioned, brother, of them actually coming back and finishing off the work and doing the work as well. Like that, there's a high level of like wizardry that, I mean, movies kind of make it seems small, but they're into all this levitation. A perfect example. Um, you see that the one that I said passed away. He actually was part of that, and he used to. I remember because I was really young when I met him anyway, and it was when I first came to the country and stuff, and we watched Matilda together. Anyone see the movie Matilda with the little girl?
Yeah, I used to
She
like
could
that
look
movie.
up and fly and shit.
So, like, as much
Um,
as that seems crazy, like they be doing that live in the flesh, and that's a level of wickedness. And I know that he was also helping the funding with CERN, CERN. Don't
Hmm.
know if you lot know about CERN. He was part of the funding of that. And boy, when I tell you that level of wickedness and darkness, and because I wasn't in the truth at the time, he used to say to me, "Look, there's no one in the church that has this type of power." Uh, 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 um, and I was always beefing with him, always fighting with him because as a Christian, I'm like, hold on, who do you think you are? I may not be deep, but I bet you can't handle my pastor though, and stuff like that. I'll say shit like that, but it's not until when he exposed certain things to me, and there's certain places in his house that I wasn't allowed in as well. Like they got a basement, certain rooms I just weren't allowed in. There was security. It was wild, man. When I tell you the level of power. So for the brothers, and I say that now I'm in the truth now, thinking of those experiences, that's all making sense. To think that brothers don't want to come into the truth, get this knowledge, wisdom, and understanding on the right hand side, when you have people that are literally they're
Flourishing.
predetermined their children from when they're born. That child doesn't go to school. That child doesn't go for any form of education. That child don't go in public. They don't engage with the outside public. Their sole life destiny is to be born and get involved in total wickedness from morning to night, and they groom them from there. You see that in I think it's in Genesis chapter 6, where it showed that those wicked folk, from literally what evil can they do, and how can they do it on a large scale? They don't want to do just possession of demons. It's literally like principality level,
Yo,
with
Salakia,
regions. But yeah, Salakia.
they don't even want to just like to really explain, because you're definitely right, to really explain the level of deep paganism and witchcraft that they do. It would take an entire class, because they don't want, like, understand, they don't want to get possessed by a demon so they can walk around and punch down walls. They don't want that.
Right,
That's
right.
that's that's petty to them. That's so petty to them. They want to be able to control demonic forces. They want to be able to say the name of a demon and that boy come down, and they be able to babe little boy him like the pit bull in the backyard. Like,
Salakia.
Let me ask a question. Do
right.
you actually believe that? Seriously, do you believe that someone's going to summon some type of speak some type of name and summon something to do some type of act? Do you really believe that?
I believe that they believe that. I know for a
They
fact they
Yeah,
believe it. I
Salakia.
know
I
for a
was
they
gonna
fact.
don't
say,
they
with the knowledge that we have now, knowing that the Most High controls all the angelic entities on the left and right hand side, that we don't have that power. We're shut
All
off
right.
from that.
So now let me ask a question because I was just muted. I thought we could dialogue. Am I welcome to the stage? Because I'm not trying to cause no issues, but I was just muted by somebody. So
Hey, hold on, Arushis, before you go.
Well,
Hey,
well, well.
Adonai
Usually,
Sharfar, is
yeah,
um
usually we
is the
let
other
people
one on
introduce
stage too?
themselves first before they just jump into popcorn dialogue. That's all, brother. I
Yeah,
think, I think they just,
Salakia,
yeah.
Yeah, Salakia, that was me too. I jumped in. My bad.
Salakia, can we usually just let people enter the dialogue after they address the question of the room? So if you want to address the question in your room, then you could join the dialogue, King.
no, I was addressing for what it is. You know what I'm saying? You talking about Freemasonry, you talking about the Illuminati, and it seems like this conversation has went beyond somewhere where it shouldn't have went because it's no secrets. It's just a mother's son. That's the secret. The Illuminati is you when you illuminate when that oil reaches the pineal gland. That's all they doing. And if
Nah,
anything,
it's a bit more than
then
that.
okay, so then if you want to play with the deities of who they're talking about, all the deities contradict each other and it's all the same thing if you understand that. But the whole point is there's nothing that they're doing except what certain people in certain places are what keeping you down by colorable law. That's about it. But other than that, there's nothing. It's a fraternity. They give scholarships to children. You know, anybody that want to join, that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing.
Uh,
You go, yeah,
let me
you will spend
Salaki.
money. You
let
will
me
spend money
get
to
a
be a Shriner.
hold on, let me get an understanding of what you're saying, right? Because like you, first of foremost, you know, the question is Masonic lodges and Eastern Star black culture, or you know, quote unquote black, Hispanic, and Native American culture. Is that our culture?
Yes, it is.
All right. So you think that masonry and Eastern Stardom is our culture?
Yes, it is. It started with you.
I mean, a lot of things start with us. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So if it started with you, that means that you're the progenitor of that situation that goes down, right?
But you know what I'm saying? But isn't necessarily our culture. A lot of things can start with us, but it doesn't make us our culture. You know what I'm saying? This is why I wanted to get into the discussion. Why would you think that is our culture?
Okay, so it's a science. You have an architect, right? It's the mother, right? And you have tools to where you map out the world, the stars and everything. That's all it's dealing with. That's it. That's our culture. We gave that science to the whole world. And that's everything that you're learning today is there for you. It's yours.
Right. So here's the problem with that, right? In the law, statutes, and commandments, you see the distinction of what's shown in Genesis, where the sun, the moon, and stars is used for depicting times and seasons, and then also being submitted to those as entities and powers. That's the distinction that we don't follow. What was the practices of the way of the Hamites? They can do that. When we did that, we ended up in bullshit. Why? Because we had a superior power that we were submitted to, and that is the Most High God, Yahweh. What we keep conflating throughout history is things that was never for us, or things that we did do, as Shalpa briefly touched, things we did do, which was not actually for us. For example, there's just on a very basic level, right? There's certain things that me as an adult I can do, but my children cannot do. Why? Because either they're not mature enough to deal with it, or they just don't have the range. If my child chooses to prematurely get involved into something or get any form of understanding of something, it could do more damage, right? That's just a very minuscule level. What I'm saying is that was never actually for us. Why? Because we actually had a father that claimed ownership over us.
And
Now,
who's that? Who's that?
the God of the Bible, Yahweh.
Mm,
Hey, so Salaki, if I can just
okay.
add in what he just described, the whole semen retention, pineal gland, that's the first couple of degrees in masonry. It gets way
Yeah,
deeper than that. That's
yeah.
literally something I can go on
Right.
Amazon right now, buy a book and read it and be like, I'm a Mason. It's just as easy as this. Because that's the first three. That's the free degrees. That's the free knowledge that they give to you.
And that's
Right.
not
So
even
like
part
it.
of Christ consciousness as well. Like that,
Right. We don't even get to
you're
that
not
yet.
even getting high enough to Christ consciousness level
That is
for you
Christ
to
conscious.
even consider.
No, because
So,
listen, I'll even tell you this: the pineal gland, when the Masons go into the pineal gland, they're gonna go into Jacob wrestling on top of Jacob's ladder. That's what they're gonna go into. So, like,
Yeah,
I know
I
exactly what you're
understand the
talking about, but
symbology.
that's literally like the basic of Mason knowledge. That is normal,
Yeah,
basic stuff.
I
Google
understand the
right now.
symbology, what they do. You know, I get it. You know, that's everybody. Everyone has a nice little story. That's how all religion started, an oral story. So everyone has that something that they're gonna do, but
Yeah,
it's an
we're talking about.
activation. It's an activation that must be done. It ain't just saying what they're gonna say and they're doing it. No, it's an activation, and you must know how to activate that. It's called the fire. You know what I'm saying? Kundalini fire. It's something to do.
Kundalini.
Oh yeah, we know about the Kundalini
Whoa.
energy.
Nah, yeah, we
Kundalini.
ain't messing with
Yeah,
that.
he just jumped to the
Uh,
left though
big,
because
big
Mason's not even gonna
overlap.
say Kundalini. They're just gonna say Jacob's ladder. That's what
Did
they're
he
gonna
say
say.
Okay, so
Kundalini
even
fire?
even though Jacob's ladder,
That's what he said.
that's a beautiful thing too. You know, we can all say those same things. Like I say, it's many a thing. You got Shakti energy, right? You got Chi. You got all these things that still describe the same thing as what you're supposed to become out of those religious books that you read that are allegorical. They're describing you, and you. I'm quite sure y'all all know
Say
that.
allegorical, right? When you say allegorical, like a lot of people say that, but all because the Bible is allegorical doesn't mean it's facts, right? Because I could tell you a story that's straight facts, but you could also get an allegorical, allegorical situation out of it. You know what I'm saying? You can learn something from it. That's what the whole allegory means when it's written in the New Testament. It doesn't mean that it's not facts or the
Okay.
scripture. for them is not real.
All
But
right.
it's
So let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this. So I understand it. Now, don't get me twisted. I think all those books are beautifully written. I'm gonna start with that. They're beautifully written if you overstand them. Now, we understand, or some of us understand, when you go deep enough and you find out that Abraham has no bloodline, then how can he be the
that's a lie.
progenitor? Hold on. Yes, hold, wait. Let me
Well,
finish.
what is your
Huh?
Hold
nationality?
on, let me
That's what
finish.
we
So
just
what
Let me
said.
is
finish. Let me
Hold
finish so
on,
you
hold on. I just
so
can't
you'll
let you keep
understand what I'm
going.
saying.
Hold on. I can't just let you go on
Okay.
when you
Well, ask
saying
me something then.
that has no meaning to it, right? What is your nationality?
I'm a Moor. I'm a Washita Moor.
So more what nation did the Moors come from?
What you mean? What nation? I just gave
So,
you my nation.
or more like I'm saying, who's the forefather of the Moors?
Yeah, who's the progenitor?
Who's the
That-
progenitor?
I don't know.
You don't know, right?
No. I'm not a Moor science temple. If you wanted to say Noble Drew Ali, I'm not a part of that.
You see,
Nah, that ain't what we talking about.
Salaki,
So we
hold on, King.
Salaki.
Hold on,
so
King. Hold on.
Ishmael father the
My,
Moors.
my
Yeah,
point
you're
was
talking
ask you
about
that is that
the.
you speaking on Abraham and Abraham having no bloodline, but you really have no idea what you're talking about.
okay. See, I think that you missed. See, that's why I was saying you should have listened to me what I was saying.
I
So
did.
okay.
And
So
I asked you a
no
question about
one
what
listen.
you said,
No
and you
one
had
knows.
to it.
Hold on. Let me finish so you can get where I'm coming from.
So, like, hey, Chief, real quick, right before you go. Hey, Bradley, do me a favor and go ahead and mute up. We're gonna get through the queue, and you'll get a chance to speak. All right, just go ahead and mute your mic. Let Chief get his point in. All right.
Now, it says that he has children. That's not what I'm talking about for as a bloodline. I'm talking about no one knows where Abraham comes from. No one knows who his mama is. None of that. So how can every other character has that? They know where they was at, where they came from, what destination of land. Abraham has none. So how can he be the progenitor of Islam, Christianity, and Judaism? How?
That's a
You mean
Masonic legend.
Are you
yeah,
asking a
If you
question?
read it, yeah, I'm
Are you
asking
asking
the
my
question
question?
because I honestly want to know because I know he doesn't have a bloodline.
yes, he has the bloodline
He
of Shem.
had land.
Can I read it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
read
go
that.
ahead.
So is it gonna tell you where he come from, his mama and
Yes.
shit?
Yeah, it actually
Okay,
does.
okay.
Chaldea.
hmm
He
It's
gonna
I
he gonna
know
try to
it.
use that Masonic legend to try to say that Abraham was like
Right.
Melchizedek.
I'm not
He
in,
had
I'm
no
not in the
father or
lodge.
mother.
I'm not in the
He's a
lodge, brother.
Chaldean, which is a
I'm not
place
in the lodge, brother. I'm
in
not in the lodge.
Mesopotamia.
I'm not in the lodge.
Hold on. Let
All
the
right,
brother.
yo, let the brothers answer. Let the brothers answer that.
Yeah.
All right, dude. What's the name of the brother that speak? Hey, Shalom, everybody. What's the name of the brother that's speaking?
Shalom,
So,
King.
Shalom, King.
Shalom.
This is Chief Arushes.
All right. Does he know what's in the Bible?
Teach me, brother, what's in the Bible. Don't ask that question. Teach me. And I thought somebody was answering the question.
Well, if you take a position like if you say something concrete like, well, Abraham doesn't have a lineage, that means you believe that or know that. So then I would ask a follow-up question. Do you believe or know the Bible? It's not like to insult you.
No, I don't believe.
All right. Well, Abraham, you can only read about him in the Bible. So how do you have commentary on him?
I got scholarly facts on him, and he
Where else
doesn't
can
have a
you read them?
bloodline.
Where else can you read them?
Could he be able from
No. Who's that?
700?
No.
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 Bradley, mute up.
Let me
Bradley,
talk to my
mute up.
brother. Hey, so what scholarly facts can you there's only one place to read about Abraham. Where are you reading from?
When you go and you research where these people come from, and you'll see their real names. Do you understand that part?
The only place you can read about Abraham is in the records of the Israelites. They recorded it. So it's like there's nowhere else to read about him.
Okay. Look, I'm not here to disrupt. I'm only here to
How did we
talk
get
and have a
there?
conversation because we'll go there and we'll see, you know what I'm saying, some different things. And I don't want to do that because that'll disrupt
What exactly are you
something.
talking
What wait.
That'll disrupt.
What did he disrupt? We just
I said
talking like he won.
I will disrupt your stage, and I don't want to do that. That's not what I'm here
How?
for. Because if
We're
I
here to
tell you
talk to
there's
you.
all right, so let me all right, so since you want to know, there's no such thing as an Israelite. Do you understand that?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Right,
Hold
right.
on,
So, so
hold on. But you're a Moabite.
I'm a Moor.
What does the Moors come from the Moabites?
That's what
No.
they say.
Hey,
So then,
Who
Salakia,
You
says?
know
hold on,
the
hold on, hold on.
Washita.
But
Salakia.
You know the
before,
Washita
before,
that you said you
yo,
come
I
from are Israelites.
Akim, let him answer the question. Don't bail him out.
I,
Don't.
I said, I already answered. I said that's what they say.
Who says that? Who's the they?
It's a lot of people that say that.
But who's the they? Are your teachers
It's
saying
a
that?
no. My teachers don't say that. But I'm saying is, it's a lot of
No,
people
no.
that say that.
But
Who,
where do the Moors come
all
from
right.
then?
Again, the original people of the planet of Moors, man. You
what?
What evidence do you have
you
of
a
that?
Moor.
What evidence do you have of that?
I guess it's saying more just means black. So we being black are the originals of people of the planet.
Don't save him. Relax. Let
Show me
him
why
speak for
niggas put
Hey,
up
himself.
we
dates.
not saving anything. This is
Hey,
something that you should
Salakia,
already
Yabba,
know,
your
bro.
mic has feedback.
This is something you should
Just let the
already
brother
know.
speak for himself.
So again, hey,
Hey,
so they
mute
say
up.
they say what? The people come from Ham, Cush, and all of these things. We understand those are allegorical stories, bro.
So
No,
so so
we
that's not
don't. No, we don't.
Oh,
done that.
okay, well I'm telling you, they're allegorical
How
stories.
are you just telling me? What evidence
Exactly.
do you have? This is not a
So
barbershop.
so is it a such thing as old man Cush?
Yes.
No, it's
Yes.
not.
There's
The
something
It's
the
called
the
not,
Not an
brother.
old
Kushite
man Kush, but there's a
It's
nation
not.
Kush.
the
It's
Kushite
not.
people will tell you who they are, and they will
It's
acknowledge that
okay.
they are Kushite.
Listen. I'm just telling you, man. When you indoctrinated with falsehood, you'll see, man. I'm
So
just
you know
saying.
that's an
if
easy
this
position. That's an easy position to take.
It's an
yeah, no,
easy
that's
answer,
Listen,
the
brother.
best
It's
let me
not
say something to you.
falsehood.
Let me say something to you. This is an easy position to take. I don't need scholarship. I just need the rhetoric that I prefer to believe, and everything you believe is falsehood. See how easy it is to do that?
That's fine and dandy, brother. But I'm
That's
standing on
what you just
something.
did.
But I got a nationality. Where's yours?
Okay, so let's talk about it. So first, let's
Yeah,
be
let's
right
talk
and
about it.
exact. Let's be right and exact. Abraham does have a lineage. Let's also be right and exact. The Moabites have a lineage. The Moabites existed. The Moabites have records that we can read, and they talk about the Israelites. That's two things.
Right.
The Egyptians have records. The Egyptians have records that we can read, and they talk about the Israelites. Uh, um, the people of
Babylon.
Mesopotamia have records. They have records we can read and decipher, and they speak about the kingdom of David. This is a problem for you because you, to suggest that they don't exist, you it's fine and dandy. Like how Shahapar said, it's fine and dandy for the barbershop. But when we deal with scholarship, you have to face those facts. You can't kind of just sweep them under the rug because you weren't aware. You have to add that to your quiver and say, oh, I
Oh,
didn't know.
okay. So you saying the scholarship is only the Bible that you're coming out of, right?
I
He
just said
didn't.
something
No, I'm
completely
asking.
different than that.
Hold on. I'm
Right.
only talking to one person. I want him to answer. I don't want nobody to help him out now. I'm just asking.
What?
So what?
Wait. Why?
Hold on. I'm asking you,
Why?
Joe. Is that's who I'm
Why do I
talking
need
to,
help?
Isaac?
I can answer your question right away. You don't have
Right.
to
But you was
reframe
getting
it. You don't
help.
have to ask it
Right. I'm
again.
not. Listen. See,
So
you trying
so
to
I'm gonna
give me. I'm
respond.
not trying to be argumentative, brother. I'm asking a question. Dang.
These
Can we have some type of
I'm
decorum?
responding to your question and you're
Okay. So let me
stopping me.
reiterate the question.
Why? I know the question.
No, you don't. So
How?
I'm gonna ask the question again because we were interrupted, brother.
I already
So
heard the
is
question.
okay. So let me reiterate it again so I can get it across so you can
And this
answer
is
it here.
why,
All right.
we don't
So I'm
get
saying,
far.
see, there you go. So is the only scholarship you have is coming out of that book?
So again, I just spoke to you for about maybe 2 to 3 minutes and telling you about the records of the Mesopotamians, the Moabites themselves, and the Egyptians.
That
But
ain't what I asked you, brother. I asked you, is the only scholarship you have coming out of that book?
so again,
Bro,
to
he's
ask
answering you. Listen carefully, bro. Clean
to
your
ask that,
ears.
this is why we don't get far. And then your
Yeah, because you're
argument.
dancing. I asked you a question.
He answered it. None of those people
He
he
did
mentioned
not.
wrote the
So
Bible.
where
So
Okay,
is your
listen.
let's try this
scholarship?
again. Let's just try, Chief. If you mute and let me respond, and I'm gonna use your argumentation style. See, I'm not here to argue. I'm not trying to disrupt the stage. But if you let me talk, let me reiterate. Like I could be like that, but I'm actually trying to cooperate with you. So for you to ask me that question is asinine if you're listening to me, because I just demonstrated earthly scholarship from the Moabites, the Mesopotamian people, and also the Egyptians. So for you to ask me, is the only scholarship you have from the Bible, that means you didn't listen to what I just said. Do you
I mean,
understand that?
he trying to change the subject. That's what he doing.
But if he listened to what I just said, he would say, oh, you have scholarship from the Moabites in the archaeological record.
Well,
You have
Salakia,
scholarship
Adawan.
from the Egyptians in the archaeological record. And you have scholarship from the Mesopotamians in the
Okay.
archaeological record. He
All
would
right.
have to admit that.
Yeah,
So
he might
okay,
not understand.
so the five books of the Bible,
Are you going to
except
acknowledge what I just said before we
yeah,
advance?
yeah, I'm acknowledge it. I sure will. But the five books of the Bible say were written by Moses, right?
Well, the five books of the Bible were recorded by
Nah,
Moses'
so
scribes.
Salakia, don't let
Okay.
him move, bro.
So the
Okay,
whole no,
you
I'm
Chief,
gonna
you
ask
know
this
what?
no,
question.
Yamasha, you right.
I'm
Hold on.
asking a question
Chief,
as we go
no,
Hold
along.
Chief,
So
listen, Chief,
before
yeah,
Chief, Chief.
before we go anyway, right? Because he is trying to move and trying to run, right?
I ain't
Uh,
running nowhere.
brother Chief, whatever your name is, right? Do you see what's on top of the screen right now? What is the Misha Stele?
Okay, so we shouldn't even be talking about the Bible if we talk about Masonic lodges and Eastern Stars, then, right?
What?
Hold on. We gonna
You
talk
talk about
about
the
the
pen.
Bible.
You talk about the pen
Why are you
pope.
running?
You
Why
said,
you
but you said the title of the room.
Hussein Bolt? Hussein Bolt. Why are you running? Right. So
Hmm.
what you ever heard of the Misha Stele?
No, what is that?
It's this.
It's
It's
a
a
Moabite stone, right?
archaeological record of the Moabites, and they mentioned the Israelites. So did the Israelites exist?
No.
And see, and this is why niggas is stupid, right?
This is the barbershop.
So
This
this
is like
is
when
Respecting
we in the
barbershop.
barbershop.
All right.
Damn.
So let me. This is
Yo,
why.
brother, brother,
Let me give
brother.
you why
No,
I'm
no, no,
saying
no,
that.
no, 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 no.
No,
Hey,
no, no, no,
brother,
no. Let me give you
brother,
why I'm
that's
saying that.
intellectually
No.
irresponsible, brother.
Because
What
if
you
the
just did.
Israelites existed, they would have a nationality.
that is their
What?
nationality,
So,
Israelite.
so
Bro,
you don't think a people can wipe out a nationality? See,
No.
this
that's
nigga is an
No.
disingenuous,
idiot.
bro.
Hold on,
No.
hold up.
That's
Let's do one thing at a
disingenuous.
time with
No.
our
They
You're
brother
can't.
not
Chief.
dealing with idiots up here, brother.
Let's do
No.
one thing let's do one thing at a time with our brother Chief. Brother
Hmm.
Chief, we want to respect your mind. We want to feel like you're a scholar and that we're talking to someone that we can
Hmm.
learn from and trade ideas with. So you have to show us that you understand things.
I don't understand. I overstand.
Oh,
He overstands.
we in the barbershop again. So now when Shawapar tells you, look at the Misha Stele, that exists and is a real artifact from a real people that have a real culture.
That
And
I actually witnessed in person with Brother Joel.
that
Stop it, man.
that mention the Israelites in the archaeological record. That's a real people telling you the Israelites exist. You, 4,000 years later, are trying to tell us they don't exist. Who should we respect?
If I can interject right quick, the Mahadash, which is the
Yo,
Indian.
yo, yo, this is the problem. When you in the barbershop, niggas be talking about everything. But when you come to here, this is like a class. It's like school. Think of it like the atrium or the agora in Rome. Like this is where the scholars are at. And we
Okay.
do
So
this.
when was Israel established?
Listen, I'm asking you something that's easy to answer.
1948.
Unbelievable.
What?
Listen.
Lord have mercy.
There was no
Chief,
Israel back then.
Chief, listen to what I'm saying.
Hmm.
On the Misha Stele, it
Yeah.
mentions the God of the Israelites and
Hmm.
the house of David. David is an Israelite.
Hmm.
Those are the Moabites, a people that had war with the Israelites and erected an object in commemoration of winning a battle against the Israelites. They surely believe the Israelites exist. You, 4,000 years later, say they don't. Who do we listen to?
Facts
So
is.
then, is the
Oh
Mishnah
no.
still a fact?
I don't know. I'm reading it. I'm trying to figure it out as we going along. I'm
So,
reading
so,
it as we
so,
talking.
as a gentleman, you would say this is what you would say. I'm not educated on that, and I yield my time
No, no, that's not what I'm gonna say because the fact
because we
is,
in the
so
barbershop.
no, we're not in the barbershop. I'm not getting a haircut. So the whole point is
That's not what
the
that
fact.
means. It means that in the barbershop,
Okay,
niggas just be talking.
okay. So let's
But
go
you all
back to
getting
that
cut.
nationality thing.
You all
So
getting cut though.
where is an Israelite in the family of nations? Show
I
me.
can read it for you.
No.
Brother,
Show me
brother,
where an Israelite is in the family of
brother,
I can
nations.
read it for you.
Please
brother
No.
let him
Chief,
show
Okay.
you.
Please listen. Where is
I
brother Chief,
where are
and
they
can
represented
show
at?
him the lineage of Abraham too. Brother Chief, he's
Yeah, do
about
that
to
for
show
Show
us.
you
me
now.
proof that you have a nationality.
I can
Brother
read it for
Chief,
you.
Show
brother
me
Chief,
proof.
brother Chief, he's about to. Just please stay on mute. You're embarrassing yourself, bro.
Yeah, and we don't want that. We're not trying to play
I'm
you
not
out.
embarrassing myself. I want you to prove that you got a
Brother
nationality.
Listen.
Chief,
All right, here's how you embarrassed yourself because Yawasop is being
See,
merciful to you.
it's a lot of assumptions.
Wait, stop. Because you said something. You said Israel was created in 1948. That's wrong. What you're talking about is the nation state of Israel that was created through the Balfour Declaration. But the Israelites are a nation of people that have existed in the historical record for thousands of years and is the reason why those people created that nation state, because they want the inheritance of those people. So even they did all that because they know these people exist. So when you said this, it was started in 1948, that's wrong. No scholar would agree with you, and we're your brothers, and we don't want you to say that out loud because that would be embarrassing, because you represent us when you speak.
Anyone can look up when Israel was established.
Yawasop, can you
19,
help him? Yawasop, can you
Yes, I'm
try?
1948.
gonna help him.
Lord
I'm
in
gonna help
Christ.
him right now.
1948, brother.
Chief, brother. This is why you gotta just listen carefully. Okay? The city state is and how it's originated, which is considered a nation today of Israel, was formed by the Balfour Declaration that was accomplished in 1948 after World War II. The nationality of an Israelite has been in the archaeological records for thousands of years, for millenniums, from the Egyptian hieroglyphics to the cuneiform writings throughout ancient Sumeria and Mesopotamia, etc., etc. So to sit here and say that the Israelites never existed is ridiculous. Do you understand that, Chief? Chief, you're on mute.
Where are the Israelites in the family of nations?
I can read it for you.
Okay, no problem. Before y'all all addresses that, can you admit that the Israelites existed before 1948?
No.
So when you look at the Mesha Stele, right, also known as the Moabite stone, and it addresses Israelites, how can you explain that?
There are many documents out there on Wikipedia, brother.
Oh my
Okay, no
God, yo, this
problem.
is a
This
real
brother's
document you
It's
can
bugging
go
out.
okay.
to a
It's all right,
museum
guys.
and
Come on,
find
bro.
though.
It's
Bro,
okay,
did you
This
just
guys.
isn't
say
a
Wikipedia?
Wikipedia document.
It's okay.
Give me
So,
something from the
Chief,
United Nations that proves your facts.
The Misha Stele is backed up by the United Nations. All you got to do is
Wait,
get on your
wait,
But
phone and
you're
look it
not a
up,
member
brother.
wait,
of the
wait, wait,
It's
United
an
Nations.
actual
wait,
document.
You're not a member.
Yo,
wait,
this
No,
nigga is looking. This nigga,
You're not a
hold
member.
on, y'all. And
come on,
this is why
Sam.
I'm done talking to this nigga. This nigga is looking for cracker validation, right? So I'm
Right.
absolutely.
Where's the name more at the United Nations?
I'm there.
Nigga, please. You do
Where?
not have a table that has a
What?
I
placard that
got a
says
seat. I
more.
got a seat at the United Nations.
Stop. And it does nothing for your people.
It does.
No, it doesn't, because you still have
Chief,
to
Yes,
go
it
to
does.
your
Chief,
oppressor for
Do you see
validation.
what's in my bio?
Chief, do
My
you
Unbelievable.
IP.
smoke
Listen,
marijuana?
Let me show you my
Hey, yo,
IPO
Yawashop,
Chief,
number.
ask him again.
Listen, my IPO
Chief,
number
no,
is
no, no, Chief,
24. Listen.
Chief, we have to address something.
Hold on. I'm addressing what
No,
he just
Chief,
asked me.
no,
No,
Chief,
Look,
we can
you
move
addressing
on.
what you
no, he
want to
said I didn't
address,
have it. I'm a
and you're not commenting on
Chief,
what we've asked you.
listen.
Chief,
My
Chief,
IPO number is 24.
I don't care. Nobody
My
cares
seat
about your.
number is 215.
Nobody
And
cares,
you can't
bro.
I
do
know, but I
anything to
prove
change
mine.
anything in our communities
You
or for
can't
your
prove yours.
culture or for your culture. And that nationality that you claiming, you had to go to your enemy for him to validate it and notarize it. That's embarrassing.
No, I did not.
Yes, you
that's
did.
Chief,
embarrassing.
Yes, you did.
Chief, do you inhale marijuana smoke?
No.
You should.
Okay, I'm proud of you. All praises.
Now let's do something real quick. We're having two different conversations. The scholars on the stage of Israelite culture and Bible theology are discussing archaic ancient nationality of people that has been verified throughout history in all nations. He is discussing the modern concept of what it means to be from the land of Israel through the lens of the United Nations, which is also a modern creation. So we having two different conversations, brothers. I'm just telling you. So how y'all want to do this?
Family of Nations been around for 14,000 years, brother.
First of
So
all, the
if you
family of
so if
nations comes from the Bible, and
all
Family
right,
of Nations
your
been around
teacher
for
acknowledges that.
so
14,000
hold on.
years,
Let's hold
brother.
him to that, y'all. Let's hold him to that because now he's talking about 14,000 years, which is like ridiculous. Niggas just pulling numbers out his ass. But okay, cool. The Mesha Stele, which is a world-renowned piece of archaeology, has the name of the children of Israel. Did the children of Israel exist before 1948, Chief?
According to that Bible, yeah.
Okay, no. According to the Mesha Stele.
According to the Bible.
No,
Hold on, hold
Chief.
on, hold on, Yawasab. Hold on, Slakia. Let me just ask you a question, Yawasab. How
What's good,
old is
I?
the Mesha Stele, Yawasab?
Over 2,000 years old. I forget the exact date.
So that's an archaeological find outside of the Bible.
Yes.
I just needed some clarity because this nigga keep
Right,
saying
because
because it's
I was
not
just
in
gonna
the
say,
Bible, but
does
he's
the
showing you
message still
something
like come
outside
from
the
the
Bible.
Bible? No, it does not come from the Bible. So chill
But
out.
let's
That's
let's
that's
let's even
elementary,
stick
bro.
let's even stick to the Bible, right? Because it's still gonna prove our point. Okay, so when we go to the Bible,
Salaki.
let's
Hold
just
on a
just
second. Hold
hold
on one
on, bro.
second, Miss
Hold on.
Missy. Hey,
Hold on,
Chief,
Izzy.
mute up your phone. We can hear you flipping pages trying to get answers. Go ahead, y'all. What's
No,
up?
I was just gonna tell you about that. No, I was just gonna tell you about the Family of Nations. That's all. That's
It's
all.
okay, Chief,
Yes,
No,
check
I
it out.
just came with
but
scholarship.
your
I
Chief,
just
family of
came,
nations,
I'm
like your
finna come
teacher,
with the
Noble Drew
scholarship.
Ali,
No,
your teachers.
no. It's not. It's
Yeah,
not.
listen, listen,
I
listen,
told you I'm not a temple Moor. Don't do that.
listen, 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 listen.
You still a
With
more.
you still a Moor with a fez on, which comes from Islam, which
you
we
a
can
Right.
also
Moor that
go back,
needs to learn more.
which we can also go back to. We know we can go back to the Abyssinian. We can do all of that. But listen, what I'm trying to tell you is your teachers know the Israelites exist. Where do you get off saying they don't?
It's not a nation.
Okay, no problem. Chief,
Wow, that's Psalms 83. Y'all, what's up?
it is.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Chief,
Noble
Chief.
Drew Ali?
Okay, so you have a codex, right? Let's just pick one randomly. The Aleppo Codex goes back to ranging around 900 AD, right? And it's a codex and a manuscript of the Bible. And this Bible has the children of Israel in it. Did the children of Israel exist before 1948?
According to the Bible.
Okay, cool. Beautiful. So now you have the Hellenistic era, right? Alexander the Homo, and he splits his empire in four. The ones that affected Israelites the most was the Ptolemaic Empire, and then you have Tamario. Stop raising your damn hand. And the Seleucid Empire, right? They in their records have Israel in their records. This is between 400 BC going all the way to the time of Christ. Did the Israelites exist before 1948? Chief.
There's no Israelites, brother.
Yo,
Okay, cool. You got the Meneptah Stele.
Wow.
yo, this guy's crazy. Y'all, what's up right now?
Yeah, he's crazy. You got the Meneptah Stele, right? Which is hieroglyphics on the walls of Egypt. It's on the walls. You know what them niggas like to say? It's on the walls.
That's
It's
the
on the
Zodiac.
walls. Okay. So the Meneptah,
Brother, stop that.
it's the the Meneptah
If I
Stele
may, please, please, if I
literally
may.
had. Be quiet, Mizzy. So the Meneptah Stele literally has the name Israel in it. Did the Israelites exist before 1948?
No.
Chief,
So who are they talking about? Yo, I'm sorry, yo, I'm sorry.
you're good, brother. You're good.
Allegorical stories, brother. I told you.
Chief,
So the other nations got the
Damn.
allegory before Paul wrote his letters, where you learned about the allegory idea.
Where are you represented at the family
That's a
reunion?
hard question. I'm gonna
Yo,
yield.
Chief,
That's
this
a hard
nigga,
chief,
question.
chief.
Very
yo, this nigga
easy.
is
Before
insane,
You're
bro.
Chief, I muted you.
you're
This is the
dodging,
problem.
man. You're
No. We're
dodging.
not dodging. You're dodging. We can answer all of your questions,
There's no such thing as
but
an
you have
Israelite.
to, brother, you have to deal with the fact that you said that I was on mute this entire time. I was actually dozing off, about to take a quick nap because I'm getting old, right? I came off of mute because something fallacious that you said. And what you said was that Israelites didn't exist until 1948. I unmuted. Like, what? What's going on here? You were shown a plethora of evidences inside and outside the Bible that the Israelites existed before 1948. Why do you continue to embarrass yourself?
No, you're embarrassing yourself. There's no such thing as
Chief,
an Israelite.
Listen,
Chief,
there's no such thing as New Jersey. See how I can just say that? But when someone opens a map and it says it on the map, and the map is ancient, well, not ancient for the United States, but you get my allegory. You don't get to continue to say New Jersey don't exist. He's telling you three different historical examples from three different nations acknowledging the existence of this people. How do you get to just say no? That's barbershop shit, man. And it's embarrassing that Yawasab is trying to stop you from saying that in front of people who don't love you so that they can go, look at this stupid nigga. We trying to save you from that. We're not even trying to win.
But,
Hey,
But
y'all
could
Hold
y'all
on,
all,
hold
let
on,
the
Famo,
brother
hold on,
explain
Famo,
Salakia.
that?
Famo, real quick,
Hold on,
Famo, real
mute up,
quick,
everybody.
Salakia,
Y'all
Mute
all,
up.
hold
I
on,
want
hold
to
on.
ask y'all
Go
all a
ahead,
question.
Shaw Paul. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Shaw
I want
Paul,
to
go ahead.
I want to ask y'all all a question right quick. Actually, it's three questions in a row. Y'all were all about my beloved brother Joel, beloved. When was this? When was the state of New Jersey found?
Probably in the 1400s, not the 1400s, like in the
In the 1800s.
I was gonna say 1700s, but I could be wrong about that.
Right. New Jersey was found December 18th, 1787.
Okay, yeah, I was right there,
All right. So my follow
but
up
that's
question.
close to the 1800s.
Yeah, that's close. But my follow up question is, what does New Jersey mean?
It's based on Old Jersey, a place over in Britain. So this is the New Jersey.
And what is the etymology of the word Jersey? What does the word break down to?
Give me 1 second. I can actually get that. I don't have to guess because I hate the barbershop talk, right? Um, the word Jersey, the etymology is from the 1580s. It's like it means island or a type of cloth. It's two ways that word can be used from the Old Latin. There you have it.
So that has a link to things in the past, doesn't it?
Yes, that's old.
So that was easy to trace back, wasn't it?
That all I had to do was just look at it and do the research.
So now, does the state of Israel have a foundation?
Well, yes, it's based off of a original Israelite nation
And where could that be found?
in the Bible.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Salakia.
I have a question real
What?
quick, if I
Oh,
could.
Salakia.
Yeah, real quick. I just got here. Shalom to everybody in the panel. Did I hear you right, Yawasop, or whomever, that he tried to use Galatians 4 to say Abraham was an allegory, he didn't exist? Is that what I'm hearing? Did I hear that
he's
right?
saying the entire Bible is an allegory and doesn't exist.
And is that based on Galatians 4, or is that just a general statement he made?
I believe it was a
Based on
general statement.
no, it was based
Oh, it
on
was based on Galatians 4?
yeah.
So,
All right.
so what brothers like that have to do is they got to stop smoking crack, right?
Damn.
And you should also stop watching Ray Hagen videos. Ray Hagen doesn't know what the hell he's talking
Hey,
about.
hold
Like
on,
you should
brother.
have.
Well, let's ask Chief
No,
himself.
no, no,
Let's let
no.
the
Hold on
brother
a
speak
second,
for
bro. No,
himself.
I'm
No,
gonna. I'm gonna.
FOMO, you need to be
I'm
quiet.
gonna finish saying what I'm gonna finish saying
I'm
what
just
I'm
saying he's
saying.
insulting the brother, though.
Well, that's okay.
You need to
You
be
know
quiet.
that's all right.
Your picture's
Um,
insulting.
yeah. So here's the thing.
The
Nah,
Here,
brother,
man,
the
here's
brothers
brother
here's
got
the
it
instructed
all
us coming up
fucked
here
up.
brother.
to just
You gotta get out your emotions and just wait a minute. I'm gonna be very
You
quick.
was just in your
No,
emotions.
Hey,
not at all.
Famo,
Not
shut
at
up.
all.
No, don't talk to Priest Daniela like that.
Right.
Like, chill out,
Right.
bro.
So anyway, like I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. The only person in the conscious community stupid enough to teach that is Ray Hagen. Nobody else teaches that Galatians 4 stuff. That's been debunked like 5,001 times. When you read Galatians chapter 4 from verse 22 on down, Paul uses Abraham, Sarah, and Hagar as an allegory for a greater point he's making about the two covenants, which is the old covenant and the new covenant. That's all that is. It's really talking about the two covenants, the old covenant and the new covenant. It's not telling you that they didn't exist. Y'all got to stop doing that. Go and actually read the text in its proper context, and you will understand that that's talking about the two covenants. It's not saying Abraham, Sarah, and Hagar didn't exist. We got to stop being stupid. And the reason why I said what I said, I'll land my plane right here, is because anybody that actually goes and reads the text would never say that. So you have to be stupid to follow somebody on YouTube instead of doing the research yourself. That's why I said what I said. I yield.
Hey, Salakia. Famo, I'm gonna bring you back up, but you gotta stay in complete order. You understand? We do things in order here. All right. If you go out of order again, I'm gonna personally kick you out of this room and block you. All right. Stay in order. You do not disrespect
Salakia,
our. Listen. Hold on
Salakia,
a second. Hold on. You don't disrespect our elders up here. All right. You gotta stay in order. Who says Salakia?
Salakia is Mentatua. He
Oh, it's
declined
Patapo Salakia.
that
Go
he.
ahead, King.
I invited him right after Priest Daniela ended his speech, and he declined. So I don't think he wants to come up.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to come up. But yeah, we can't be disrespectful like that. All right. And who brought Tamario up here?
I don't know.
All right. Salakia, we can go ahead with the conversations. Salakia, brothers.
Wow, Tamario
Salakia.
almost made it.
Salakia. I've been trying to say something for a little while. I just been listening to the brothers. If y'all mind, can I speak now, or do y'all want to continue the whole? I don't mind either way. I'm patient.
Yeah,
You can
you
go
could
ahead. We
speak.
can go back.
You
Yeah,
could
we'll go
speak,
back to the
bro.
queue. Go ahead.
Chief gotta wait until we get back to him. So go ahead.
I was just listening to everything, man, and it come to my attention that what is happening right now is a spiritual conflict going on. The brother chief, from what I'm listening to, it's a contract spirit that's dwelling in this brother that's causing the rest of us from being edified from the elders that are in the room because he's taken away from the lessons and the truth of what was actually being brought out. You understand what I'm saying? So, as men and brothers, I'm still new to it. I'm still a baby, but as brothers, I think we shouldn't deal with people who we see are already like that because it's just a waste of our time and really not edify nobody in its entirety. And I yield my time.
You looking at some pretty good teachers up here who can teach anybody. Give them a chance.
Right.
Tenfold. That's a
Yeah,
beautiful
listen,
thing.
you got to keep in mind. Also, when we get people like Chief come on stage, right? A lot of times we use them as a tool to really teach our people. You understand? So it goes both ways. I get what you're saying, that yes, it can be a distraction, but trust me, you're dealing with men that can discern that. Once it falls into the folly end of things, where the nation is not getting edified anymore, we know when to drop them off,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. We're not gonna get
So,
too deep into the folly. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna prove our point and prove that these people are liars, and that actually does edify people. So
right.
yeah,
Con.
if you listen long enough, we're gonna get back to everything we was talking about, brother. It's all good.
Con. And also, like brother say, he make himself look simple by him saying the Israelites didn't exist till 1948. Like no scholar, nobody. I don't know where this guy studied from. I don't know if he claims to be Noble Jew Ali followers, but the guy is looking like a fool by making that comment. He thinks he's not. But any scholar will tell you that that's foolishness. That the Israelites didn't exist until 1948. So he's making himself look foolish.
Now, let me correct you on something because
Salakia,
you just made an assumption. I never said
and I'll
I,
go after
I
you,
never hold on,
Chief.
man.
If that's all right.
Hold on. I never
Chief, it's not your turn to
Hold
talk. You
on, but
have
he
to no,
addressed me and then he disrespected.
Chief. Chief, it doesn't matter. It's not your turn to
Let
talk.
me
Just be
get.
patient,
Let me get.
Chief. You just gotta be patient, bro.
Come on, bro. He
Just
said some. Hey, many people.
Chief, Chief, chill.
Come on, bro. You
That's what I heard. I'm like, Yawasop.
no, I said
Yawasop said
Israel.
he's getting old. I am old, Yawasop. So I was
I
taking
said
a nap
Israel
too.
in
You
1948.
ain't
So,
old, Doc. You age like wine, man.
so yeah.
God.
So I'm
I see
joining, and I
y'all.
heard
Y'all.
he
I see
said
how
something
y'all.
like 1948. No, that's what I heard. But
No, you
yeah,
heard Israel
continue.
You
came
heard
about
correctly.
in 1948. That's what you heard. I didn't say nothing about Israelites came about in 1948. See what I'm saying? You got to listen,
Now you
brother.
trying to switch it up.
First of all,
Now,
that's a
now,
moot
Bro,
point.
yes, you
That
did.
is a
Nah, you're
moot
Hold
point.
on,
lying.
Akim. Hold on, Akim. Yo, stop capping. You got that red cap on your head for a reason, man. You said Israelites didn't exist, man. Stop capping
Exactly.
and go to the
Yeah.
ghouls, nigga.
We
Go to
got
the
the
fucking
replays.
ghouls, nigga. Get
We
out
got
of
the
here. I hate
replays.
that cap ass shit, man. Get out of here with that shit, man. Go back to the ghouls with that.
Yeah, don't talk to Priest Terrell like that, bro. Like y'all are rude too. Y'all some rude
Rude as
ass niggas.
hell.
Con.
Yeah,
When y'all niggas
Salakia.
come up here,
Oh,
hey, when y'all come up here on this stage, bro, hey, y'all need to ask somebody or y'all need to find out who the elders are or something. Cause you just ain't gonna
Right.
come up here. You're not just gonna come up here talking to the elders like they some nigga like you that's spitting pseudoscience, bro. That's
Man, I'm
not gonna
older than
happen.
your
I'm muting
elder,
it.
bro.
Guess what? Your ass gonna be. I don't care. You gonna be in the crowd.
But I'm
You ain't
older
gonna be
than
up
your
here.
elder.
You ain't gonna be up here talking. I don't give a damn about none of that,
This,
I
bro.
moved him
hey,
to the audience.
Chief,
I moved him
mute
to
up,
the
mute up,
audience.
mute. Okay, mute. You know what? Now let's hold up on him. Nobody bring him back up for a minute. All right. He just made a dumb statement talking about he's older than our elder. You think that's how you gain wisdom because of your age? You old fool.
Tell me to sit his old ass in the crowd now.
Yeah, continue with the conversation. It ain't even serious with that dude, man. It ain't even serious.
Nah, but
Salakia.
my thing is, like, he tried to correct the elder and try to son the elder. But you did say what you said. You did say the Israelites didn't
He
exist.
did.
Now, but now you trying to switch it up. You know what I'm saying? Trying to throw some cap on and say, "Oh no, the state of Israel didn't exist." No, that's what brothers corrected you on. Like, I hate, like, what kind of mind games like you think we a bunch of females you could seduce or something? Like, these are really well learned men. We learn how to decipher languages. We know how to decipher your tone of voice, your mannerisms, the way you posture yourself. We learn all these things. You just can't come up here and just say something and then get corrected and switch it up and act like you never said it, and you're telling us the information now. We're not no females you can manipulate. We not one of these dumb niggas in the hood that smoke too much za. We not none of these dudes, dog. And don't disrespect the elder. Don't and then try to throw cap on it. I know you got that red cap on your head, but we don't do no capping over here, dog. Chill. Salakia.
Nah,
Salakia.
just
I was.
nah, hold on. Nah, just to add to that. I mean, everything that he just said, like y'all said before, is for the edification of the people. As he's coming up here saying what he's saying, he's slicing his own self. You see what I'm saying? So, and this is how y'all have to go out there and deal with people because you're gonna have so many different people that's gonna say so many different things. So y'all are actually Israel that's sitting in the audience. Y'all are actually witnessing. This is what we deal with on the streets. When we out there teaching, we deal with these same kind of clowns, man. And they always trying to switch up and mix up scriptures. So this is just for y'all own learning. So this is where y'all know the difference when somebody's coming in and then just trying to spew madness. All right.
Hey,
So I yield the floor with that.
Salakia.
God, Andrew. Andrew, go ahead. You got the floor. Salaki, I know you've
Yeah,
been
no,
trying.
it was literally a very quick comment. You know what I've noticed, right? And I see it since I've joined Clubhouse. I think there's a lack of humility with other people of weird ideologies, right? Especially our own people, emphasizing how stiff-necked we are. We can't just yield to the fact that so much archaeological and historical evidence has been provided to nullify someone's claim. It's like if Brother Yobal just makes a comment, I'm like, okay, like I respect that he's someone who studies, but it'll always be more refreshing to know the source of why he made that comment. Like, if you make a comment and then now we're holding you accountable to a stupid thing you say, and the reason, and you're being disrespected by the fact that we said your comment is stupid. Why? Because you have provided no historical evidence. But when evidence is found to be proven otherwise, brothers don't want to yield and say, you know what? Today I just learned something. Oh, rah, okay. No, they're just choosing to be contentious for the sake of it. We had a very good dialogue speaking about the details of Freemasonry, dealing with the Illuminati, scriptural and historical reference, and social references and stuff. But there's always that one that will come to be more contentious rather than add to the topic, even if they disagree. Just yield to the evidence. Like they were not just a Christian church where it's faith based only. Yo, there's evidence for this. So that's what I wanted to say. I yield.
Hey, peace and love, everybody. Shalom to the room. I just wanted to say
Shalom.
Hold on,
that's a
hold on, King. Hold on,
You
King.
gotta wait your turn.
Yeah, yo.
There's a queue. There's a queue, Moscow.
no problem.
So Lucky, I'm next after Chief. I'll just be quick. I actually just had a question. Way back early when you was talking about the Masonic lodges, I think it was Brother Ganon that mentioned how they don't have any windows. And typically with buildings, you have to get some kind of permit or something to build those buildings. Does anyone know, is there some kind of special permit that they're allowed to get that would make it so a building does not have windows?
Yeah, every building needs circulation.
Right.
They
That's
do
what I
have
was
so
thinking
from
about.
what I know,
Salakia. They have windows. They just put
yeah,
most of the lodges put their windows up high, and they put their
exactly,
windows
yeah,
on sides that you can't see. If you ever look at the top of like the lodge over on 85, they got windows, but the motherfuckers is like 15 feet high, where there's no possible way anybody's actually using them or can see through them.
Hey, peace,
yeah.
brothers. I can answer that
That's
question if you
intentional.
like. I can answer that question.
Moscow, mute up and wait 1 second. Okay, wait your turn, King. We'll come to you. Don't worry, we got you. Amath, were you still going on with the conversation? What else you got?
No, that's it, man. I mean, I know. I would just say that when I was young, I heard my aunt, my dad's brother's wife, was an Eastern Star, and my uncle was a Mason. I did hear that. Just found out from a cousin that he passed last year. So yeah, I had family members that was in that stuff, unfortunately. But that's all I got to say, man. I want to sit back and listen. I usually kind of get into this stuff too, so it can get real deep. But one thing I would say this: I started dealing with the more science stuff back in 2015, and one thing that turned me off is that to me, if it was something that was really for our people, why would it be made so exclusive and then people have to pay all this money to file some paperwork? That kind of turned me off because nationality should be free. If you're really trying to free your people, you give away for free. You know what I'm saying? So that's one thing that turned me off on that stuff. And but anyway, I had my experience with that before. So when I hear them using certain terminology, I'm familiar with that terminology. But that's all I really had, man. I'm gonna drop back down, and just listen to y'all guys bring it out, and I'm gonna be copying some of the things you post up top, so I can kind of study that as well. I yield.
Uh,
Hey, I was
okay.
trying to get in the queue on this too.
Right, Yeshaya, I'll be right with you, okay? All right, welcome to the Kosher Breakfast, hot off the skillet, all right, where the men of the Lord bring out the Bible and wake up Israel. All right, today's topic, Messianic Lodges and the Eastern Star, right? Shaw Paul, what's that, black culture? Israelite culture?
Yeah, black, but AKA Black Hispanic
Yeah, it's,
American.
yeah, black
Like,
Hispanic Native American culture, right?
yeah.
All right, so, hey, listen, guys, Tawada for the brothers for adding to the conversation. This is a beautiful build, great topic. All right, because these are topics that we do need to touch on to let our people know the type of evil that is out here in this world and what we're to refrain from as a nation. Right, this is the part of the reason as we fell as a nation is dealing with these types of doctrines and way of thinking. Right. Also, on the left corner of your screen, you'll see the share button. Please share the room. All right, share to your social media platforms so we can spread this gospel. All right, to the four corners of this world, this earth. All right. And also, if you're in the audience, you have something to add to the conversation, please raise your hand. You come up stage. All we ask is that you stay in order, right? So the edification can come out, stay in order. And we'll be more than happy to welcome you and deal with you up here on the stage. All right. All right. We're going to go right back to the queue. Yeshai, you want to go ahead and speak? I mean, because you're a mob, to speak real quick, then we'll go back into the
Yeah,
queue.
yeah, real quick, man. You know, what we just witnessed is an example of just pseudo scholarship at not even at its finest, like at its worst. And these things, these this is why you shouldn't just follow anything blindly. You know what I'm saying, people, because they can't even prove the things that they say. And then we know that there's a lot of demonic forces behind the things that they're following, man. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, for the people that's susceptible, we got to stop letting people bully us into information that's false. But as far as the topic, Freemasonry, you know, I mean, I always thought it was something that's just really not adding up about Freemasons, right? And I started doing my research back in maybe like 2010, 2011, because I had friends that started talking about they were thinking about joining these Masonic lodges. So I started doing my research, right? And so, I don't claim to have the deepest knowledge. Like I'm not gonna have something like the Wad has, where he's telling you about the people that's doing the witchcraft and all that. I want to get back into that too, but I do know after researching it that yeah, it started. It may have started with our people, but our people also picked up other different cultures that had to do with witchcraft and voodoo and coming through Africa with the Hamites. I mean, just with the Canaanites. But Sir Albert Pike, I like to pose that question to many people. Who is this guy? You know what I'm saying? And what do you know about him? He was supposed to be, according to the history I've studied, an Edomite that wrote all the bylaws to Freemasonry in North America,
Kind.
right? And so this guy was also a grand master, grand wizard of the KKK, right? He's also a Grand Master at the Masonic temples and all of those levels. So even when you do the research and you go back to the Templar Knights that were in Europe, these people had all the same traditions as Masonry. So it goes deeper. The witchcraft and the trickery that they're using goes way deeper than what we're seeing in North America today, right? The Freemason, I mean the Templar Knights were I think about 500 of them were burned at the stake by King Philip, who really just wanted to rob them of all the riches that they had from spoiling and all of these different countries when the Crusades happened, right? So these people, they were, these Templar Knights. They had all types of satanic occult practices but they were supposed to be holy men, but they had all these satanic occult practices under the table. And when they were dispersed, only 500 of them were like killed, and it was over 5,000 of them. So where did the rest of them go, right? Where did the rest of them go? You have to logically say and know that these are some of the people that came to the Americas, some of the damn Edomites, they came to the Americas and spread themselves around through a different lens, a different title, which is Freemasonry, right? They were the Templar Knights, and now they are the Freemasons. When you go into, they even have a sect they even have a Freemason sect named after Grandmaster Mole, who was burned at the stake in the 1400s by King Philip, right? These people have been doing demonic practices for quite some time now, but we know that they use astrology, not astronomy. Astrology came about in the second century BCE, right? So this is not astrology is not older than what's being used in the Bible or by the Israelites. So for that, for when the guy Chief was talking about the basic knowledge that they get when they first come in, that's like 32nd degree. That's not, it's below 32nd degree or whatever. But so anyway, to just go further into it, even if you use common sense, it's like, why would you want to become a Freemason? When I was in college, I noticed that all of the fraternities, I noticed that the police department, all these dudes were Freemasons, and everybody that I saw that was a Freemason, I'm just gonna keep it real, because at that time I'm a young dude just coming out the hood, and I had a reputation already, so I didn't need to join an organization to try to get a reputation. Like cats be joining the fraternities because they want to rep so they can get girls. Because these niggas be nobody. So what I noticed in the characteristics of these dudes is that they live their whole life being nobody so long, and then they want to try to use these organizations to kind of jump and kind of just kind of like over like leapfrog doing the work of becoming whoever it is they want to be. They want to kind of just, just go around doing the work. And that's disingenuous in itself. A lot of these dudes, for real, was the sucker type of niggas that was always doing shit behind your back. They was always sneaky, or they was always like just the sucker type of niggas that was real vindictive. This is who I've noticed that these dudes were. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't never dudes that was in my circle. They was dudes that was untrustworthy and dudes that was doing slick shit all the time. That's their spirit, right? So, just to make a long story short, all of these organizations, the fire department, all these government organizations are tied in with masonry. That's why they have the stickers on their car saying that they're in the fraternal order of masonry, right? These people, now if you look at it, you trying to get ahead, so you join them. But then once you go deeper, you find out what they're really doing in these Masonic lodges every week. And then they'll tell you, once you really find out, you ask one of them, they'll tell you they just end up reading the Bible. You know what I'm saying? But no, people like the Y could go into much more detail and let you know what each sect is doing. See, we actually study. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to bring out that about Sir Albert Pike, the Templar Knights, and the type of fuck niggas that I seen, you know what I'm saying, that you can't trust anyway, never could trust, who join these organizations. And now we know that it is a spiritual war. It is a spiritual thing because we over here on the right hand side trying to uphold the law, statute, commandments of the Most High, and these people are trying to uphold Baal, Satanism, and all the different things that come with that. You know what I'm saying? And they don't want anybody to learn what's going on. They know that we know, but what they're trying to do is come up and conflate the argument, deflect, run from the facts that are coming out. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna keep bringing them out. That's not gonna stop. But at the end of the day, man, why would anybody want to be around a bunch of sucker niggas who gonna snake you anyway? That's some snake shit, and that's all that organization is, man. But at the end of the day, we just gonna keep bringing out the facts, and I'm gonna yield on that note.
Khan, all praises to water for that. Appreciate that. All right. Hey, Shalwan
Hey, I
Chief,
just
welcome
wanted
to
to
the
ask,
stage.
could I
Hold
be
on a
added to
second.
the queue, please?
Mute up, D.
I was just
Mute
saying,
up,
could I be added to the
mute
queue?
up. I got you. I got you. I see you in the queue. I'm watching the queue. Okay. I see everybody that came. All right. All I got to do is pull to refresh and I can see who's next. All right. Hey, Shalom, Chief. Yabashim Yashabrakatah. Welcome to the stage, King. All right. We're going to go right back to the queue.
Shalom, Yahweh Shabbat.
Shalom. Miss CZ, I don't know if that's how you pronounce your name. Please correct me if I didn't pronounce it properly. But you're next on the queue. Okay. I got the queue. I'm coming right down the line. All right. You see the topic. Go ahead and introduce yourself. What do you have to add to the conversation of the actual topic? And if you can, please address the topic first.
Sons of Thunder. Excuse me. Masonic lodges and Eastern Stars culture. I yield my time. I just had a question. I'm just listening to you, brothers. Beautiful mind. I'm praising the Most High for the intelligence and the patience that your brother are showing with myself, which you when you answer early, and which I do with everybody else. With that, I say all praise to the Most High, and I yield my time.
Khan, all praises. Most High gets the glory. All right. Hey, Ganon, you unmuted. Did you want to say something, King?
Oh, I just had a precept, King. I already spoke on the subject. If you want to just continue with the cue, but I'm holding the precept real quick.
Yeah, whenever you're ready to bring out the precept, you could bring it out, okay?
Can
That
I continue?
supersedes any conversation. Mute up, Hassan. That supersedes anything we're talking about. Did you want to bring it out now or you want to wait?
I mean, to the respect to the queue, I could, but if you want to continue with the queue, I could be patient, King.
Okay, all praises. All right, Esquire, you're next in the queue. You see the topic. What do you have to add to either the topic or the actual conversation? I'll prefer you kind of address the topic if you can and introduce yourself.
Hello, peace everybody. I'm Esquire, and I originally came into the room because the topic it caught my eye as I was scrolling through the hallway, as they call it. I'm a student of life, so I will yield my mic, and I was hoping to hear some conversation about the actual topic. I came in and y'all was kind of talking about something else that I wasn't. I wouldn't say I wasn't interested in, but it wasn't. The reason why I originally joined the room. So just with the respects to everybody else,
I won't be too long. I was just wondering if you brothers can educate us on the Boule and how they tie into the Masonic lodges and stuff like that.
Hold on, Esquire. What is your understanding on the topic itself? Because you said that's what caught your eye, correct?
Well, yeah, my understanding of the topic is the Masonic lodge, like you brothers were building on earlier, the Masons. Um, from what I know, is they got their knowledge from original melanated people at one point, and they perverted that knowledge and they used it in a negative way to get what they wanted out of it. But like the brother, excuse me if I'm not saying your name right, Yashaha was just saying from yes sir. From what I've noticed about people who are in these organizations, yeah, they're pretty shady individuals, and that trickles down to even the boule factors, like the fraternities and sororities and colleges. So I mean, like I said, I'm just here to learn, and if you all can educate us on the connection between the boule and the Masonics and the Masonic lodges, I think that would satisfy my interest. Hey,
Oh,
Salaki,
go ahead,
uh,
King.
if the Watt is available, he could give a quick recap of everything we touched on, and then if he's available, he could go into the Boule sector of it too.
I
Yeah,
let them.
I can speak on the Boule as well.
I let them get back to the queue, and then I'll go back over, and then I'll let y'all go over that.
Right, right. Brothers, that's actually that's been the point of the conversation. You might have come into, in the entail of it, where they were talking about a different topic, and that happens sometimes in our room, right? But just stay in and just keep getting edified. I know we're definitely going to touch on it again, and the brothers are going to bring it up. Just give us a second if that's okay with you. Okay, we're just going to run the queue real
No
quick.
problem. No problem.
Hopefully they don't get too long-winded with this process. Hey, Shazak, welcome to the stage, King. Shalom, Yabashim Yashabrakata, HOI Atlanta in the building, HOIGA. All right.
Shalom out. Yahweh
Hey,
Shem Yahweh.
Khan, Yabashim Yashabrakata. Did you want to touch on the topic or you good? You just listening in?
Khan, I'm just listening.
Okay, Khan, all praises, man. You good, King. All right, Hassan, we're back to you, man. You see the topic, you see the point of conversation. What do you have to add to it? Go ahead, Hassan.
So could I ask a question as well
Yeah, you can, but address the topic first. We got to keep
at
things,
the
the
end?
conversation. Hold on, Hassan. The conversation has to be on the topic today, okay? Let's not veer to a different angle with it because we got a queue and we want everybody to get a chance to speak, all right? But go ahead.
Okay. So the way I see the topic, Masonic lodges and Eastern Star culture. So today's sense of Freemasons, I think it kind of was revitalized in Europe by Ashkenazi Jews who had some memory and written or oral recollection of the magic and dark arts that they learned during their captivity in Babylon. So even though it's thousands of years later, they still retain some elements of how to do this magic from the ancient Babylonians in Sumeria. And recently, within the last 1,000 years, the Ashkenazi Jews kind of spread this knowledge of magic, which they kind of perverted, like the other brother said, to Europeans. And that spread across the Anglo Saxon world or places that Europeans dominate, as far as Canada and stuff. But originally, I would say that the knowledge that the Jews gave to the white people regarding magic, it originally came from Babylon. That's even in Jewish tradition. And according to the Old Testament Bible, the person who built Babylon, who was the first king who introduced astronomy, was a dark skinned African who was called Nimrod, son of Cush. So I would kind of say all Freemasonry originally comes from the time of Nimrod, but it's been changed and altered and it's used for different reasons.
Yeah, if I could say something really quick, I just want people to know that Anglo Saxons, Britons, those words, we got to remember Europe was black rulership. I want
That's
everybody
right.
to understand that. So a lot of these groups, we got to remember Israel was going way off too. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to give credit to Europeans just because it happened in Europe. It was a black Europe was a black world ruled by the black rulerships that we see in the coats of arms and in several books.
You know, our people did go off to the left, big time, and some royal families went left, but some royal families tried to stick to the straight and narrow. But I just wanted to make that known that a lot of these groups and societies were black people,
So,
Israelites.
Salakia.
Salakia.
And
Uh,
also, yeah, like the brother said, you got to make that known when you look at the history, Merlin and these magicians and all of that, and sorcerers. Those was Israelites that was dealing with witchcraft. You know what I mean? And you study that history. So the Ashkenazi Jews in Europe had nothing to do with the Jews in Babylon. That's totally different sets of people, those European Jews. So yeah, the brother is right on that.
So, Salaki, if I can add into that, you will not see any record, and this is a fact, of any Mason before the Renaissance period. You just won't do it. You
Facts.
won't find it at all whatsoever, period. And the founder of, once again, of all that information, he's the founder, literally, as in he went to Damascus and looked for tombs and read scrolls that he could. He went to Egypt and went through and paid a ridiculous amount of gratuities to go into these pyramids to get this information, and he formed rites and rituals around our traditions and made a lot and made a lives for it. That's what happened. They didn't find anything. He didn't go to no Ashkenazi Jews. In fact, Ashkenazi Jew was not even allowed into Freemasonry until at least 200 years into it.
Salakia. I like to just add a little bit into that as well, because he made a statement, and the elder he expounded on it and said that it wasn't Ashkenazis that were in Europe at this time with this knowledge, right? If you read this book, matter of fact, let me edit the link at the top just so people can
That
get
was,
access to it.
oh yeah, go ahead, but I was talking about Babylon, but yeah, go ahead, make your
Yeah,
point
no,
now.
no, I was saying that the Ashkenazi Jews have nothing to do with Babylon, and they have nothing to do with the traditions of the Jews of Europe of the early times. Both of them, right? So in this book, let me just read a quick excerpt. Matter of fact, while I find it, another brother can go. I just need to find the page.
Peace. Can I speak now?
1 second, 1 second.
Not yet, bro.
If I could, right? At some point, brothers want. I don't know how deep brothers want to get, but we can stratify and go a little deeper. Like you have some of these brothers that be in these Masonic temples, these little mom and pop Masonic temples in major cities. A lot of these guys are like low level anyway, right? They have their little fraternity. They go, if they put their little pin on the back of their car, they go to court and flash, some signs and stand a certain way, and it might be the traffic ticket or might be something else. But for the most part, a lot of these guys are low level weirdos, like Yeshaya was saying earlier. But the real work for these elite societies goes on college campuses, right? And we know the Boule Society, as your brothers brought out, is like the number one group that's being used. It's the black version of the Skull and Bones, right?
They're the
And
gatekeepers.
right, they're the gatekeepers, right? And that's what that logo is. When you get down into the science of the Boule Society and what that logo actually means, right? You can actually see that logo is basically showing that they're the gatekeepers of our community. And it was started by people who the media lords in our community, like W.E.B. Du Bois. That guy was the devil, right? You have Henry Minton and others. These guys are the devil. And the media gives us these guys like the heroes. These guys are not heroes. W.E.B. Du Bois, if my memory served me correct, was a direct arch enemy of Nat Turner, right?
Khan. And he's an
Now,
Edomite.
Nat Turner and
yeah,
Marcus Garvey, brother.
that's what I wanted to say. I said Nat Turner. You right, Elder Terrell, all praises. This is Marcus Garvey. Salakia, I misspoke. Yes, Marcus
Yeah,
Garvey.
Mike.
And also, check out y'all man. Some of y'all love him. I hate to break your heart. Just go and look at the tattoo LeBron James got on his chest. That's the Boule
Mm-hmm.
logo. He
Khan.
branded himself with the
He's part of
Boule
it.
logo. He's a gatekeeper. Salaki, I know I broke
Yeah.
somebody's heart, but it is what it is. Go ahead.
No, that's
Hey, I
true.
want to let me back on that if I can. I actually did a lesson on this. I was gonna wait till Dawah come back and bring out what he was gonna bring out because it made more sense. But I'll, if I can, I'll pin this in there. But yeah, the Boule, they literally are the gatekeepers for the society, and to I guess kind of go into what the brother asked before. they ties to Freemasonry. A lot of them, like you said, on a lower level, when you're black and you're trying to become a gatekeeper, a member of the Boule, they make you go through either there's two steps you can join. You can either join a fraternity in college, main one being the one Martin Luther King was a part of. W. Boys was the part of that one as well. I forget what the name of it is. They're black and gold. If anybody knows what they call, I forget. But that's the main fraternity of the Boule. They basically, everybody that goes through that fraternity automatically has access to becoming a gatekeeper. So, the other realm that they can use is to actually become a Mason. So some of them use that low level masonry to move their way up in the ranks to becoming a gatekeeper or Boule member. So, I'll try to in the chat right
Uh,
quick.
yeah, Daniela was right. It wasn't. Nah, it was. Yeah, Marcus Garvey, and he, W. E. Du Bois called Marcus Garvey a monkey. Called him a lot of nasty, dirty things, man. And you know, what I mean, it was this high yellow, light skinned Negro, that type of going up against Garvey, and was pushing for Garvey to get out of here. And then the idiot W. D. Du Bois, who a lot of so called bougie Negroes, because that's a lot of the Boule bougie Negroes worship. He ended up going back to Africa in the 70s and dying in Africa, and really acknowledging that Garvey was right with a lot of things he was saying about the so-called Europeans. So yeah, we worship these guys like W. E. Du Bois, but they was totally against the movement. They was used by the so-called white man to continue his white supremacy on a different level. You know what I mean? Educating, so-called educating the Negroes, but still having them under the so-called white man, which is what the Boule does today.
Hey, and,
I
and
agree.
allegedly, from my diligence and studies, I found out that W.E.B. Du Bois was actually he was actually part white
Yeah,
in his
he's a
father's
white
lineage.
man. His
Yes,
dad
ma'am.
is a
Correct.
Yes,
white
sir.
guy. Yeah,
He's
that's
white.
correct.
Salakia to add
And
one.
also, uh, the just to let me back off what Torah was saying, right? If you go back into history, you do your research, there being no new thing under the sun. This whole Boule movement is actually something that started back during the time of Caesar in Greece. So they always used, back like if you go into the book of the Maccabees, you see, I think it's First Maccabees, chapter 1 verse 12, when it talks about Israelite brothers trying to basically go low and do the same things and like the way the Gentiles and do the things that they wanted to do and stuff,
It's
right? Like the way the
verse 11.
Grecians best of all. Yeah, con. So those those brothers and sisters that were back there trying to make that covenant with the heathen back then, those were the ones that got to join that original boule. They got to become the original gatekeepers. And all America has done is gone through and, taken that same code basically and found brothers and sisters that were willing to do the same thing. They built them up during the time of Marcus Garvey, W.E.B. Du Bois. It started with the NAACP. Every member of the original NAACP, which W.E.B. Du Bois was one of those people, they were gatekeepers. You know what I'm saying? When MLK got his Nobel Peace Prize, he became a gatekeeper, and that's why he ended up going off and everything, because that was one of the things he was sanctioned to do once he got that role in that title. So the link I got, it explains a little bit of it. It's a two-part lesson. It's 5 hours long, but the one I sent you is the shorter one. So I
Khan, all praises. Yeah,
Con
brothers,
Salaki.
whatever. So, who's that? Who just said Salakia?
Nah, it was me, Maccabees. Now I just wanted to
Okay.
add to what the
Well,
what. Go ahead, go ahead.
one second, Maccabees. All right, so yeah, the water for all the brothers added into the conversation. I will encourage brothers, if you do have these sources, all right, please let's link them up, all right, because we know what the scripture says. We've got to prove all things. Also, if the links are being put up, you in the audience, you need that link. You need to be PTRing. I mean, pulling to refresh, so that way you can get those links. Copy those links and put them in your notes, because we're going to be changing links because a lot of information is coming out. All right. So remember to do that. Also, write the precepts down. All right. So you can go back and research what is being brought out. All right. Always look into things that are being brought out. But with that, I'm going to yield to Maccabees. And Maccabees, after you, we're going to go back to the queue. Go ahead, King.
Con, just land me back on what the brother was saying. That's why they were the slave masters used to rape the slave women, so that way they could make children that was of their own kind, but be able to mix in with the slaves. And they would use those slaves as the house niggas mainly. So the house niggas will report back to the father because even though he's a slave master, it's like you're still my son. You see what I'm saying? So they used to use them to basically infiltrate, you know what I'm saying, everything that the slaves was doing. And even before slavery, like that was just a way of war. Like they would mate with the Israelite women and make, babies that look dark complected, but they'll report back to, what I'm saying, their father who was white, and that's how they would be able to infiltrate. But I yield the
Con,
floor.
that's a fact, King. That's a fact. I mean, you can see it during the time of even slavery heavy, right? House nigger and all that stuff. So yeah, con. All right, so we're gonna go back to the queue. All right, Gideon, you're next. You see the topic. What do you have to add to the conversation? And also, please introduce yourself. And
Oh,
if you can touch on the topic, that'd be great. But go ahead, Gideon.
Shalom, Kings. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, shalom, shalom. Yeah, about you,
Ah,
we hear you.
Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shabrakatah. Um, yeah, I'm at the plantation right now. I do apologize, but uh, to I want to say those Melazanic lodges, I would say they're just another form of religion, just like Islam, Christianity, and all the above, just to get our people, this out from who they truly are. So with that being said, but I'm Gideon. I've been prospecting for a little bit now with Sakari Dallas, so that's my take on it.
Khan. All praises, man. Water for that input. Okay, Moscow, the floor is yours. You see the topic. What do you have to add to the actual topic and the conversation? Also, please introduce yourself. Go ahead, King.
Hey, peace and love. My name is Moscow. I just want to appreciate the opportunity to speak about this conversation. First of all, I just wanted to address that all Moors don't speak like that. We do believe in Israel and the understanding. I think the brother misunderstood with the Israeli understanding and the state of Israel now as a corporation. But you brothers were right in your scholarship. But you got to understand there's a difference between Western Freemason and African self mastery, whose ancient education was centered around in Kemet. See, the Europeans' orders of Freemasons are built upon the letter of universal law stolen from the Africa's grand temples. So you got to understand who Hiram Abiff is that is in that mystic realm. You also got to understand when the brother was talking about the Eastern Star, well, the windows in the lodge, why they all sealed up or why they are up so high. It was because the Eastern Stars, the women, would eavesdrop on the conversations, and they were hearing the secrets that was being discussed. And instead of killing the women and having to explain what was going on, they grafted them in. So, what that being said, the knowledge that they get from that inverted star, who they call Baphomet, the star is inverted, which is a good fancy word for turn upside down. They get a real understanding through their school of how they've been teaching, taught the lessons of understanding. So the women are like their slaves and understanding. But when you get into the understanding of the 33rd and the 32nd degrees, if you're dealing in degrees, if you're in the 32nd degrees, you got to understand you're still frozen. 33rd don't make you unfrozen. You're still dead. You're still in that dead conscious state of mind. And also, and angles, if you're not at a 90-degree angle, you're still not standing up. So in 33, they lying to you about the information. They tell you that they got their light from a rubbish pile from behind the lodge. But what are you doing digging in the trash if you was made of God? The oaths that they take are to blood oaths and death, to not give the information to their brothers to get them in the make them a better man or a good man. So what kind of oath is that, to keep the information from your brothers that will help them on the oath of death? That's something like the boule that you spoke about. But you got to understand their ancient symbols and their understanding as Masons are nothing like the tools that were being taught about to be used as carpenters to work on the inside of the man. The Masons work on the outside. The carpenter works on the inside. How people after Prince Hall was given, and his first charge when he was given was to bury
The
you
Matrix.
get what I'm saying? So there's a lot of information that needs to be given and spoke about as well. And
You got to repeat that last kick because we didn't really. You went into the matrix a little bit. We didn't hear that last information that you was given.
about Prince Hall, um, he had to go to Europe and get a charge or get permission to bring the lies back here to the ancient, free, and accepted Negroes. And if you understand the wordplay that they're using in a Negro in the time that he's been given to these black lodges, black means dead. So at that time, his charge was given to bury the dead, the black Masons, to bury them in that shallow grave of information in the West that they taken them from the East. There's a lot of mystery in what they're speaking about, and a lot of the Masons say they marched across that hot desert sand barefoot, but that's not their story. See, we had to march the Europeans across that hot desert sand to the Caucasus Mountains because the trife they was doing in the world. We was those gods sitting on that camelback riding, eating ice. You get what I'm saying? So a lot of their stories that they're given are stolen and used for them to build their nation up. The cornerstone, that's you. Using those plumb lines, that compass and square, that's the hands of the great architect of the world, and that's God. That G was supposed to be a 7, which means completion. See, the Europeans copied everything, and that's your knowledge. And they're bird feeding it to you under an oath of death, not to ever tell you who you are. But when you become a Shriner, they put down those Bibles and they pick up another book and they speak Arabic. So do your research and understand that they're stopped at 33 degrees, but your knowledge is universal as a God of the earth. Peace.
See, I hear you, King, and this is why we go to the scriptures because I mean, you right. See, the Masons take truth and lies. A lot of the Masonry now is you got to even put in the Jesuit priesthood with this, and how
Khan
much
out of
they
work.
played a part in this, and it's just a lot of mixture of confusion, man. It really is, brother. But I yield the floor.
Hey, I just wanted to give another thing with the brother was speaking about the philosophers of the Greeks that went in there and that understanding. He was speaking about James Anderson, D.D., and Reverend John de Saguier, scientists, philosophers, and third grand masters that entered the founding rituals upon what they knew of the Egyptian adept religions of Isis and Osiris. So you were absolutely right, brother, with your scholarship. Peace and love.
Hey, Moscow, I'm looking at your. Let me ask you a question. What do you subscribe to, if you don't mind me asking?
I subscribe to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, divine principles.
Divine
Would that make
principles.
you a Moor?
Right.
That will make me who I am. I subscribe or call myself a more. I heard the brother speaking about when the people were in Egypt ruling. They alluded to saying when the Moors had conquered Europe or was ruling in Europe, but he did say that they were Israelites. So I don't disagree in that analogy or any of that conversation. Peace.
Yeah, there's a lot of Moors that would acknowledge they're Israelites. You even got Israelites that will put Moorish Israelite in their profile. You know what I'm saying? But we
Yeah,
definitely gotta not get confused and get caught up with a whole bunch of doctrines. We gotta understand the conclusion of the whole matter, which is keeping the laws of God.
indeed, brother. Man, I do not disagree with you 100% agree. What was the doctrine and the scriptures were doing? It was bringing us to unite and understand who we are and who we are not. You get what I'm saying? So I definitely agree with that. But the greatest thing that you have to understand is the mystery itself, like the Masons was trying to do with their people, but they're using someone else's tactics to get to know each other, know themselves, or raise their nation. See, the biggest thing that we were given is the knowledge of self and to get to know yourselves. And without the knowledge of self, you won't even know what you represent or even the God that you serve or the principles that you stand on or the commandments. So that was the ancient things and the science that they were teaching their people, but it was our tools. But through unconscious and carnal thoughts, we forgot about using these tools. We forgot how to take the tools. And when they were doing what they were doing, we wanted to do what they were doing instead of being who we are as divine individuals. You get what I'm saying, brother?
Right. Hey, Moscow, I got a question for you. You keep saying, like, we need to know who we are, right? How do we do that, though? Do you believe in a creator?
Man, I believe in the Almighty God, a higher source. But you also got to understand those lessons are bringing you. What are those teachings leading you to? They're leading you to your Creator that is within you. So if our creator is everywhere in the earth and he's omnipotent and he blew that holy breath, that that omnipotent spirit that's within us, if that same truth that he blew in us and he put it in everything he created, that is within us. But when you become unconscious of that, you need someone to step in and bring you back to that instead of just realizing who you are. Use those lessons to work on you to circumscribe that devil that is within in the realms of the righteousness and understanding so you can be that light for everybody else.
Okay,
That's my
Moscow, one
understanding.
second. Moscow, be a man with few words, okay? I get what you're saying, but get right to the point, right? Keep it simple so that way we don't confuse people in the audience,
Indeed.
right?
And- yeah, I
All
got
right.
you.
I'm with you though. I mean, if you want to explain yourself or expound on the point a little bit further, that's fine. But let's not get into the vain babbling and doing too
Oh, well,
much
nah,
talking.
because, some people are not where we are, brother, in scholarship or understanding. So
Oh,
if you
I
put it in
Right,
layman's terms,
right.
that, but I apologize for being extra.
now we
Peace.
we 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 definitely could take it there with you. I go into all of the Amos 7 and 8, going into the plumb line, the Anak or the Ankh,
Indeed.
going into Isaiah 40 and 22. That's the problem is the scriptures say it is he that sitteth on the circle of the earth. So we fully aware of 360 degrees of circumference of knowledge and wisdom, but there's only one source that comes from, right? And we call on a particular name. We have a particular God, and that God, we follow a particular mediator and a high priest, right? So you could have all that knowledge you want, but even Solomon said, knowledge is vain, wisdom is vain, right? You got to apply it from the right source, right? You got to put it in the proper perspective. So that's what we're saying. We follow a certain perspective of the knowledge and wisdom that you're spewing up here,
Hey,
right?
brother, I definitely agree, brother. And you can have all the knowledge in the world, but the wisdom is how you use that knowledge, and the wisdom is how the knowledge is used that upon yourself. So you have to self check yourself first before anything. But I definitely understand what you're saying, brother. And like you said, with everything with the 360, you are right about the source because the source sits right in the middle of that. So you can't have a seed is only as it's potent from the source from which it came. So that source is absolutely correct on what you're speaking. I appreciate that. Peace.
Right, brother. And also, this is the thing with our people because it kind of say you said within you, it kind of falls back into like the 5%ers and a lot of things where they say we are the gods. Like they believe that they are God within themselves. You see what I'm saying?
How
And
you,
we definitely try to tell the people that there's laws and statutes and commandments and that we have a power over us. We have an order that was given to us from the Most High, the Supreme Being, to his son Yahweh Shai, and then comes down the man. So we don't subscribe to we are gods on the earth. That's true. Scriptures tell you that. Scriptures tell you he put Moses as a god to Pharaoh, but we understand that there's a God over us, and the head of us is Hamashiach Yahushua, which the world called Jesus, and then the power over him is the supreme power, Yahweh, and that really goes right to the source and what we try to establish, and that goes to the truth.
Hey, brother,
hey,
I don't disagree with you, and I appreciate that. Peace.
yeah,
Yeah,
elder,
why
that's that higher spirit.
Salakia, y'all. That's what the Wad and the other brothers was getting into. When you get to a certain degree of masonry, they go into the Christ consciousness because they always gotta dig into our how can I say our traditions and our lineage and our prophets that was sent from the Most High. To pervert and create their own witchcraft from it because I see that a lot. Like especially into the so-called conscious community, they really do nothing that Christ did, which is keep the law, statutes, and commandments. but they say they have elevated to Christ consciousness. You know, you got perverts like Nature Boy and other people that say that type of stuff. I've elevated to Christ consciousness. Even a dude that was in a room with us last night that's claiming to be Christ himself. At first, he was talking about Christ consciousness. So we got to be very careful and not make ourselves our own gods. Of course, we're gods amongst men. We're gods compared to the other nations because we're judges of the earth. But we don't. We're not our own gods.
Con.
I,
It's
So,
and
like,
like and the brother said earlier that that all the knowledge that the Masons have stem from Kim, and that's only true to the extent that the only reason they went to Egypt is because Christopher Rosencrooks understood the place that Israel held in Egypt and the knowledge that we actually inputted in there, or else Egypt would have been left there. Yeah.
Con. And Joey Badass, even though he could spit, he got a blasphemous song out there. He's down with all of that stuff too. Christ consciousness. So, our people are fully aware of this sorcery, and but they utilize these things for their own success. If you really understand what they're saying. But I just wanted to say I got to get ready to go because we got a course that I got to handle. So I hope it's still open by the time we're done. But I just want to say, y'all about Shemya Shai Brakathum.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I'm Bashman
So
Shabbat.
if I could step in,
Shalom.
and just
Hold on a second, King. Hold on. Mute up. We're going by a queue, okay? All right. So, yeah, Thwada brothers for adding on to the conversation. Great points. Again, please share the room. All right, share it to your social media platform. All right, and we're just gonna go right back to the queue just to keep things moving. Ad, welcome to the stage. You see the topic. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Also, what do you have to add to the conversation?
How we doing? Hey, can y'all hear me good? Because I'm on the road driving, so I just want to make sure.
No problem. No sweat, King. Just let us know when you're ready to get back on the queue, and I'll bring you back up. All right.
Oh no,
So,
I was just wondering, can you hear me good? All I was asking is if y'all
oh,
can hear me good, because I know my
oh yeah, yeah, we
yeah
hear you. Go ahead.
my name D. I just wanted to say, all praise to the Most High. I love what y'all's doing in here. I love the conversation flow. There was a point, earlier it was a little bit, but I like how now it's just knowledge that's coming out. The one thing I wanted to kind of add in is symbols. You know what I mean? These organizations and the people that move within them, they carry certain symbols with them. That's how they talk to each other, below the limelight. And for, this is more for anyone that's kind of like, oh, maybe that shit is good. Oh, my dad was a Mason. My uncle, my great grandfather, I want to be like, just look into the symbols and what the symbols that they believe in represent. Like, and the organizations. You look at like the United Nations, who do they have in front of the building? Prometheus taking the flame. You know what I mean? Like these are tenets that they push and they believe in, that they're the illuminated ones. Going back to what was said earlier, like Illuminati and stuff. Like they believe they're the enlightened ones. They're the light bearers, the Lucifers of this land. So I just wanted to throw that in, but I also wanted to I had a question. Like, do I was wondering, does anyone, what's the idea is that who are these people? You know what I mean? Who are these men? Are they just simply men that are not of the bloodline, or are these men the product of, the angels coming down and mixing? Like, are we dealing with otherworldly entities, or just men that are lost from the word? Like, that's what I want to kind of hear somebody expound on. Who are these entities, and what are they? What are they now?
So, like, are you referring to the Masons themselves?
Exactly. Well, because there's so many different groups. Because you got Masons, you got the Rosicrucians, like how was said earlier. You got the Knights Templar. Like, and from my understanding, these are just all extensions of the same ideology. Like they might change
Con.
things a little bit, but it's the extension of the same ideology. Like we know it's not of the Most High. But my question is like, some people go, oh, there's no such thing. The angels didn't come down and didn't mix. It was just allegory, or are these people evidence of that being a true story? That's what I kind of
Still
wanted
like
to
it.
hear
Still
people
like it.
speak on.
If I can be, if I can just answer that question real quick. First and foremost, the Knights Templar predate a lot of the Freemason a lot of the Freemasonry. The Freemasons took the story of the Knights Templar and made it a tradition with Templar Masons, which they do with a lot of their traditions. That's why you have certain lodges that focus on the Egyptian, what they call the mystics. You got certain lodges that focus on Mithras and Christ, and you got certain lodges like the African lodges that focus on Hebrews. So to be frank and honest with that, after the Renaissance period, during the Renaissance period, they couldn't read. They didn't have knowledge. They didn't have anything. We didn't let them do anything. That's just how it was. They were delegated to cleaners. If you even look at the history, I think it was John Henrik Clarke said that when they were studying Egypt, they found during the time of like the 18th dynasty, when you had Israelites and you had Canaanites and Hamites and everybody in Egypt, we had toilets and like functioning plummet system. And if they took the same time frame and went to Europe, they were still living in like mud houses. So after the Renaissance period, and most of the so-called Moors and Israelites, Ishmaelites were kicked out of Europe, they came out of the cave, so to say, and went to pulling out all this knowledge and went to claiming it on themselves. That's why they had to repaint all the pictures, because when they pulled everything out, they were like, "Oh well, the Israelites, they have a story in deep Masonic lodges where they talk about, I want to say Hermes descending from heaven with a long beard, conquering the dragon with emerald tablets in his hand." When you get into masonry deeper than that, they talk about that just being Moses, a different version of Moses coming from the mountain with the Ten Commandments. So it's like,
The Freemasons were the demons that built for King Solomon, and
Mute up,
after
King. King, mute up
yeah,
right now. Mute up. Go ahead, Dwight.
so like it.
What the hell am
Um,
I?
when,
Go ahead, go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah, pretty much that. Pretty,
Whoa, this dude. Go ahead, Ak.
pretty much after they got their foothold back in Europe, and we got pushed out through multiple means, like the elder was bringing out earlier, the Jesuit priests, they had a huge part into it. When you want to talk about the brothers bringing out earlier about the KKK and their connection with masonry, the KKK was a sect of Jesuit priests that used to kill Jews on the weekend, and it was called the Auto da Fe, and they would burn us at
Hmm.
the stake on Sunday on Sunday after church, and they
And take
ultimately
pictures.
became so like you know,
No, no, I was just saying they would burn us and take pictures and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
kind they would
And
burn
draw
us.
paintings in there.
Right. Draw paintings and take pictures. All of this stuff came out, like all of this stuff was big during the Renaissance period. That's how they suppressed us so much. They literally said that if you grew your beard, they would set your beard on fire. They would tie you to a stake and set your beard on fire. You know what I'm saying? If you had a beard like Macabre, they would dip it in oil and set it on fire, and until you denounce the laws of the Most High. All this was around the time the Masons. A lot of the Masons were in royal lodges and royal counseling positions. They were letting that stuff go on so that we could never know that they took our knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But as far as them being angels that fell down and da 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 da, that's just the white man being the devil. That's all it is.
Peace. That was.
Yeah, that's a different understanding. Hold on a second, Moscow, real quick. Um, yeah, I don't know if y'all want to touch on that. D, what is your understanding about that? D, you there?
Yeah, my bad. My stuff is messing up because I'm driving. My understanding about what? I'm sorry. What he was just
About
speaking on?
about angels coming to coming down from heaven to earth, sleeping with women and all that. What was your understanding on that?
I mean, from what I hear, because that's why I was wondering, because I hear kind of two sides. From what I hear, what Genesis, what is it, 6 was talking about. You know what I mean? We know, like they talk about Nimrod. They say that Nimrod became a giant, became a man of renown, which is kind of the same title that they was using for these fallen angels, I guess. So that's why I was trying to gain some further understanding, maybe to hear from some of y'all, because I think you're very knowledgeable on the subjects overall pertaining to the Bible. So that's why I was just trying to seek some insight as well. From my understanding, from what I see, I think that is a real story, that these fallen angels came and mixed with men, and that's what I mean. We know they taught us, or from what it said, that they
D,
taught
hold
us
on one
many.
second. D, 1 second.
Hold on,
Um, ju-
D. D. I gotta stop you right there. What is a fallen angel?
From what I understand, is one of the an entity that was in the presence of the Most High that went against His will.
Mm.
What entity can resist the will of the Most High?
I mean, we can't we? That isn't that why we were given free will? Like we can choose to go with the Most High. Oh, and that's why I'm wondering. Like I said, I'm still in my journey of
Hey,
trying to understand and learn. You know what I
hey,
mean?
hold on, D. Salakia. Yeah, D. First of all, let me ask you: are you Israel? Are you
I
an
believe to
Israelite?
be so. Yeah, I
What?
do believe I believe that or that I'm
Well,
Israelite in my
what's your
essence. I do.
father? What's your father? In your essence, what's your father? What nation does your
I'm
father derive from?
he's Puerto Rican.
Okay, you are Israel. Okay, go ahead with the conversation.
Ephraim.
I think he wants to teach the point. He wants us to teach the point, right? That's what you want, D?
Yeah. I just want to hear information about it. What is it
Okay,
true?
okay.
Was it an allegory? Were these entities really here? Are these men that we
Salakia.
speak of, these wicked men, are they the product of these entities? That's what I was just trying to find out.
Peace,
Okay,
y'all.
okay, hold on a second.
Shawapar, the brother Shawapar, he was on point, brother. If you can finish that build that you was dealing with him, man, that would be dope. Peace.
Okay, yeah, 1 second. Go ahead, Shaw Paul. You got the floor. Just
Yeah.
give the breakdown of that.
Let me. Someone give me Isaiah 45:7, brother. No entity resists the Most High God. God sets up evil, and He sets up good, and not even the devils could go against the Most High God if the Most High God gave them an order. Somebody give me Isaiah 45:7.
Con, I got you.
Oh, you got it?
Con, I got it. This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 45 and verse 7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
You
Tells
on
you,
mute,
I
Shaw
the Lord,
Paul.
Salakia Khan. It tells you, I the Lord do all those things, right? The evil, the good, right? The light, the darkness, all those originate from the Most High God. Everything is the creation of the Most High God. Everything, King. ID, listen to this one. Let me get Amos 3:6.
Con, this is the book of Amos, chapter 3 and verse 6. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in the city, and the Lord had not done it?
Shall there be evil in the city and the Lord have not done it? Right? The Lord does all these things. If you become wicked, right, the Lord will allow wickedness to happen to you. And you talking about free will? Us as man, we don't really have free will. If the Most High God has a journey for you and a path for you, you have to follow it. You can learn that from the book of Jonah, where he didn't want to do the will of the Most High God, and he was forced to do it anyway. Right? Man's goings are of the Lord, and a lot of people think they have free will. But even if you believe you have free will, you're not have free of consequence. Because if the Most High God wants you to do something, you're going to do it. His word doesn't go out void. No one can resist His will. Right? Let me get the book of Proverbs, King. Let me get Proverbs 16:4.
Hey, Salakia, I don't want to, when you finish, I want to touch on the word giant since he mentioned that.
God.
Yeah,
Con, this is
Khan,
the
you
book,
could deal with that part of it, King. But go ahead, Duad.
Con, this is the book of Proverbs, chapter 16 and verse 4. The Lord hath made all things for himself, yea, even the wicked for the day of evil.
Even the wicked in the day of evil. Even the wicked in the day of evil. Right? Everything has been reserved for the Lord. Proverbs 16:4. Even the wicked in the day of evil is reserved for the Lord. Kai?
Con,
Right?
Yeah,
So
and so
now say something right quick, Ephraim. Go ahead.
Yes, Salakia. Yes, those were not the reptilians. You know what I'm saying? Those are not different entities. It's just the diabolical mind of Satan, which the white man possesses in the flesh. So you're dealing with the devil, the devil of devils, the father of them. So it's they're so diabolical that you think that they're a different type of entity. Only a diabolical mad scientist will pollute the air that he has to breathe, will pollute the water that he has to drink, will pollute the everything. They pollute everything. The only a diabolical spirit will create a liger. You know what I'm saying?
God.
So yes, you're dealing with the most diabolical spirits on the face of this earth, but they're not reptilians and different entities. It's called your neighborhood friendly white man.
Yeah,
And
and the white
just
man was made to be evil, y'all. You know what I'm saying? He was made to be evil. Esau was made to be evil, right? Get back to the subject. There's no spirit that rebels against the Most High God, right? Let me get Sirach, King. Sirach 39 and 28. I just want to drive this home with three more scriptures, y'all. Bear with me. Sirach 39 and 28.
Khan, this is the book of Sirach, chapter 39 and verse 28. There be spirits that are created for vengeance, which when their fury lay on sore strokes, in the time of destruction, they power out their force. They pour out their force, Salakia, and appease the wrath of him that made them.
Right? These are spirits that's created for vengeance. Certain spirits are created for good. Certain spirits are created for evil. Certain spirits are created for vengeance. These are different messengers of the Most High God. Right? Read on.
Khan, verse 29. Fire and hail and famine and death, all these were created for vengeance.
Right? Fire, famine, those are created for vengeance. Right? Read on.
Khan, teeth of wild beasts and scorpions, serpents, and the sword punishing the wicked to destruction.
Right? The sword punished the wicked to destruction. Read on.
Khan, they shall rejoice in his commandment, and they shall be ready upon the earth when need is. And when their time is come, they shall not transgress his word.
They shall not transgress his word. I got two more, right? Two more verses. All right, let me get Psalms 78 and 49. Let me get that right quick.
Hey, Shaw when you done, I like the camel back off you too, brother. Peace.
Con.
Khan, this is the book of Psalms, chapter 78, verse 49. He cast upon them the fierceness of his anger, wrath, and indignation and trouble by sending evil angels among them.
By sending what?
Evil angels among them.
Con. He will send evil angels among them, right? Evil angels are what? AKA demons. AKA what? You would call a fallen angel. Right? A lot of people think that angels rebel against God. That's how they become evil. No, God makes evil angels to come amongst men and punish them. All right, and the last verse I got is James 2 and 19. James 2 and 19, y'all. Because I just want you to understand, Brother D, right, from the tribe of Ephraim, right, that angels don't rebel against God. So the premise of that whole story of fallen angels back in Genesis is obsolete, right? That's completely obsolete. And it's not according to scriptures. That's according to Catholic dogma, right? The philosophies and tales and Jewish fables of man. These angels don't rebel against the Most High God. They get made for a certain reason, and they all fear Him. James 2 and 19.
Khan, this is the book of James, chapter 2, and verse 19. Thou believest that there is one God, thou doest well. The devils also believe and tremble.
So over here, even in the New Testament, they acknowledge that you believe in one God, but the devils also believe there's one God, and they tremble. Right? To tremble, you have to be very afraid of something to tremble. Right? They know about God and they tremble. All right, and I yield.
Hey, peace out, part man. That
Salakia.
was
Hey, and I
that
just
that that
before
was a
y'all go, I
grand
just wanted
measure.
to say I appreciate
It's a
that. You know, I
lucky.
really appreciate
Hey,
the fact
Salakia,
that
right quick. If I could go into the word giant for anybody else go. Just to explain that. Because I heard the brother mention it. I don't want you thinking, because I know along with this doctrine where they talk about you know, there being giants and Esau possibly being a different species of man like the reptilians or whatever. They get that from Dr. Malachi York and they get that from the Book of Enoch, both of which lied about that account. When it talks about giants in the Book of Genesis, it's speaking about what it says at the very end of that sentence in that verse, men of renown. When you look at the etymology of the word giant, that was the only definition of the word that existed back then for them to be able to write that there. That Jack and the Beanstalk word where you get, huge people and all that other stuff, that's new speak, if you will. The original etymological definition of that word that was used there was just men of renown. And so like when you said things like Nimrod was said to be made a giant, that's just saying he was a renowned person because everybody knows who the hell the leader the head person of Babylon was, right? The most wicked nation on the planet before where we are now. The Israelites are men of renown. We're the most famous people on the planet, the most powerful nation that ever lived, the people that are the only people that have power with the Most High God. So we're men of renown. And it even speaks about them being the sons of God in that Genesis 6 to let you know that that's who we're talking about, us. You understand what I'm saying? And when you look at fallen, we fell away from the Most High when we left the law, statutes, and so it's the same concept. There being no new thing under the sun. So I just wanted to explain that. I
Hey,
yield.
peace, brothers. Those are grand measure, man. That's a great point. I also wanted to say, shower part, you were right about the spirit cannot break away from God. You're absolutely right. If you're in your true divine nature and that spirit of the most high, you won't resist who you are. But that's sometimes in the carnal state, because man is truth and falsehood strangely mixed. That physical man is subject to folly. So that state of that mind of that man that's not in of the spirit of the most high, he will tear away and fall, even though he has created an angel in his spirit. He falls like in the finite mind of that way. So both of those conversations correlate together, man. Grand measure. I appreciate that. Peace.
Con,
Right,
con.
Salakia.
I just wanted to say that I posted a new PTR. I mean, a new link at the top, and it's just about some more details about Sir Albert Pike. So, but with that, I yield.
and just
Right.
before it continues, I wanted to say I appreciate that build. You know what I mean? Because there was no attacking, there was no oh you stupid. It was like brother, let me teach you. You know what I mean? So I do appreciate that.
I would like to, can
Right.
I quote a scripture that people do rebel
Oh,
against the
hold on,
Lord?
Gino. Hold on. Come on, man. You know the drill. You've been here too much
Oh
to do
my
that.
goodness.
Hold on.
Let this guy.
Also, just to add on to the point, when he talks about fallen angels and stuff like that, it's just a state, right? You can see that in Lamentation 2. Read on down, talks about how Israel fell as a nation, right? Because what? We disconnected ourselves from our power. We were not keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, right? And we fell from the position that we were in, right? So when you read scriptures like that, that kind of gives you that a little bit more understanding in Genesis, even though it gets quite deeper than that. But it's really just that simple. It's not that complicated and crazy. So again, those are all that Christianity dogma that they teach us in the Christian church, particularly in the Catholic churches. They get heavily into that. All right, but all praises to the Most High, to our brothers for giving that understanding. And D, you can stay up here, man. If you have any additional questions, you can always ask. You're a man of our nation. We love you, and we want to make sure that you get the right understanding on the scriptures. All right, King.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All praises, man. Hear from in the house. All right. We got Tovia. What's going on, King? You see the topic and the title. What do you got to add to the conversation? And please introduce yourself. Go ahead, King.
Guys, thank you for allowing me on. I'm Togiaya. I just wanted to add, I heard a couple of brothers speaking about the Masonic lodges. Um, I came on the other day for the first time, but I work in law enforcement, and my first assignment was at HBCU over at Alabama A&M. And M. And I noticed when I walked in, this was before I came into the truth, um, HBCU, so all the supervisors and command staff are all, they're all black, so-called black. And so I was going in for my interview, went into the chief's office, and sure enough, he had the symbols on the wall. When he spoke with the major, he had the symbols on the wall. I mean, they had them all over the wall. And that's the first time I'd ever seen, really, I've heard of the, I've heard of them, but I've never seen anybody or met anybody that was involved in it. So fast forward, go back to that. So I think what a lot of them were doing on campus, they were recruiting a lot of young brothers that were in the Greek societies, like the Omegas and Kappas and all those guys. I noticed they were recruiting a lot of them guys to kind of join the organization. They offered me to join the organization, but I just didn't have any, interest in it whatsoever. And fast forward, I went on, moved from there from HBCU and got into municipal policing. The same thing. When I talked to interviewing and meeting the chiefs, which they're black, and all of them, every single one of them, they all have those symbols in their offices on their license plates. And another brother had brought that out earlier, and that's what kind of caught my interest. And I'm like, you know what?
Right.
I never thought about it until I got into to law enforcement. I just took another position part time, and sure enough, Chief has it on his wall and everything. He was telling me he's a Mason, and said, What's your belief?" I told him, I'm an Israelite. And he's like, "Oh, okay." I ain't gonna even try to ask you if you're interested or not. No, I don't even try. So, but it's just, man,
He's a gatekeeper.
man, wow, yeah. When your brother brought it out, it just opened. I never thought about it to just an hour ago, and I yield.
Yeah, they out there, man.
Uh,
Right, right. It's all about putting two and two together like that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just it's pieces to the puzzle, man. But we all coming back. We coming back to the the real truth. But yeah, man, it's a lot of wickedness going on out there, man, in high places. Not really just that high. We could really, literally see who these people are, and we a lot of times we just don't want to believe that they into something that evil. But truth be told, when you do the research, what I'm saying, these people are on some witchcraft, some high level demonic stuff, bro. But with that I yield.
Salakia.
uh,
Real quick though, a lot of them too though. A lot of them don't know. Like they just, they just in it to be a part of something. They really don't know how deep it goes, how deep the rabbit hole goes. So a lot of them are just part of it. Like you said, brothers with squares. They didn't really have too many friends, and now here you go, a whole group of people inviting you. You know, inviting you to join their organization and reap some type of benefit. So they don't go into the witchcraft and understanding how deep it goes on the left hand side. They just in it for the benefits.
Hey,
You know.
Chief,
Right, right, right,
that's a
right.
great, amazing point, brother. And a lot of them don't understand that when they go to court, they think they're a part of something, and they think they can flash the sign, and it's going to free them for their stuff. So they wear those lights on their back. But when they get to court and they shoot that sign to the judge, what if that judge don't recognize it? He don't have to. What? Why? If you go to Europe, your black behind can't even get into the Red Lodge. You know that the Civil War was because of the Red and Blue Lodge on the disagreement of the slaves and being free. See, they don't know the history of what they represent, but that knowledge is yours already as a God. See, you were created a God. You took a oath to man, but you have a vow to the Most High. Which one is more important to you? It's a lot of it behind it, brothers. And I'm glad you
Right,
pointed it out. Peace.
right, right. A lot of them
It's a
don't know. I
political
want to, I want to just say that a lot of them
political
don't
thing.
know. A lot of them don't know, but the thing is, you can't put it past them either. because that's why they got different levels to it. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people don't make it to 33rd degree, so a lot of them don't know the witchcraft and some of the deeper things, but they just been used as pawns. But at the end of the day, you can't put the ones that do know. They guess what? They play dumb just like the ones that don't know. So if you got a room full of snakes, which one you gonna are you gonna grab the one that don't know? You see what I'm saying? No, you're gonna leave all them motherfuckers behind the door. So at the end of the day, bro, even the ones that don't know, that you may think don't know, you can't deal with them because they're gonna play dumb like they don't know, even when they do. What and so that's I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna
It's,
end on that. My
God,
bad.
it's a political power too. A lot of them is political, man. Like even if you go back to when our people came out of slavery, and a lot of blacks started joining the Republican Party. You know what I mean? And it's a political thing, man. And that's how they get their power. Like they have to actually be Masons to rise up in the ranks. So that plays a lot in it, man. The political move, and like Chief said, a lot of them is just in it to be, in a social thing, which having friends, but also being moved. They move up in the ranks. You're gonna have to be a Mason a lot of times to move up in the ranks. You just got to do that. And when you look at the blacks, when we came out of slavery and came in the Republican parties and these different parties, we started becoming Masons also. So it's a lot of things with it, man.
And
Brother,
see,
that's a
I'm gonna go a little bit deeper and just let you know that you know it's like all right. So if you got one of them in a circle, right? If they're in your inner circle, everything that you communicating is gonna go back to that damn Masonic lodge. And if you have any plans on trying to make any kind of movement happen to do, they're gonna circumvent and stop it if you have them among. So that's why, I'm just bringing this out to say that you really have to, what I'm saying, do your homework and research on these brothers, because if you're trying to do things, they can go back to the Masonic Lodge and let everybody know who are the police officers, who are the government, and try to stop what you're doing. These people, you have to vet people. You have to see what they know, and then people they really not gonna tell you everything they know, and so that's why you have to. If they let you know that they're dealing with these organizations, whether you think they have this certain level of knowledge or not, or whether they just attached to be a part of something, you cannot let these people know your business, right? And with that, I yield.
Shalom, family.
Con. Hey,
Um,
Shalom, Mariella. Yabashim
Khan,
Shabbat.
Yabashim Yashabrak Thumb. So what's also another point in this conversation, I'm not sure if brothers brought it out. A lot of black Greek letter intercollegiate black Greek letter organizations are springboards to become, Masons. When I was in college, I pledged Alpha Phi Alpha, and I didn't join because, you know, any like it seems very noble, right? Join one of those organizations, it seems very noble to the average individual. It seems like it's rooted in something that's deeper than yourself, right? And the thing is, when you really dive into why a lot of these black Greek letter organizations started, they started with the intent of trying to make something that was fashioned after our oppressors, right? So I'll give you an example. Alpha Phi Alpha started off as a social studies club because at Cornell University in 1904, right, black students were failing because they weren't able to study with their white counterparts, right? So it's a level of envying your oppressor that led to the rise of an Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity incorporated, an Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority incorporated, a Kappa Alpha Psi, Sigma Phi Sigma Beta, Q Psi Phi, so forth and so forth. These things were started because our people lacked an identity and understanding of who we are, right? So start off as a social studies club, and then they decided, okay, we're going to make it a fraternity, and we're going to give it Greek letters, just like the white boys, right? So at Cornell, you got all these different white fraternities that they couldn't be a part of. It's that envying of the oppressor and why they decided to go with these Greek letters. Now, Every Black Greek letter organization, their name is a hidden name, right? So Alpha Phi Alpha represents a name. Delta Sigma Theta represents a name. Phi Beta Sigma, Q Psi Phi, all represent a name, right? That only the members are to know, right? Since within the last, I would say, 20 so years, as hazing's become a big deal, pledging has gone underground as opposed to being overground. A lot of these ritual books and what's the word I'm looking for? Constitutions of these different organizations, they've been made public, right? You can literally find the ritual book for any Black Greek letter organization, right? Now, I'll just speak on what I know, right? Alpha Phi Alpha, the name means the first of the Ethiopians. That's what it means, right? And so because of my understanding of that, and my understanding of, we're not Greek, we're not Ethiopian, and nor are we Egyptian, right? Alpha Phi Alpha upholds Egyptian customs and symbols like the Great Sphinx and the pyramid, pharaohs, things of that nature. When I was coming into the knowledge, I was like, well, it can't be these nations. I did their letters in these organizations because they understand these things, right? If you look at Dr. Sigma Theta, they have what they call the Minerva symbol. That goes back to a Greek goddess, right? So there's a lot of idolatry in it. There's a lot of witchcraft, as brothers have said. But when you're going through it, you don't even see it as that. You don't. It doesn't seem as witchcraft as it's being done. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of layers to this thing. And Black Greek letter organizations on the intercollegiate level are the springboards for brothers and sisters to dive into the Eastern stars, to dive into being a Mason, right? When you look at the founders of Alpha Phi Alpha, is Seven Jewels, the vast majority of them were Freemasons, right? So it's because our people are striving to get something, get to a level of status in the white man's world, which we should just be thinking about how we better ourselves. And like I said, on the surface, the reason why I joined the fraternity is not because of the connections, things of that nature. The reason why I joined, and I know a lot of people may have similar, uh, you know, backgrounds. I joined because of at that time my ideology matched up with the motto of manly deeds, scholarship, and love for all mankind. Right? Manly deeds is something that we need in our community. Scholarship is something that is frowned upon in our community and something that we need in our community. And then love for all mankind as a Greek, so to speak, as a Gentile, you think, oh yeah, all men are created equal, and we should have love for all mankind, right? But when you come into the knowledge of the truth, that we should have love for the Israelites, for our own brothers and sisters, you start to see that your alignment with that ideology is not truly biblical or something that you should, found yourself on. But with that, I yield.
Hey, peace, brother. I would like to say that's a great understanding that you came to. But it would be hard for me knowing the history of my people, even with the Israelites, man, our people, to know our history of going at it with the Greeks and the Romans who conquered our people. Even today, it would be hard for me to even call myself a Greek, knowing that history and the atrocities that happened. But you gave a good point about our HBCUs. You got to look at the cornerstones of those buildings, of their main buildings. When you look on that cornerstone, you'll see that there's a Masonic cornerstone on each and every one of them. When you go through their charters, you'll see that there's a person that owns that school, and it's owned by another group of people, but all of them are European, and it still ties those who graduate to a title of servitude or still slave to somebody that graduates from it. So you really got to dig deep into those HBCUs and the foundation of them, not by if they started out with a good person in the community, but who now owns them in their charters, as well as their creeds that they go by, which are mostly Christians as well. So that's a good understanding and realization that you came to, brother, and I appreciate that.
That's a great point. That's a great point, King. I think of the Divine Nine, five of the organizations were founded at Howard University. right? Howard University is named. Am I in the Matrix?
Yeah, a little bit, but go
Con,
ahead, King. We hear you.
Yeah, Howard University is named after a white man. I think it's a white Union soldier or general, or something like that, right?
Bingo.
Um, he endowed that university. It was a lot of these HBCUs were like a consolation prize for reparations that we did not get, right? Say, fuck your 40 acres and a mule. All right, we'll educate you in our curriculum and things of that nature. Alpha Phi Alpha, of course, founded at Cornell University. What's that? A Ivy League institution. You got, I think, SG Row. They were founded at Butler, if I'm not mistaken. You got Iota Phi Theta. I think they were founded at a different school as well, but the vast majority of them are founded at Howard University, HBCU, in the heart of DC, which is a heavily Masonic and heavily demonic city. You know what I mean? Right? Even the man who created or laid out the blueprint for DC, Benjamin Banneker, right? If I'm not mistaken, I believe he was involved with the Masons. So there is a heavy connection to witchcraft, wizardry, and just all types of evil rooted in even the foundations of a lot of these organizations that our people don't even really consider, because our people don't consider anything, right? We don't consider that we're even the children of God, and that, you know, we're the Israelites. You know what I mean? When we're out on the streets and we're teaching our people, yo, come back, come back to your God. We don't, because we don't know who we are. We're destroyed for that lack of knowledge. And especially in the black community, right? You have this. It's not cool to be smart, right? It's not cool to be smart. It's not cool to speak eloquently. It's not cool to, you know, you know, be the smart kid in school. You're seen as the nerd, as the geek, so to speak, right? Our people love foolishness and folly. So, because we don't look into these things, this is why we're destroyed. We don't read. You know what I mean? We love ignorance. We love not knowing things, right? We make jokes out of it, and that's what's so problematic with our communities. And even if you're striving for some type of enlightenment or some type of uh, education, where you're seeking for that knowledge. You're seeking for that knowledge from some institution that your oppressor has set up, for you to strive for, right? Everything that we see and we desire in this world, all right, that damn house with the white picket fence, that nuclear family, that wedding with the beautiful dress and the beautiful cake and the tuxedo and things of that nature. All of that is just damn fairy tales that have been propagated and put in our face as something to attain to by our oppressors. All right. When the scriptures say that we will go to him in want of all things, that is every single thing. Even to be, listen again, Alpha Phi Alpha was started as a social studies club, all right, because niggas couldn't study with the white man. We wanted to study with the white man. We want to be accepted. You know what I mean? We wanted to, make it in their society. So we went even to that prestigious institution in the first place. All of that is rooted in that lack of knowledge and that lack of self awareness that our people have, and it's just so problematic. It's important that we come back to, these laws, statutes, commandments, all right, and truly, you know, do what the Most High God put us on this earth to do, and that's to keep His commandments. But with that, I yield.
All praises, man. Great point, Ariel. The water for that. Appreciate it. And again, the water for everybody for having an input on in the conversation. All right. If you have anything to add and you in the audience, please raise your hands. We'll bring you up to the stage. Even if you have an opposing view, as long as you come in order, we'll be more than happy to build with you. All right. Please raise your hands. We'll bring you up stage. You got a couple of people. Just mute up once you come up to the stage. Okay. Just mute up real quick. All right. The water for that. All right. Let's go back to the queue. Real quick. Hey, Gino, one second, Gino. Okay. Let me just see what the brother Namad has to bring up real quick, if you don't mind. Is that cool with you, Gino?
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
All right, appreciate you, man. Hey, welcome to the stage, bro. Namad, you see the topic. Please introduce yourself and what do you have to add to the topic of the conversation.
Peace, Shalom, yeah, no man.
Shalom,
Yeah,
King.
I learned from y'all brothers like on and on, man, throughout the years. So yeah, all praises to the Most High for that. Now, I just wanted to quickly add in to something that I observed and from my research or whatever. So as a people, how we are, the enemy observed that, and they wanted, Scripture speaks of devices, right? So I believe that the Divine Nine is a smooth, slick device. It's almost like the Divine Nine is to
Hey,
free.
Namar, hold on one second, King. Yeah, your phone is chopping up really bad. I don't know if it's my phone or yours. Do y'all brothers get the same thing from him? Is
Con.
it chopping up? Okay.
Yeah,
Hey,
copy.
yeah, do this, right? Drop out of the room and come right back and see if it makes a difference. If you don't mind, King. All right? Because I want to make sure we hear you clearly. All right? Drop out and come back in, and I'll bring you right back up. All right? All praises. While the brother is gone, like I said, Gino will be right with you. I'm going to do a quick reset. Shalom, Shalom, Israel. This is Crown of Thorn, an affiliate of HOI, the House of Israel Congregation. All right. So the topic of today's room is Messianic Lodges and Eastern Star, right? Blacks, Hispanics, and Native American culture, right? Is it our culture? All right. It's something we need to think about. Also, please share the room to the bottom left hand side of your the corner of your screen. Click on it and share it to all your social media platforms. All right. Let this gospel spread. Do your part in this work. All right. But anyways, brother Namad is back on stage. Go ahead, King. Let's see if we can hear you better. Go ahead.
Yeah, peace. Y'all hear me better?
Yeah, that sounds better. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Con.
Yeah, y'all already know I'm a truck driver, so I'm on the move. So I just pulled over real quick just to get this point out. Um, from my research, like the brother was breaking down about the Divine Nine. Personally, I believe how the scripture mentions slick devices that the enemy will. Excuse me for the noise. I'm about to officially park real quick. What's it called? So the enemy, they knew us. I mean, they knew who we are, and so and then so the Divine Nine, I feel like is almost like a Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts is like what the Boy Scouts is to the military, because we should all know that the Boy Scouts was started kind of like Hitler Youth. It's a military indoctrination organization, but they softened it up over the years. They did. I feel like they did the same thing with the Divine Nine. Divine Nine is like the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts to the Masonic lodges and all of that. But but yeah, I've done some research into this. Bottom line, we're not to take no oaths of man. Period. Right. But I do find it interesting as I was looking into it. Step dances, steps and poses, stops and freezes and poses and all of that. Going into the Greek history, the Greeks used to do the exact same dances, line
Mm-hmm.
dances, stops, poses. The dances where there's no space between all of the same sex members, all around, and they would do that all around their idol in the pantheon. So it's like literally straight from them. But I feel like it was a slick way to get Israelites to give an oath, right, which we're not to man, which we're not supposed to do, right, and then slowly, um, you know, with our own permission, slowly recruit us into that heavy witchcraft. That's all I got to say. Shalom.
Yeah, Con, you're right about that, King. And that link I posted earlier actually showed proof of that. There was I don't have it in hand right now, but it's in that video. That actually goes into how certain members of different HBCUs, colleges, and different colleges around the United States, they actually went and did the research and found out that the original Boule and everything were people from the Greek, like what they were brought up during the Greek time period by the Greeks, right? Those were Israelites in Greek time period that were in captivity just like we are now, and they were put in the same situations. They were taught those same line dances, and they weren't called fraternities back then per se, but that was literally the groups of the Boule members and even the Greeks themselves and the different rituals that they used to partake in, and they just moved those over to the schools and allowed that to be um a sect of the society in their, like illuminated space or whatever, if you want to call it that. And that little sect, the people that are trying to move their way up, that's one of the avenues they could take You know what I'm saying? Going through that stage of the frat, and that would be one of the rituals that they're taught, how to do those different dances and stuff like that. So yeah, that's facts.
Con. All praises, all praises. All right. All right, Gino, as promised, you see the topic and the point of conversation. Go ahead and introduce yourself and what do you have to add to the conversation. Please address the topic first, Gino, if you don't mind, okay? Then we can get
My
into your
name is
question.
Gino, and I don't believe that that's our culture, according to the Bible. The one thing I want to say, I disagree with the brother, if I heard him right, that no one can rebel against the Lord, and the angels are the chosen Israelites. And I got scriptures to prove that if I can read them.
So your point is that someone can rebel against the Lord? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, plus the angels are the Israelites, are the chosen Israelites, are the saints.
Yeah, I don't think the second one is an issue, depending on what the context it's being put on, right? But the very first one, I think my Shalpa would definitely have an issue with, right? But go ahead and bring out your scripture and let's evaluate it, okay?
Let's
And be
go
and move
to,
slow so we can follow.
okay, let's go to Deuteronomy 9 and 24. Ye have been rebellious against the Lord from the day that I knew you.
Hold on, Gino. Let's get there with you now. Be patient, right? We all want to get
Okay.
edified. You said Deuteronomy 9 and 4?
9 and 24.
Oh, 9 and 24. You see? Okay. All right. Give it just a couple more seconds. Yeah, I think people should be there now. Go ahead. Deuteronomy 9:24.
Ye have been rebellious against the Lord from the day that I knew you.
Hey, can y'all still hear him?
Nah.
Could you hear me now? Could you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead and read that over again.
Okay, let's go. Ye have been rebellious against the Lord from the day that I knew you.
Okay, so what does that mean?
That we never kept his commandments. We always was breaking his law, talking about the Israelites.
Right, but what does that has to do with us?
Where he said nobody could be
Um,
rebellious against the Lord. But Israelites have been rebellious against the Lord.
He was saying that natural angels can't rebel against the Most High because the brother was asking about fallen angels. So
Well,
he
the
was trying to
angels
say
are the
like, you know,
Israelites. Let me go to that. Let me go to that scripture that the angels
hey,
yeah.
Gino,
are
Gino,
Israelites.
Gino, hold on a
It's
second.
moron.
Remember what I said. Remember what I said in the context of what it's being brought up as, right?
He said
You
no
remember
one
that?
can be. So he didn't say. Hold on. He didn't say no one can be rebellious against the Lord. I heard that wrong.
Okay, Gino, okay, hold on.
He
Can
didn't
the
mean it the way
angels
you're implying.
Salakia King? I just want to ask you a quick question. I'm gonna yield to y'all because y'all brothers are way more knowledgeable than I am. But listen, Gino, let me ask you one question. Did the angels rebel against the Most High God?
Yes, the Israelites are the angels.
No, I'm talking about the heavenly, the ones in heaven with him, dwelling up there with him. Did they
But
rebel against
not
him?
he's talking about the sons of God that was in that slept with the man.
Oh my
So
god.
are those actual angels?
Angels is just our is Israelite is just our brethren. Can I go to the scripture?
No, hold on, Gino. I'm trying to get clarity first before you go anywhere.
Right.
All right. I'm
You
talking
can be
about
an angel if you chosen.
Gino. Pay attention to my question. Okay. Stop going to this Israelite thing, angel. Stick to what I'm asking you. Pay attention to what I'm asking. All right. I'm asking, can the heavenly angels, right, that dwells with the Most High God, can they rebel against Him?
What you jump the ones that's in heaven? No, because they're chosen. No, they're not going to rebel against him. No.
Okay. So you just made Shalpar's point. Thank you.
But he said all no, brother. Unless I heard him wrong, he said nobody could rebel against the Lord. Now maybe I got to correct myself if he didn't say that.
He
Gino,
was speaking of
Gino,
the angels in heaven.
But
That's what he was
brother, all
saying.
I heard him say, can't nobody rebel against the Lord. If he didn't say that, then I apologize. But that's
Gino,
what I
you
thought
took
he said. No
Gino,
one can rebel against the Lord.
hey, brother
Gino,
Gino, brother Gino, you took the wrong bus. You was trying to go to Atlanta, but you ended up in Savannah. know what I'm saying? You got on the wrong bus, brother. On a short bus. He's on the
Hey, Gino.
Man, you know what y'all problem is? Y'all always
Hey,
try to
Gino.
mock somebody.
Hold on.
But
Gino,
but
I got a
but
question.
but but
Gino.
but yeah, go ahead.
Gino, what's up? Yo, what's up, Gino?
What's going on, brother?
Hey, can we do one thing at a time?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Shalpar just read you scripture showing you the angels do not rebel. Do you accept?
But we consider angels too. So we do rebel.
Hey, Gino, are you an angel right now?
No, because I don't know if I'm chosen. But the Israelites are considered angels.
Okay, so we're saying that there's Israelites that are, if
He
you want to
said, "Are
call
the
us
ones in
angels.
heaven?" I said, "No." But is we are we considered angels? The
Well,
Israelites?
we would be in our perfected state, but as of right now, we're not angels. You know what I'm saying? We're people on earth. We're princes that die like men, as it says in Psalm 82:6. So stop calling us angels at this present time.
Well,
When
the
we speak
Bible
of
say we are
angels, we're
brethren.
speaking about the host of heaven. I know what the Bible says. We are angels,
Well,
but
then
currently at
listen
this
here, man.
present
I'm not
time,
gonna
we're not
argue
the
with you.
host of heaven.
Y'all make up what y'all want to make up. I go off what the Bible say.
No, Gino, hold on. What the problem
All
here
right.
is
The Bible say
you're mixing.
the angels are our fellow servants.
Hold on. Confusion. That's your name. You should call your name Confusion, not Gino. All right. The point here is we're trying to make sure that we're in the same line of reasoning. All right. And that was what the point the brother was bringing up. All right. We're not talking about Israel here. We're talking about the angelic beings, right? Which we know has different bodies than we do, right? So that's the question. That's what we're asking you now. Can they rebel against God, the Most High
Brother,
God?
ask him. This is my question. Did he not say no one can rebel against the Lord? Did he not say though? Or did he didn't say that? First, let's get that clear.
He did not say that.
Okay, but then I apologize. Then now, can the angels that's up there with the Lord, the Spirit of the Lord, rebel? No.
technically, listen, technically, nobody can rebel against the Lord because man's goings are of the
It's
Lord.
of the
Right,
Lord.
Well, we
right,
just read that he
Right, but
said we
listen,
Gino,
was
quiet,
rebellious ever
mute
since
up.
we.
You lack an
you guys.
understanding of the scriptures. Mute up and learn something. All
you,
right,
you got
go ahead, Chief.
yeah, you got to get context, Gino. We dealing with context of the conversation, and what Shower Paul was bringing out is the fact that whatever you do, even if you rebel against the Lord, that was what you was created to do. You understand? That's why he brought out the scriptures that he said the wicked are left for the day of for the created for the day of evil. So that's what they're created for. So even them, like the white man, is perfect. He's the perfect messenger of the Lord because he doesn't rebel against the Lord. He does everything he's supposed
Exactly
to
what the
do.
Most High.
Right. He's exactly on time with everything he's supposed to do. As being the wicked devil that the Bible speaks of, he's the perfect. There's nobody else that can play a perfect role than him, except us playing the perfect role of God. You know what I'm saying? Becoming the God angelic beings that you speak of. So that's what Shaul Paul was saying, brother. That regardless of what, you still doing the Lord's willing. If somebody goes kamikaze right now, if somebody goes on a suicide mission, it may be spirits that went into him, but ultimately it was the Lord that put those spirits on him, just like when he put those spirits on Saul. When you read about the scriptures, when Saul got those spirits on him, that was the Lord. And then when David took the spirits off of him with the harp, that was the Lord. So the Lord controlled it all. That's what the brother was stating, Gino. Hopefully you understand now.
I agree
Salakia,
with
Con.
that.
Chief.
I agree with that,
Real
brother.
quick, Gino. Gino, hold on.
But can I just say
Hold
one
on,
thing for what?
Gino. Hold on. Even you, I'm going to make it a little bit personal now. Being here and scoffing, guess what? The Most High created you to do that. What you're
Hmm.
doing right now is predestined. And that's honesty. You have no control over your mind for you to come in here and do something different, right? You're here playing your role perfectly. That's what brothers are getting into. You got to understand things in its context. That was why I wanted to make sure that we got that clear first before we went into any type of dialogue. All right, you playing your role right now. All
We
right.
would have got that earlier, but
Okay,
brothers didn't
okay,
know if
so
we could understand
I
that part of
agree.
the breakdown. You
So
know,
so
that's
I
all.
agree. So can we understand this? So Esau didn't put us in slavery and did all this stuff to us. The Lord did it. And for number one, show me in the Bible where it
Yes,
say where
yes.
Yeah,
Esau.
we know that,
Show
brother.
me in the
We know
Bible
that.
where Esau is the devil. Show me that and show me what scripture to say.
This guy talks too damn much, man.
All I
Hold
say,
up,
show me what
hold
scripture
up,
to say Esau.
hold up. Look at that. Look at that. Getting all emotional. Yeah.
It don't
Entertain
need to
this
be a
moron.
scripture. Devil means deceiver. Esau's the person that told everybody he's the Jew, and we know he's not because you claim to be an Israelite. Esau's the person that told everybody he was the original Egyptian. We know he's not because we know about Kemet. You know what I'm saying? Esau's the person that told you it's cool to be gay. We know it's not because it's against nature. That's deceiving people, right? So it doesn't need to be a scripture that says that Esau's the devil. Proof and facts in history tell us that he's the deceiver that the Bible speaks of. That's it.
Real quick,
Brother,
Gino,
you add to the
real,
Bible.
real
I
quick,
said go
Gino,
to a
Gino,
scripture and say Esau is the
real,
devil.
real quick, Gino, real quick. Who runs this kingdom? Who does this kingdom that we live in belong to?
I believe it's Esau that run the kingdom.
Okay, so now let's go real quick. This is gonna be real quick. Was it Matthew 4?
The earth is given unto the hands of the wicked.
No. Hold on. Don't skip the bus. The Was it Matthew 4 when Satan shows them all the kingdoms? Give me that real quick. When Satan shows you how it shall all the kingdoms.
Yeah, it's Matthews 19 and 14.
Matthew 19 and 4. So it was Luke 4 then. That's what it probably was.
Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me make sure. Let me make sure I can.
Yeah, Matthew 4 and 8. Yeah, I wasn't bugging.
Yeah,
Matthew
4 and
4.
8. It's a lot there.
I'm gonna read that real quick, Gino. All right, pay attention now. He said, uh, Matthew 4 and 8. Let me just open it real quick. And this is simple. This is simple math. You got to put two and two together, Gino. You already said the white man runs this earth, right? Okay. So he said, Matthew 4 and 8. He said again, the devil take him, take him, taketh him up into an exceeding high mountain and showeth him all the kingdoms of the world and the glory of them, and said unto him, all these things will I give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me. Then saith Yahushua unto him, get thee hence, Satan, for it is written, thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. So it's showing you he had the power of these kingdoms. He had the power to give it to him because this is his rulership. That's where you have the leader was the devil that died of the FBI. He said you would not have a black Messiah unless we give him to you. So all of our leaders, most of our leaders were puppets, right? So now we see that the kingdoms, all the kingdoms on the earth belong to Satan. Now let's go to Job 9 and 24.
Yeah, Salakia. You can link it. We bring out Job 9:24, and then you can link it with Revelation 12:12 also. Did you want to read it, or you want someone else to read it for you, King?
I read it. No problem.
Con.
Yeah, just for the audience sake, that was J. Edgar Hoover.
Right.
That was that devil.
Yeah, that's sodomite. He's a sodomite too. Um, Job 9 and 24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? So You openly admitted that the earth, this kingdom, is ruled by the white man. So Satan just showed you the kingdoms belong to him, and then Job is showing you that the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. So if that doesn't link up to show you that the white man is the devil, then I don't know what else is. If
Well,
not,
hold on
where
1 minute.
where who is
Is it? Let me ask you a question. Are there wicked Israelites?
yeah? But see, Gino, this is that
No, no.
wasn't
You
your
said the earth
question.
is
That
given to
wasn't
the
your
hands of the
original,
wicked. I'm
right?
asking
But
you a question. Are there wicked
yes,
Israelites?
yes, we're speaking
Do
about
we
them
run the
right
earth?
now in the
Aren't they on
boule.
earth? Aren't they?
Yes,
We're not talking about
G-
rulership. We
Gino,
talking about
mute up.
Gino,
people.
See,
Gino.
every time you get cut up, this is what you do. Instead of you to just listen and learn, you get pissed off.
But brother,
You want to run your mouth. Mute up. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, Khan Salakia. Yeah, Gino. See, we just gave you. You asked, show us where Esau is the devil in the Bible. If we agree that the white man is Esau, we agree that Satan took up Christ and showed him all the kingdoms, and he said, I can give you them if you bow down to me. And then we read where the earth was given into the hands of the wicked, and you agreed that the white man runs the earth. So, Gino, your question should be answered. Now you want to jump to is the Israelites wicked? Are they not Israelite? That wasn't the question, brother. You got to stick to the topic, and that's your problem. That's why a lot of people lose patience with you. And I try to,
but brother,
brother,
nowhere did you read that
listen,
that's the devil, brother.
listen. I try to defend you before. I did. Remember, I put my head on the chopping block. I didn't know who you was because I thought you was coming with some sincerity and understanding the way you seen it. But it's
Brother, are
obvious,
Israelites called devil? Did Jesus not call the Israelites devil?
Just
yes,
listen.
brother. But you're not. See,
Not.
you're not. Yeah, brother. You, Gino, I love you, brother. But
Brother, don't get
it is
mad at
what it.
me. You get
Nah,
mad at the scriptures, brother.
I don't,
Just
brother. No,
listen.
I wipe my dust off my feet with you, brother. That's it, brother. I don't have nothing more to say to you. And shalom. Carry on
I'm
with the queue.
asking, did
Well,
not Jesus call the Israelites devil?
Go ahead,
no,
Ariella.
no, no,
Go ahead.
no. He did not. He said you are of your father, the devil.
So if you have your
Right?
father, what is you?
Oh my
You a
God!
cracker.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Stop talking, bro.
Man, you shut up.
Let's move this dumb nigga to the stage, off the stage, right? So here's Revelation.
Ariana send him to the dance floor. He can't be in the VIP room no more.
This nigga is in the damn ghoulies. This is Revelation chapter 2 and verse 10. I'm gonna start at verse 9. It says, I know thy works in tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. In this context, when this is written to the church of Smyrna, right, by John the Revelator, at the behest of Hamashiach Yahushai, who had control over the known world? It was the Romans. Who did the Romans set up as the governors of Judea? The Herodians, right? King Herod the Great, his father's name is Antipater the Idumean, right? Or
Hmm.
Antipater the Edomite. He looks like damn George Bush. So this is a white man, all right, who's an Edomite who Gino understands and believes that the white man is the Edomites of the Bible, right? They're the ones going around saying that they are Jews, right? Drusilla, right? She was called a Jewess, but she's the daughter of Herod. So you have all these people going around at that time claiming to be Jews that are Edomites. There's no new thing under the sun. Today you have people claiming to be Jews that are not. They wear yarmulkes. They wear curlies. They wear BS right? This is what they wear. Damn tefillah, right? This is what they do. They claim to be Jews but are not, right? So these are white people contextually. Verse 10: Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer. Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison. Is there a spiritual demon that's coming down and casting you into a physical prison? No, right? The devil, the word devil, diablos in the Greek, means deceiver.
Yeah,
That's
there
all
was
it means.
Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton.
Yeah, absolutely, right? So this is a clear scripture of Jesus Christ. This is red letter calling the white man the devil, the deceiver, right? It says, fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer. Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison, that ye may be tried, and ye shall have tribulation 10 days. Be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life. You see that? So, point blank period, the white man is the devil that the Bible speaks of by the words of Hamashiach Yahushua. Now, what he referenced, where he said, oh, didn't Jesus call Israelites devils? No, he did not. He said, you are of your father, the devil, right? And the lust of your father thou shalt do. He was talking to the Pharisees who were part of the Sanhedrin, which was set up by the white man. All right, they was following after daddy the same way all you damn leaders today. All right, they follow after daddy. They follow after daddy Esau, the white man. All right, and our leaders do the lust of the white man. Right, they teach you to get to the bag. All right, they rap about trapping. Right, who's giving them damn contracts? The synagogue of Satan's giving them rap contracts to deceive your dumb black ass to go off and commit murder against your own brethren. The white man is the deceiver, the devil that the Bible speaks of. Point blank. Period.
Con, yeah, I got a
Con,
back chat from brother Yaradan, man, HOI Philly. Powerful brother want us to bring out Job 33 and 15. Can anybody bring out Job 33 verse 15?
con.
It's like real quick, just one quick point, right? When Chief brought out Job 9:24, that earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He said, "Oh, are there not Israelites that are wicked?" First and foremost, the wicked are the Edomites. They're the border of wickedness, and something given into the hand means that they have power. Israelites don't have power in the earth today. The white man has power on the earth today. The Edomites have power in the earth today, and they are the wicked.
Salakia, real quick. When you get into this, right, you got the sons of God, which are the Israelites. The sons of men are other nations, also could be Esau also, but the son of wicked is dedicated to the Edomites only. You understand? That's
Con,
the breakdown on that and the understanding. All right, it's exclusive to them because they're the wicked on this earth. All right. Yes, you got traces of wickedness in each part of the nations, but the Most High labeled them as the chief wickedness on this earth, wicked nation on this earth. So you got to understand how everything is broken down. All right, because I think our people they have this whole mindset of the devil is spiritual, right? The devil is Esau, the right hand of Satan on earth, doing the will of his own father, Satan. All right, we got to understand that it's a physical person on earth doing the bid and the will of Satan. All right, because we got this whole thought of no, it's just spiritual. It's not humans. It's not the white man. All right, get your shit together when it comes down to the breakdown in the scriptures. But with that, I'm gonna yield, man. I don't know if
John, and
con,
somebody else.
one quick before Shy bring that out, and you got to understand, Gino is brainwashed. Gino is a robot, whether he believes it or not. As soon as you mention anything negative about the white man, Gino has to defend them. Like he brings out the scripture and then he says, well, what about the white man? That's his job. That's how he's programmed. Anything that's said negative about the white man, Gino is going to defend it. Because a lot of our people are robots, man. They don't understand how brainwashed they are and how programmed they are. With that, I
con,
yeah.
man. Who gave Gino a VIP pass, man? Who gave him the wrist? Who gave him the wristband, man? Who did it? But anyway, let's bring out Job 33 and 15. All
God
right,
damn.
this
Who let Uncle Ruckus in?
good,
Hey,
good.
God.
I got it though. I can read it. I can read it.
Real quick, Yeshai, before you bring that up, right? Yeah, they confuse themselves. They don't understand context at all, right? That's really what their problem is, because that's what he keeps trying to do, keep adding things that are not there, trying to bring confusion. Gino, you got to stop doing that. At some point, you got to say, you know what? These brothers are bringing out understanding through the scriptures. I need to just be quiet and listen, right? Don't come up here with that spirit, man. But Salaki, go ahead, Yeshai.
Con. This is the book of Job, chapter 33, verse 15. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, and slumberings upon the bed. Verse 16. Then he openeth the ears of men and sealeth their instruction. Right? So the brother Yardan wanted to bring this out because Gino was saying that we can rebel from God and do what we want to do willingly, like free will, basically. And the point is in verse 16 is that this is where the Most High sealed the instructions in your mind. So, you know, basically you don't really have free will. It's like a layout, a plan that's written for you. Now you can if you deviate, you know, you might go left. It's just like an algorithm. It's gonna change up the path a little bit, but the Most High does have it already written. But with that, I yield.
Con.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to do a lesson on that to bring out that understanding. Because a lot of our people, you know, they just don't get it. But all praises, man. Throttle for everybody for adding to the conversation. This is your kosher breakfast, well, kosher brunch now. Um, the title of the room today is Messianic Lodges and Eastern Star, right? Blacks, Hispanics, and Native American culture, right? Is that our culture? All right, but let's
You
get back
real
to the.
low.
Oh, can y'all hear me?
You real
Right.
low.
Okay, I'll come right back. Just go to the queue, okay? I think Star is next on the queue, or Camille.
Stars name.
What's that? Shaw,
Hey,
you next.
Shalom Yahweh Bashim Yahushua Brakatha Akim Sharmath.
Y'all chop out the thumb.
Yeah, about Shimmy Shabrakta. Go ahead, Shaw.
Yeah, I don't even be on Clubhouse at all. So like I just downloaded Clubhouse about like a month ago. I just come on here periodically to see, to like chime in on different topics and different rooms and whatnot. But like I like the topic the topic that's being talked of in this room and Masonic plot. So I'm definitely just just basically just listening and chiming in. And I just want to say that I just want to say to all the brothers, you know what I'm saying, like every day just fight your flesh. You know what I'm saying? Every day fight your flesh. We gonna get through it. You know what I'm saying? Time is almost near. You know what I'm saying? And just continue to pray, you know what I'm saying? Pray to Yahweh Bashim Yahushua that we get the spirit of endurance to keep fighting our flesh on a daily basis. You know what I'm saying? Just I wanted to give a some wisdom of encouragement to brothers. So we keep on striving in this thing to be perfect.
The water cake.
God, all praises. Who we got next in the queue? Is it Brother Kemuel?
Nah, just reading and listening.
Yeah, something Gino should be doing.
Con.
Con.
All right. So yeah, if you guys in the audience, if you have anything to add to the conversation, any questions that you may have, we got some teachers on stage. Raise your hands and we'll bring you up to the stage. Just stay in order, and we'll be more than happy to deal with you. All right. But with that, I'm gonna yield to the stage. I think Elder Terah, you are muted.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Just they got questions, bring them up. Had them come up now. Since we kind of cleared out, a lot of the madness and confusion.
Right, right. So we cleared the hand raising, so it should be clear. Everybody can raise their hands. Anybody, if you got something to add to the conversation or just want to bring out a precept.
I mean, it's crazy. Like stuff you hear, man. I mean, I'm pretty much. I heard. I heard what I heard, right, Ari? Didn't the guy say Israel wasn't born until 1948?
Right,
Yeah, I'm
right.
still going back to that. I know I heard him say that, man.
Yeah, he said, yeah, the nation of
He
Israel. It
said
didn't
that.
exist. Yeah, man. And these people be thinking that we just do Wikipedia research or something, or we just started learning this shit or something. I don't know what these folks be thinking, bro, when they come in here. But they learned today. I know that much.
They think we in a barbershop. They think niggas could just Google something and throw out information, and because you said it, it got to be accepted, and you sound smart. Like none of these dudes is really doing scholarship, man. Niggas don't even know how to use the library, man. Like it's that.
God, they just don't want to admit when they wrong. Obviously, he's thinking about when the Rothschilds and them created that land, Israel. That's because he says 1948. You know what I mean? So that's crazy, man. Like, these people really think. That's why I call it blunt talk, man. Because these people really think they got knowledge, man, and they don't. They got confusion. I think a brother just came on the stage. Ari, if you wanna, I don't know how
Con,
you wanna run it.
Salakia. Real quick though, Joel, man, you gave me that idea for the barbershop talk. So I had created a club of that. You know what I'm saying? So
Yo, let me
that's
get $5.
what happened.
Let me get $5.
To
In the
five
Matrix.
in the matrix.
He want
I
five
thought he
dollars.
said he wants some paper.
Good, good.
He want his cut out. He want his cut.
Yeah, that's definitely a club I'm
Uh,
starting. I just created it yesterday. It's called Barbershop Talks. There was already a barbershop talk, but they're not really active as much on this app. So I want to do that, different topics also, but mix it in a little bit, put a little entertainment in there so you could get them in the room. Once you get them in the room, don't bombard them with a bunch of scriptures, but
Yeah, yeah.
fish, pull the fishing wire in slowly. You know what I'm saying? So
Hey, yo, Chief.
God,
Yo, there should be a room title in that club titled Blunt Talk. Like we're just talking bluntly, not like we're
right.
smoking blunts and talking, but no blunt like blunt
Ah,
talk. Like we gotta talk to other people bluntly. Listen, Eve, you're a whore. Stop being a whore. Listen, Jake, you're a damn drug addict. Stop smoking weed. Listen, Jake, you're a damn homosexual. You're gonna die. Like talk bluntly with our people. You know what I mean?
Con. Yeah, that definitely be Blunt Talk 101. Elder Terrell came with that one. See, this is how we come together to bring all these ideas. But the barbershop shit, when Joel told that to the brother on the stage where it was talking about Israelites on the hot seat, you know what I mean? He hit up with the man, where you get your knowledge from, the barbershop? So
That's,
I was like, yo, this
Boy
is
got a
gold.
barbershop degree.
Yeah, this
this
is
man
gold.
said. This man said your barber is ready. I cry when he said that, bro.
God, he did
Good,
say
God,
that.
good.
God.
Yeah, so that's the room. I'm gonna throw in a little bit of NBA. You know what I'm saying? I'll probably do something tonight. The NBA, trade deadline. You know what I'm saying? Bring them in there. Start talking a little bit about that. You know what
Make
I'm
sure
saying?
you
But
mention the
God.
Knicks. Make sure you mention the Knicks, Chief.
what I mention them for? They're
Listen, the
about to
Lakers need to get
trade
rid of fucking Russ.
Kemba Walker and
They
the
talking
two
bad about the Knicks in the barbershop.
they're horrible.
Uh,
God,
but
Chief, just
Chicago
make sure
looking
you
good.
mention the Knicks, Chief. That's all, Chief.
Hey, Chicago looking good. We back, baby.
Hey
Yeah.
yo, you know what's crazy, Chief? It's unfortunate, but that's how you gotta lure them in, man. How people love folly.
That
Con,
that
con,
room that room gonna get carnal as hell. I can see it now.
Yeah, what's crazy because I be trying to bring in because I be in these other rooms and they be putting me up on the stage, but every time I ping them to like a certain topic, like the Black History, none of them niggas is coming in, and it's because they know it's some Israelite shit going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, you know what I'm saying? They don't want to get double teamed. You know what I mean? So make it an even playing ground so where I can bring in some of these worldly cats. Because Gorilla Hebrew, he dealing mostly with the West Coast cats. You know what I'm saying? But I know a lot of these New York City dudes. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of them. If I don't know them, I know the people that they know. So it makes perfect sense for me to bring the East Coast joint in there. It's gonna get a little crazy, and I'm gonna put the link, damn it, on the top so y'all can become a member. Definitely gonna need some moderation in there, but I might have some worldly moderation in there just to make the playing field a little even, so they don't feel uncomfortable with all these Israelite names on the top. Also,
Nah, you can't go with Israelite name, King, because once they see that, they look at your profile. Yeah, a lot of them just they're gonna be out because they're gonna already know what you're about. Especially if you're trying to go with the mindset that the angle you're trying to go with. Yeah, you got to go like with like second profile, like a more neutral kind of profile. That's what I would say. Because some of them will look at your profile, they see all that Hebrewite stuff, they're like, nah, I'm out of here, man. You know, they're like, yeah, they just gonna try to
Yeah,
teach the Bible all day.
yeah, God, our people wicked, man. And they used to call us robe wearing niggas. Oh, here come these robe wearing niggas. Stupid, man. Our people stupid, huh?
As soon as you go in these rooms and you get on a garment on the profile picture, or you know what I'm saying, man, look, they ain't bringing you up.
God, God, yeah, but that's a good idea. I see you in these rooms, Chief. Boy, our people, oh man, some of these rooms, man. Ooh, we got some work to do. Like Ariana always say, "Oh Jesus," it will make you say this, man. Oh,
These
we
brothers
got some
crazy,
work to do.
Adonai. Brothers is wild. They got doctrines.
They got doctrines out, and they just worldly. They just talking some worldly stuff. All of it is like fights. Like when I see you in the corner, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that. Oh my God, man, it's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah, a lot of them be talking about drop the addy. I pull up right now. You know what I'm saying? So I always come in there and I'm like, damn, y'all, if y'all would have gave this energy to the white mans in them cotton fields, man, we would have not been over here.
Yeah, we'd
You
have
know
been
what I'm
free.
saying? Right. We would not been where we at. But
Right, they ain't
that
asked to
that
drop the low Salaki. Go ahead,
no, that's the balance I try to bring to those rooms, you know what I'm saying? And they for most of the time they let me speak, and then you know what I'm saying, they'll like certain brothers, they keep bringing me up. You know, as soon as I come in the room, they bring me up. You know that dude Bullets Gotti. He all over the place, but he from out here. You know, New York blood. I don't know too much of him, but I know people that know him. You know what I'm saying? So he always got crazy ass rooms, and he doing that celebrity gossip and all of that. But there's always points where you can drop some truth on them. You know what I mean? There's always points in certain of these, in their topics where you could bring a scripture or two out. So, just a little bit of light shining, that's a lot, you know what I'm saying, in a dark ass place. You know what I mean? It don't gotta be a bright light, just something small, a little spark. You know what I
Hey,
mean?
you're gonna have to have a lot of patience in that room because yeah, a lot of folly is gonna come out. So yeah, that I would just say, brothers that will be dealing with them on that level, yeah, you gotta have that patience, man. You know, and you can't use the same mind in the way that we doing run our rooms. You can't run that room that way at all. You know, but like you
right,
said, just that small light. You know what I mean? That's the angle we're trying to go, and just push them right in.
right. And if anybody can communicate with them and actually get them to listen to scripture, it's Chief. Because trust me, listen, man, if you just go in them rooms and you try to bring out a damn scripture, man, they gonna it's gonna be like a moment of silence like you never heard before.
Yeah, it'd be awkward at times. It'd be awkward, but yeah, I just want to get into a little bit of the political views and get into because a lot of these niggas is becoming activists. Of course, you got my son, you got the brother Trife Life, a Trife Gangster. That was the brother that got his brother got killed in that thing with Troy Avenue. Um, his brother was uh damn, I forgot his name. Something B.
But he got killed with the Troy Ave when Mano's girl got shot in that club in Manhattan. So he became like he's trying to become a political activist, and these are all Bloods, New York City Bloods, and it's some they trying to do some type of good to their understanding and their knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And they trying to change the culture of the gang life, which we know really can't happen because you can't serve two masters, but is a starting point of conversation. So these are the type of brothers you can actually try to build with someone. You know what I'm saying? Because they'll have a political conversation. You know what I mean? Like the room with China Mac. He brought China Mac in. You know, so that got I got a little airtime on that. So stuff like that. Different political views and stuff that's happening. You could get certain individuals in these rooms, and it could be a definitely great build. You know what I mean? Away from the folly, but you got to lure them in with a little folly at times. Just know how to stir the pot, though.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, Chief. Me personally, but again, in those types of situations too, you're threading on that thin line too. But you already know the mission and the angle you're trying to go with it. Just to win those souls over, but just do it a little bit at a time. So, yeah, I think it's a great idea, King. As long as we don't fall into their folly.
Well, damn it, the link is on top, man. Become a member. Hit the greenhouse. Click the link. Become a member. Not only that club, but of course the Crown of Thorns as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be random with it. I ain't gonna be like Shower Paul. He got the weekly schedule on time every damn day. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna be like that. I'm gonna be random with it though.
I hear you, Chief. That takes a lot. That do brings consistency, and that do brings your platform up. But it takes a lot to do that, man. Especially when you're on this app. You know what I mean? To be doing this every day, it's hard.
Con. All right, we got the brother Ezra on stage. Ezra, you see the topic and the conversation where you got to add to it. Go ahead.
Shalom, Kings. All praise the Most High.
Shalom.
Shalom. Um, I just want to say thanks for letting me, bringing me up. I've been watching HOI since like 2017, and man, y'all just put out y'all you're one of the most consistent camps. Um, so all praise the Most High. Now, when I came into the room, I forgot what brother was talking about it, but he was talking about they were talking about giants. Now that's not necessarily the topic. But if I can ask a question on that, it's just it'd be cool. Um, the word when you look up the word giant in the Old Testament when it first appears, I forget what scripture it is, but it's talking about when you bring up the sons of renown. That specific scripture, when you read the word giant in Hebrew, it's literally pronounced Nephilim. And I know you guys don't necessarily subscribe to fallen angels, but I just want to know why not, because like even in the book of Enoch, like I'm looking at the scripture right now. Now this particular book of Enoch is like I feel the most accurate. It's from 1883. It's translated from Ethiopic text, but anyway,
Ezra,
what,
one
what's going
second.
on?
1 second. Did you just say the book of Enoch? I'm sorry.
Yes.
What did you say about the book
Yes,
of
he
Enoch
did.
again?
It's the Book of Enoch, translated from Professor Dillman's Ethiopic text, amended and revised in accordance with
Okay,
hitherto collected Ethiopic.
Ezra. 1 second. 1 second. Do you subscribe to the book of Enoch?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Finish your point. Then I'm sure brothers will have something to add to the conversation. But go ahead. Wrap up your point.
I mean, my point just, I mean, I could read the scripture, but my question is, well, as far as like fallen angels and that word giant, why don't you believe they're talking about like fallen angels?
Because the word Nepal does not mean gigantic human. It means fallen one or disgraced or fallen away. For it to be, the brother explained earlier, for it to be translated as giant is newspeak for you to think giant means Jack and the Beanstalk, huge creature, huge humanoid man. That's newspeak because giant etymologically only means a person of renown. Most modern Bible translations also do say that men of renown, men of fame, famous men, right? So, for instance, Achilles would be a man of renown, okay, because he's a famous name in history with amongst the nations. Ulysses, Goliath. These people are giants because of their notoriety. Even David would be considered a giant,
You know, Matrix out.
right? So you're using Enoch to proof. So we have to go to this.
I'm actually not. I'm using Hebrew. You're going off of English.
How do I
I'm going off of Hebrew.
how do I sound now? Wait.
You're
How
good
do I sound
now.
now? I'm not going off of English. I'm going off of Hebrew. I'm
Okay,
not
you're going
going
off the
off of
word
English.
giant
I
and the
am
etymology of
going off
giant, and I'm going off of
of
what it
Hebrew.
says
The
in
first thing,
Hebrew, and the word in
stop,
Hebrew is
stop, stop,
Nephilim.
stop, stop,
It's
stop,
Napoleon, and no, it's
stop.
and
The word in Hebrew is not Nephilim. It's not. It's Nepal, right? Thank you. So I began my conversation with the Hebrew. Let's not say things that are not true. The first thing I said to you is the word there is Nepal or Napoleon, which means fallen or disgraced one. It does not mean giant humanoid creature. So that means you wasn't listening to me in the beginning. You was getting ready to rebuttal. Number two, and I gave you examples of people who would be called giants, who are not exactly gigantic humanoid men. Number three, since the Bible never said that in the first place, what you're doing is you're using Enoch as a proof of the concept based on the telling that you found in that book, which says itself it was written by many
you know, Matrix now.
authors, and you cannot translate it from Ethiopian. Yeah, I'm up in Stone Mountain, man.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah,
that
I can read out the Tanakh if you like.
How do I
Um,
how do I sound
you're good
now?
now.
So what you're doing
Now you're in the
is
Matrix again.
the type of scholarship you're doing is the Bible never, Jesus Christ, the Bible never said giant humanoid man in the first place. That's the English. In the Hebrew, all it says is fallen one or disgraced one, right? So you've got to abandon this idea that in the Hebrew it's saying fallen angel. It's not. It's saying someone who's been disgraced or fallen from a previous estate. And the Bible backs that up in the English. What you're doing is you're reverse engineering Enoch to prove the idea that there actually was giant beings. But the book of Enoch itself will tell you it was written by many authors, and you don't have the manuscript. You have a translation from the Ethiopian text, which is a translation of Jewish fables. You don't have a proof manuscript, which we have of all the other scriptures,
I actually
to
have that too.
say it's impossible. That's a lie. Wait, before we
How you tell
advance,
me? I'm holding the Tanakh in my hand. That's a
the Tan-
manuscript.
the
It's not in the
the
Tanakh. You
Tanakh
hold on.
does not contain the
I
book
can
of
read it to
Enoch.
you right now.
No, you're not
Hold
listening.
on. Slack it, Joel. The Tanakh is the Old Testament,
That's it.
the Hebrew Old Testament. It stands for Torah, Nevi'im, all right, and Ketuvim.
The
Nevi'im is
writings.
the prophets. The Ketuvim is the writings. So that will be Psalms, Ecclesiastes, Proverbs, Job, so forth and so forth. You do not find Enoch
Right.
in any codex of the Tanakh. That's just not true.
Right.
You do not have the Ge'ez manuscript of Enoch. You do not have that. I know you
That's a
don't.
fact. So what I was trying to do before we
You know, it's funny.
debate
I do
or
have
read
it, but okay.
that, no, you do not. You
How you gonna
cannot have
tell
it.
me, dude? I can give you the link right now, and you can
Oh,
have
oh,
it
hold on,
too.
y'all all.
This
Hold
is
on
what's
one
wrong.
second. 1 second, y'all all,
Is wrong.
real quick. Ezra. Um, Are you from the Philippines?
You have to teach them first
I'm
before you
not
can
from the
reason with
Philippines.
them.
My family is from the Philippines. Yes, my dad is.
Yo, first of all, you have to
This
teach
nigga
them
probably a
first before
Moabite.
you can even reason with them. Wait, look, we have to teach them first before you can even reason
Hold
with
on,
them.
before we even do that, he
What?
might be a Moabite.
Uh, but just, it's just something that I hate about education. When I
Oh,
tell
that's
you,
sure. He might be.
when we tell you, you do not have
In the Matrix bad out.
the manuscript, it's because we know that, not because we think you know that. All academia knows that. There is no manuscript for it. It's not like you can go there and get a codice and compare the language and the text and go, oh, yeah, this is the book of Enoch. This is the word they used here. No, it does not exist, friend. That's what we're trying to tell you in the first place. What you possess is a translation that was brought to you later. That's what is in the Ethiopian text. It's a translation of Jewish fables. There is no Dead Sea Scroll. There is no original manuscript with a name and title that is the book of Enoch. Can you understand that?
It's hard because you're not realizing that you can. A lot of information is accessible online, and you can download the Dead Sea Scrolls and look at the manuscript
No, you cannot.
fragments
And
yourself.
that's
I'm
what
No,
telling you,
Ezra,
bro.
Ezra.
I
The
can't even
Dead Sea
talk.
no,
You
Scrolls
telling
you're
are.
me.
wrong. You're
Hold
wrong.
on. Salaki Joel. The
You're
Dead Sea Scrolls
wrong.
are
The Dead
mostly
Sea
fragments.
Scrolls
Yeah, I'm trying to say I've seen them. You can. I
not
can
No,
give
no,
you a
you did
link
downloadable
right
not. No,
now.
no,
fragments.
Ezra. No, you did not.
No, you have,
That's
nigga, I
okay.
teach
Okay.
from them.
You don't
I
have to
teach
believe me.
from
It's
them.
cool.
There is no Dead Sea Scroll fragment of the book of, it don't exist. What you would find in the Dead Sea Scrolls is quantified in scripture and what they would consider entertainment text. How do the scholars decide what is scripture and what is entertainment text? Scripture was always bound in a codex. A codex is a book that's enclosed with a binding. So you would find Isaiah, Habakkuk, Malachi, the Psalms. These would always be in a codex. They would always be in a book form. Things that they considered Jewish fables or entertainment text would always be found on loose leaflets, like the Apocalypse of Adam, um, the Apocalypse of Moses. And they knew that these were not authentic texts, but most likely entertainment texts, things to tell around the fireside. They were not considered holy or to be respected by the Essenes. That's what we're talking about. Knowing that first, you don't even have Enoch. So stop saying you can go
Okay. I'll stick to
online
the
and
script.
get
I'll
it.
stick to the Old Testament. Okay. Here's Genesis 6.
Yo, wait,
Oh my
stop. It's not
God.
just
Genesis
about you.
verse
It's not
4.
just about
Okay.
you. It's not just about you. It's about people need to
Hold on,
learn this.
Joel. Salaki King. So yeah, Genesis 6. The brother already substantiated that when you go into that word that's translated as giant, it's the Hebrew word Napoleon, right? That
Let me read
word
it for you.
literally means a feller, i.e., a bully, or a tyrant, right? When you go into
Where's
the
your source on that one?
etymology, what?
What's your source where you're finding the word? Where are you defining that word? Because the word is it's Napalim or
You
Nepalim.
speak Yiddish, nigga. All right, I speak
No,
the
the
ancient
Paleo
dialect.
Hebrew is Napalim.
No, it is
No,
not.
no,
Hayu,
it's not. No, it's not.
Ba'aretz,
No,
Bayamim,
nigga.
Kahal,
Listen.
Wagam,
You're not
No,
a Hebrew.
Acharai, Khan,
that's wrong.
Shut
That's
up.
Ashar.
wrong.
Shut up,
That's
Moab.
wrong.
Shut up.
That
Shut
is
up.
wrong. That's wrong. You're wrong.
There's no sound in
This
Hebrew.
man said Filipinos are Israelites in his profile.
But
And he
first
said
be
his
right.
father's from
Like
the Philippines.
be right about what you're
You're a
talking
gook.
about.
You're
Be
probably a
be
gook.
be correct and exact
Now,
about what you're
Salakia, man.
talking about.
Salakia. A lot of Puerto Ricans went to the Filipinos, man. Went to the Hawaii. Went there was a lot of Israelites during the time, during the Vietnam War and all of that. So you can't just call the man a goat. What he's putting up there as Filipinos as Israelites, I gotta disagree. But we gotta be easy and watch how we call him. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. You're right, Chief.
Don't offend one of these little ones if he's one of those little ones. You know what I mean? Yeah, we all over the place. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
Okay,
We
you,
but
you,
got
you're,
some.
you're, you're
Chief,
definitely right, King Salakia.
okay, but
So,
be
Chief,
right
all
and
y'all,
exact.
yeah, Chief, you're right. You're right. But I
But
mean,
be
yeah,
right, like the
a lot
brother.
of times they look. I'm just saying, man. A lot of the Ephraims and stuff, you could tell, and a lot of it was mixed with Moab too. A lot of them do look like Moab too. So, it is confusion. But he's putting up the Philippines as Israelites. Nah, the Philippines is not Israelites, but Israelites are scattered in the four corners of the earth.
Yes,
Con. So this guy who has in his profile on IG, all right, damn Yahusha Hamelech La Yashar. All right, you don't know ancient Paleo Hebrew. That's not
correct.
Paleo Hebrew. All
That's
right,
right.
there's no E sound. There's no
That's
other that does not exist. All right, it's
what,
and there's no fuck, no sound in Hebrew. All right, the letter F is not even in the Greek.
no, I know I said
Okay,
Nephilim. I didn't say. I know I said Nephilim earlier, but it is Nephilim, or you can say Nepilayim if you want to pronounce it with the Y,
no,
because
no, it's
that
Napoleon.
character
It's
Yod
no.
No,
can be
Bro, bro,
pronounced
listen.
bro, bro. You
multiple
don't
ways in
listen.
Hebrew.
Listen. You do not know the Hebrew. All right. I
How you
actually
gonna
teach
tell
Hebrew.
me? I could read the
I,
whole.
shut up. All right. So it's
I can read it right
Napoleon.
now, man. You fake, bro. Bye.
This is why
All right.
brothers don't learn. This is why you can't teach niggas. Because they come to ask a question, but they really want to teach. And then the first time you correct them, they embarrassed, and now they have to fight you. You didn't know what you was talking about. That's not the way you pronounce the Paleo Hebrew letters, because those vowel sounds was not there. It's impossible to say the words like that. He was being nice by trying to teach you that. Slakia, go ahead.
No, you cool. So it's Napoleon. All right. That's the word. Right. It goes back to the Hebrew word Nepal, which is a verb, which means to cast down, to fall down, to overthrow. All right, and it's used in various different senses, right? But that's primarily. So let's see, for instance, right? Uh, the root word, right, Nepal of that name, right? It's not even a name, all right. It's a noun, right? We see this root word used first in Genesis 2:21, where it says the Lord God causeth. That word for cause is Nepal, right? A deep sleep to fall, right? So that word is used again, fall upon Adam. So again, fallen one, tyrant, bully, same thing. It does not mean a 90-foot to 1,000-foot tall giant, nor is it anywhere in the text of Genesis, the sixth chapter, where angels, right, actual angels who like Michael and Gabriel and Raphael and so forth came down and had sex with women. That's not there. What you're doing is going to Jewish fables, all right, in the so-called Book of Enoch, which is not, first and foremost, the Dead Sea Scrolls. You mentioned the Dead Sea Scrolls. There is a fragment of what people say is a quote unquote Book of Enoch. There's no codex, there's no manuscript for Enoch at all. Does not exist. All right. The translator who created that book was arrested for damn plagiarism and forgery. Okay, went to prison for that. So you're not. There's no such thing as the Book of Enoch. First and foremost, all the books that we have are post-diluvian. Right? Diluvian means flood. So there's no book that Enoch wrote or left behind. There was no carrying over of written text from Noah and his three sons
That is
into
correct.
the new world. That is asinine and ridiculous.
That is correct.
Okay?
The,
So
the
stop
book,
coming here with that Enoch nonsense.
I've read the book of Enoch. It teaches that there is a demon underneath the pyramids, and that's the heavy stone that's on his back. And that was the purpose that the pyramids were built. Do you subscribe to that theorem? Are we going to walk with that?
Right,
I kicked
right,
him off the
right.
stage.
Karnak, or there's a devil waiting to punch you in the face underground. Book of Enoch teaches that madness too. There's a lot of bones in this. I wanted to ask him, what does he think about hell? The Book of Enoch speaks about that craziness, man. That there's a devil underground ready to punch you in the face.
Right, right.
You
What
can't,
where this dude come
he
from?
doesn't allow you to disagree with him. As soon as you disagree with him, he gets upset. Like, yo, we're the ones on stage with mics for a reason. So you got to hear our contention with you You can't just come up here and say, well, if they don't disagree with me, I'm just going to argue with them. No, let us disagree with you and see if our disagreement makes sense. Deal with it, in other words. That's what's wrong with you guys, man. And then y'all get
Come.
emotional and run away, man.
And then why do
No,
these
I kicked
dudes
him off
come
the
up?
stage.
Why do these dudes come up here and they say that they've been learning from HOI for years, or they've been learning from this camp or that camp from years, when obviously they coming up here asking about or teaching about something that we don't teach. So obviously you're not learning. You're not learning enough. You know what I'm saying? Like why do
They,
they do
they
that?
they want you to start teaching that. That's the whole point. It's like if I box you in my favorite camp, now you're HOI. Now y'all gonna start teaching it because I got the codex right here. No, you do not. Oh, it's online. No, it is not. It is not. You know what you got a codex for? The New Testament, the Old Testament.
For Con, Shalaka, yo, Al, go ahead.
Go ahead, Adam. You got it. I'm just mad
Yeah,
because I hate
and
when people act
we
like that.
don't, and he learning from HOI. We don't teach that the Philippines is Israelites. Like where he gets that from?
Right.
And it bogged out, man. We teach that Israelites is at all four corners of the earth. We don't teach that the Philippines is Israelites, man. So,
Yo,
like you say, obviously he's not learning enough.
GOCC teaches that.
GLCC and the Elder Karash, he teaches that, and yeah, but GLCC teaches that the white man is can be saved and all of that too. Madness, man.
Con, I guess next in the queue, we're gonna keep it moving because I know this is about to be 2 o'clock out here.
God.
Israel came up. Israel.
Shalom, fam. I wanted to say, man, on that last brother's what he was talking on, man. I uh I said like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when I first moved to Atlanta, my brothers they called themselves universal builders, and they used to mix the Quran with the Bible, with the metanoia, with it was something else that they were using as well, and that stuff had me. I left away from all of those books for like 10, 15 years, man, until I came onto this understanding right here, man. All of that stuff is just, those books are not meant to be blended, man. And yeah, yeah. I want to comment on what the other brother was talking, man. Don't be blending these books, man. It's not meant for it, man. And when you start dealing with the book of the law, man, none of these books is meant to be blended with it. I feel, I feel. Not that I feel. I
Salakia.
know. I know. Peace.
Salakia.
I mute my mic.
Con,
Go
okay.
ahead, brother. Whoever says Salaki.
Um, the brother
And
is the brother is learning from GOCC. GOCC teaches it's a demon under the pyramid. Because I at one time when I first got in the truth, I used to follow GOCC. They teach that stuff. They teach why Esau can come in the congregation. You can be married to Esau. They teach all that stuff. But if you really are true Hebrew from HOY, you would know that you're not supposed to mix races. That's what the Most High said at the beginning, and He the same way now. So you're not supposed to do that. But that brother is learning from GOCC, and I yield the floor.
Con. Yeah, well, you could bring the book of Enoch to the barber shop. Bring it to the barber
Good.
shop. Oh man, you gonna have Jake in there thinking they so deep,
Hmm.
talking the blunt talk in the barber shop.
That's what people got to understand. Some of these Hebrew Israelites is going off, and I ain't gonna mention no group or nothing, but some of these are going off in the wrong direction. Some of they talk, but like the elder said last night, some of them have good parts where they strong at, and then they got their weak parts too. But um, I'm not going against GOCC. That's what they teach. If that's what you want to follow, that's on you. But I'm following HOI to the chariots fly.
Cool.
All praises.
Yeah, man. One of the indications or one of the signs that somebody's going off into something that's not accurate and not biblical is obviously is when they have their name with a lot of Yiddish vowels in it. That's a sign. But also, yeah, when they uphold like different tenets of Judaism, like different like little tenets of Judaism, that's when you know they're confused. And when they don't, and I'm pretty sure they've heard the Paleo Hebrew trumps the Yiddish, but when they don't want to adhere to like the truth, that those are clear indications that they following some off doctrines, and they about to try to bring out some off doctrines. I've seen a lot of them that have learned though, have learned from us, and they've let put those things down. But in the beginning, though, you got to be aware of that though too.
Brother Raw Wall, he came up. Want to add something?
Shalom, family. Yeah, shalom, family. Uh, this is Paul Ben Israel. You know, it's been a while since I've been able to be on Clubhouse. I don't know what's going on, but I got banned for a little minute. I don't know if some of y'all know who I am, but shalom. I just wanted to add. I was watching a couple videos because I do a little, research on different camps just to see what understanding I could chew the meat and spit the bones for them, There ain't no wrong with that, as long as you keep the basic tenets. And I was watching this camp, I forgot their name, FOPE, and
Oh boy, that's not a camp.
I you said what are y'all?
That's not a camp. That's a band of misfits.
I don't know, man. I feel like they got one of the craziest doctrines. Fuck yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's barbershop talk. Barbershop talk.
Yeah, blunt
Definitely
talk.
plug talk. Yeah, go ahead.
Con, 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 it's scary because I be trying to be as humble as I can. Anybody that remember me from being on Clubhouse before, I be trying to be as humble as I can, but some teachings just it get to me. They got a teaching that you gotta raise your wife, like actually raise them. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, Ariella. They got a teaching
No, I don't
that
listen to them
says
because they're idiots. I don't listen to idiots, so no.
they say you can't be with the mother, but you have to be with the daughter. So basically, you with the mother until the daughter get old enough to be with her. So you basically raising your own daughter as your wife.
That's pedophilia.
One of the brothers in exactly, and one of the brothers in Sakari was like, that's like a predator stalking his prey until it's time to kill him. That's similar to that. Like what? How is that not wrong? And what scriptures could they even use to justify that? That's
Who
that. But exactly.
who
Go ahead.
who said that in FOPE? Because I know they be off, but I've never heard them go that off. But you never know because they've been bugging out for a while. Who said that? Who said that in FOPE? Yeah.
Yeah, I heard they said that too. Because the
Yeah,
Yeah,
sister
but I don't.
Shavira,
Go
Hey,
ahead.
hold
Go
on a
ahead.
second. Hold on, Rob. 1 second. All right.
yeah,
If you're
I
gonna
heard that
make that
too.
claim, you gotta prove it, King. All right. We don't really get into that. Okay.
No, no, no. I didn't say I know exactly who said it. I
Yeah,
said
but don't
I.
bring it up, King. Don't bring it up. If you don't know who said it, we don't want to hear it. All right, don't bring it up, King. I don't mean to stop you, but I mean, don't bring it up.
All
Hey,
right.
Salakia. Hey, Salakia, hold up. He might not be able to prove it, but Sis Javira, she was in a room and witnessed them saying that because there was a conflict in that room, and I don't know if she want to bring out the whole story because there was a conflict, but yeah,
Yeah,
uh,
we
Well,
actually did a video when the nigga who was down with them was arrested for what's it, dealing with his daughter, the nigga that got kicked out of HY and then Cornerstone that run with them. When we was commentating on that, it was a video where they were saying that, and witnessed it, but I don't know the guy's name because I don't know who these niggas are because they're nobodies.
you could post could post a link up top if you want to that video, but yeah, it is proof out there that they doing that.
Salah,
Salaki.
let me just correct that. We didn't kick the brother out. He left during the split with CSI, and CSI kicked him out for smoking weed. Then he started his own little clique, and then he got with banging on the law, banging on the
Con.
law. You know what I'm saying? Not banging on Esau, banging on the law guy. So he got with him, and they started the Academy of Retardation. I mean, Reformation, and then that's when he, got convicted of being a child molester.
right, right. But the
Salaki.
only reason why I said what I said is, we already know the law when it comes to that matter. So Yeshaya, just to add on to what you brought out. Yeah, the mouth of two or three witnesses automatically established. So I don't want people just bringing out certain things and blowing out words about certain brothers without no type of proof or no other witnesses. So we just got to be careful with that. That's why I brought that up. All right.
Nah, you
Done.
right, Kyrie. You absolutely right. You know what I mean? They're not our brothers, but you're absolutely right. They don't do the will of the Father, so those ain't our brothers. But definitely, now we gotta have proof when we make certain statements and say certain things, because we got a lot of shit thrown on our names without any proof, and it's the Lord hates that. That's part of the 7 things that He hates. So keep that in mind. When you out here bringing out information on other people, always have your proof to line it up. You know what I mean? So you don't be out here looking like a talebearer.
Salakia.
Done.
First Thessalonians 5:21 says, "Prove all things, hold fast as which is good." So you do have to prove all things. Whatever brothers say, you got to prove it. And First John 4:1 says, "Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirit, whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out unto the world." So you got to know what you're talking about. And I yield the floor.
Shia, there go the sister right there. Sister, you talking about Shia?
Shalom, Elder Sarah. Thank you for being
Shalom.
here.
Shia, Yeshaya.
Yeah,
Shalom, sis.
come
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, sis. I mean, yeah, sis, go ahead. I
Sir.
think the brother Shia had mentioned you said you was a witness. I don't think Ari, we want to stay too long, but since Shia mentioned her, did you hear that, sister? You heard what we was talking about?
Con. It actually became a big ordeal. It was dealt with kind of behind the scenes. And it was a conversation where actually a couple of Negro only brothers called them out on it, and they was dealing with it with them on it. And a conversation that was had in reference to me, and they used FOP used some things in reference to me, and they did a 4-hour class on me trying to attack the Negro only brothers that was trying to combat against them on that. They were calling it a pedophilia doctrine, and I it became like a big thing, like, and it was like it was like 4 and 5 hour rooms that they were doing on YouTube, and it went back and forth for about 3 weeks. And the Negro only brothers nipped it in the bud because they were trying to attack them, and they felt like it was their responsibility to defend me in the matter because I was just an innocent witness in the room to the conversation. Because the conversation was about that doctrine, it wasn't about like their stance on um, their position as far as being Negro only and the battle against 12 tribe chart. It was more so about that doctrine in reference to whether a virgin can, whether a woman can be a wife without being a virgin, because that's where the initial conversation started. And the one guy was teaching that women could not be wives if they were not virgins, they could only be concubines. And that was the topic at the time that led into all of the other things.
And you said a brother from SOT did that?
FOPE.
FOPE.
Oh, I'm like, what? Okay.
No, King.
That's madness.
Right. So that's the proof. That's a witness. That's a witness.
Yeah, thanks, sis. All right, thank you, sis. Yeah, that's the proof.
The water, the water.
Uh,
Con, con, all praises, the water. Is there a
I do
specific
have
topic?
the link to the initial room and also the links to the YouTube, the back and forth YouTube between the two groups concerning the matter, just in my personal archive.
Con, all praises, sis. All praises.
Con, Ari, what you want to do, Ari? You move it down? What you doing?
Yeah, Sister Javera, do me a favor, send me those links too, okay? And yeah, I mean, it's up to her. She can stay up. She's part of the body if she wants to, or she can. You want to be dropped down, or you want to stay up here?
It doesn't matter. I could be available if y'all needed me to do anything, ping anything, or needed me to respond further.
Good. No,
Right.
Ari, I was saying what you want to do with the queue. You want to
Oh,
move it around, or
you.
what you want to do?
Yeah, con. Yeah, basically, at this point, it's a popcorn style kind of build right now because everybody already, added to the conversation. If you in the audience, you have any questions or anything you want to add to the bill, please raise your hands. You want to add something to the topic? It's a great room that we're having today. Just raise your hand. We'll bring you up to the stage. Just stay in order, and you can be part of the actual build. All right. This is your kosher brunch. The title of the room today is Messianic Lodges. All right, and Eastern Star, Blacks, Hispanics, and Native American culture. Right? Is it our culture? Right? If you think it is, come on up, all right, and be part of the build. And we got somebody else on the stage. Hey, son, what's going on? Welcome to the stage, son of Jacob. What do you got to add to the topic and the conversation? Please introduce yourself.
Shalom, my Eastern Star, and I had a question about it. My mom passed back in 2019, and before she had joined the Eastern Star like organization or whatever, and before she did that, I didn't have enough understanding about what it was, but I told her that it was a cult. Like I was jokingly saying it, but I was serious at the same time. And she turned around and joined it, and then next thing you know, a year later she died. So I just want to know, like, what exactly is it about it that's I mean I know it has some connect with the Masonic industry and all that. I just want to know what exactly is not of it. If y'all haven't spoken that already.
Yeah, actually, brothers has been touching on it since earlier this morning. But Elio, you want to touch on that a little bit and just give him a little bit synopsis on what the conversation and the topic's about? Just get into that.
Uh,
Man, everybody's in the matrix.
can I be heard?
Hey, Sons of Thunder. What I mean, I said Sons of Thunder. Sons of Jacob. Oh, go ahead, King.
Can you hear me?
Leo. Yeah, I hear
Can I
you
be
now.
heard?
The Eastern Stars are basically just like the female version of the Prince Hall Masons. Um, the Blue Lodge Masons and the what you call it, um, the Shriners, the Scottish Rite Shriners and stuff. They typically don't have their wives out there participating in it. It's a man only fraternity is what they call it. The black people always got to include the women when you go back to Egypt, and that's what they were, modeling everything after. So they made the Eastern Stars for the females. If anybody else wants to add any more information, they can. I gotta take a phone call.
No, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, they're essentially the female versions of the mage. That's it. Heavy craft, things of that nature involved with it.
Like you said,
Just
it's female of the Mason,
Slovakia.
female Mason virgins, but you're like Little Kim. She's an Eastern Star. I'm not sure Madonna. It's like a female version of the Masons, just position of power, and they subscribe to a lot of things that the men Masons believe in, like the brother was saying.
'Cause I think there's a sister in the audience who was a member of Eastern Stars that has since denounced any affiliation with them since coming into the truth. I'm not sure if she's available to give more insight from that perspective. Because even me myself, as someone who was a member of Alpha Alpha, a lot of times people, and again, it's a lot of barbershop talk, a lot of blunt talk. A lot of people who never were involved or know anything about you know masonry or you know certain things that go on during the pledge process of someone who's applying or pledging to be a part of a divine nine organization. They'll speak a lot of things as if they were there or they did it and they know anything. Like every time I tell someone, oh yeah, I used to be an alpha, they'll say, oh, they ask me about pledging, right? They'll make statements like, "Oh, gay things happen during pledging processes and things of that nature," right? I can assure you that when I was pledging, ain't nothing gay go down at all, right? Yeah, yeah, you may have some chapters of different organizations that engage in some questionable things or practices. However, a lot of our people who've never been involved at all, even remotely, will speak on things that they have no understanding or knowledge about.
Kind of the water for that, man. Because I've been trying to like because I have asked some family members who are considering like they just not joining they're in college, so they're just not joining these sororities and all that. And I have some older family members on my grandma's side or whatever who have interest in becoming Eastern Stars, but I never really know where to go to point out that this is not what we should be doing. Not in the Bible per se, but as far as like it's like history, like old history that we haven't found yet. You feel me?
Kai, let me keep it a buck with you, brother. Listen, niggas gonna do what niggas gonna do. Our people are hard headed and stiff necked. They're not. They're gonna do what they want to do. You know what I mean? A lot of times, our people have hard heads, and hard heads call for soft behind. So a lot of our people might want to get involved in those things, and our sisters want to do certain things. But again, you can try to tell them not to do it, or you can try to bring them to the uh to the water, so to speak, but you can't make them drink. You know what I mean? So even when it comes to this truth and showing our people, yo, we the Israelites, they may or may not, get down with it. You know what I mean, or accept it because our people are just hard headed. So I would say one, look into telling them and just inquire about the history. Uh, yeah, just look into it. You know what I mean? Look into the history and the origins and tell them to just inquire because our people just do things all willy nilly and blindly. But with that, I yield.
Con, I got you. I understand you now. Thank you guys.
No problem, King.
Shalakia,
Go ahead, sis.
the water. I just wanted to share in reference to the topic. I grew up in a household where my godmother, she was an Eastern Star, and I know her brother was a Mason, and it was always like they can't tell you the details of whatever that entailed. They were also from like the Louisiana area too, but it was always certain things about their spirit and things that went on in the household and just ways that they dealt with me as well. Upon coming into the truth and finding out about the affiliations with that, like some of the things that I experienced being connected to them made a lot of sense. And I do thank the Most High for, separating the ties with those people in that relationship in my early 20s, my early adulthood. But it was a rough childhood experience, I will say that, being in that type of environment.
Khan Shalakia. Shalom, family. Yahbashim Yashabrakatham.
Shalom, Yabashim Shabbatam.
It's a real interesting topic today, man. I was just listening. You guys are really well knowledgeable in this topic. All praises, man. The wad you were bringing out some real gems, man. Um, my personal experience with this is kind of similar, I guess, to most people. Um, my cousins, their dad was into this masonry stuff. I found out maybe about 7 years ago that my grandfather, who passed away when I was a kid, was into the Rosicrucian, and he was like a high-ranking member in that. And I found out through. It's strange because the Most High gave me a dream when I was a child that when he died, um, they had his body in the house, and there was like a whole bunch of men that was there, and they all took his body into a room and did whatever. I don't know what they did with the body, but that was the dream. And I'm like, this happened. This happened when I was a child. Maybe I was like 5 or 6 years old, maybe even younger. And I'm like, why the hell am I having this dream? And I had to go to my uncle, who is now passed away, and find out, my dad, who I also try to get answers from, he didn't give me no information, which makes me believe he's part of that shit too. Because it's like he's like keeping silent about whatever. He was the oldest son. My uncle, which was the youngest, said, "Yeah, Dad was into this stuff, and he used to dress up in his garments, and he was part of the church also, but he was also part of this Rosicrucian stuff, and he was always he was a high-ranking member, and he was like, oh, my mom, she had 2 miscarriages, and the miscarriages was kind of strange." And I was like, what the fuck? So um, that was my, you know, um, that's how I even found out about it. It was, the Most High gave me a dream, and I kind of started doing a investigation to find out about that. And at that point, the Most High had me in a season of praying and fasting and confessing the sins of everything and everybody and all my grandparents and uncles and stuff, because you never know who is dealing with shit and who is part of these programs and these systems and these societies. And you can't touch these things and don't get tainted. There's no way you can make covenants and oaths and contracts with these things and you don't get messed up by it. And I had a cousin who, he was in the military and he came out and then he wanted to like do business in the city he was living in, and a lot of the members of that city, in terms of the people who can sign off on contracts and businesses, were part of the Freemason or part of the Mason. And he ended up joining the Mason so he can get these business benefits. And this is the kind of underhanded stuff that goes on right around us every day, man. There's so many different types of people in so many different walks of life who are part of these societies because of the benefits of business, and they think they're going to get into it because of the business benefits, but they don't know you're signing spiritual contracts, and this shit is going to attach to you, as the scripture tells you, man. He who breaks a hedge, a serpent will bite him. And a lot of our people are getting bitten because they're going into it because of, one reason or another, thinking this is just a social group, a social meeting or whatever it is, just like a club. But this is more deeper than just being part of a club, man. And, you end up going into some serious stuff. I remember my cousin's father, he was part of it, like I said, and he died a really painful death, on his deathbed. I mean, he was just riddled. His whole body was just riddled with pain and suffering. Um, and I asked my aunt about it, whether she was part of it, and she was like, she was young at the time and she was a female, so they didn't solicit her to be part of it. And my uncle said they solicited him to be part of it, but he was the youngest and he didn't go into it. And my dad was the oldest, which means they would have definitely solicited him as well. And as far as I understand, my dad, he was a cop, and before he was just like getting in in the academy or whatever, he was a low-ranking person in the police, and then he just kind of shot up in terms of rank and notoriety. So, I think he was probably and still maybe still part of it because he never talked about it when I asked him, when I was asking my uncle, and my uncle was really forthright with the information. But my dad was like, nah, he don't know nothing about that. So you never know who around you, who in your family might be part of these things, because they don't really talk about that stuff. Some people may talk about it in the family and you might know, but a lot of family people who get into it don't even talk about it, man. So you never know if your auntie or uncle or parents or grandparents were part of these things. So that's as far as my knowledge and experience goes with this type of stuff, man. So me personally, I had to, like I said, the Most High had me in a period of praying and fasting for several months, man, to get this, to get a lot of stuff off of me that I never even knew was attached to me because of the things my dad and my grandparents were doing, man. And I yield right there.
Con. Yeah, man, like you said, they're not going to tell you, man, unless you bring up a conversation like this where like maybe some false information about them is coming out, or maybe a lot of truth is coming out. Only then may they even try to interject and maybe they might try to correct you, or maybe they'll expose, their emotions might expose something, but most of the time they're under control. They're not going to tell you. And that's why I pinged the wire back, because I wanted to learn some more. I wanted to hear some more of the insight that he has on some of these people, because being in it and being that close to it, he can help us see some of these things when we see it.
Hey,
But I,
Salak,
yeah, it was just real
let
interesting.
get into it because I got the notification. I'm about to shut down this room soon. So let the wild get into it for like the next 20, 25 minutes. And then we're going to have to shut this thing down, y'all.
Con. Hey,
Con, con.
Salaki, you through your shot?
I remember they cut you off, and the conversation went a whole different direction. So we could pick up back up there. That'd be cool.
Khan, I wanted to let me back real quick on something that Shemayim was just saying. And back when I was still in the world, I still dealing with Nation of Yahweh. They used to encourage us to join Mason lodges, and the Nation of Yahweh used to encourage us to join the Rosicrucian. And I was a 13th. I was a 13th level in Rosicrucian. And I tell you, a lot of those rituals and stuff that they do is serious, it's deep, and it's really on a level that we should already have started doing with our children. They teach their kids the name of the Most High at the age of 7 years old. They start learning how to speak Hebrew at the age of 7. They start learning to put down certain scriptures and picking up them in Hebrew. They learn that the Hebrew language has a different power to it. They call it the language of the angels, in like their secret service circles and stuff. One of the rituals that they do in the morning is before the sun rises. You got to get you a glass of water, room temperature water, and you have to face towards the east. And you have to sip the water 7 times until the cup is empty. Every 7 times, you got to say a prayer each time. It's 7 prayers for every Rosicrucian or Freemason on the planet. So now imagine you got five. The recorded number right now is like 5 million Freemason, 5 million Masons pay orders, like 2 million Freemasons, and like 6 million Rosicrucians worldwide. You got them all doing this at the same time before the sun rises in the morning. You have other rituals at different levels. That's why I kind of want to. The Rosicrucian, I mean the Freeman, the Masons is like a more public, dumbed, watered down version of Rosicrucianism. Rosicrucianism is probably the purest form of Freemasonry and Masonry that you're gonna get. And then to the far extreme left side of that, if the Rosicrucianism is the middle, the Masons are considered themselves. They'll consider themselves the right hand side. But people like the Fraternis Lux Occultists, they'll consider themselves the far left side, where they'll start teaching rituals. They start teaching their rituals at like the lower levels, which would probably be like the 20th degree or like the 15th degree in Rosicrucian or like the 20th degree in Freemason, where they literally talk about one of their ranks is like entered apprentice, learn magus, magus. And when they use the word magus, they literally break down lessons on prayer. To them, prayer is shooting out like meditational images to try to hack the energy of the Most High to get what you want. The Fraternus Lux Occultus, every night they say a prayer that's like in Hebrew it's like, yeah, it's Master of the Universe, and then they repeat the name of the Most High like 14 times. All this, and they'll literally even tell you as you keep going up, the highest rank, and I was saying earlier, is Illuminatus, which just literally means that you can tap into. They call it kicking down the door to heaven. That's literally what they call it. In the Lord's Prayer, where it says, "Thy will be done as on heaven as it is in earth." They take that verse to mean like you can kick down the door of heaven, and if you can push your will in heaven, you can get what you want on earth. That's like the deeper. That's like the deeper paid rituals and really the point of what they're trying to get to. The brother asked earlier, who are these people and what's the main point of what they want to do? The main point of what they feel like their mission is if enough of them can get the power to manifest on the same wavelength, they feel like they can change prophecies, change the way humankind is supposed to go. They don't want everybody to know the knowledge, because in their mind, everyone knowing the knowledge is as good as uh, everybody being Israel, the whole planet being Israel. To them, everybody knowing the knowledge is moot, because they don't even expect everybody to survive to the end. They know certain prophecies about the last days, and their whole point of contention is controlling their place of power in those days.
Hey, can you send me the spelling of that fraternal Lux Occultus? I'm gonna do some research. All right.
If I can, I'm actually pull the source out, like Brother Ari was saying earlier. Of that's a real secret left hand kind of side one. It means the fraternity of the light. Hold on.
So you said they main thing is controlling power in the last days. Like they feel like they're gonna be the ones ruling and having control in the last days.
That's their whole. I mean, that's their whole purpose. Like within the lodges, you're gonna hear, "Oh, Rosicrucians don't deal with Masons, and nobody deals with the Fraternists, Illuminatis, occultists." But in reality, like it's literally the same thing. When you get to the highest degree, was what the brother was trying to say earlier with the Shriners. You're gonna get to 33rd. That's the Scottish Rite. That's the one they don't talk about. You can't even be one of them unless you're bloodline Scottish. But then when you get to the Shriners, like he said, they put down the Bible. They pick up Aramaic books. They pick up the Aramaic books because they're trying to teach you about El. They're trying to get into El and not Baphomet, Baal. They're going to try to merge Yahweh with Baal and say that they were the same entity. And that's how they a lot of them kind of start moving more towards the left hand side. They feel like, yo, it's a literal chant on like the 6th degree of the Fraternus Lux Occultus. It's a chant that's like Lord and Keeper of the heavens. And they believe if you say that name, if you say that chant in Hebrew in your mind or verbally say it every day for 50 days, 50 times at the same time, that you're going to start literally breaking, like forcing your way into Christ consciousness through vibrations of the world. So that's literally their point. If they feel if they can all become Christ, then they can all move and do things accordingly. This is the whole reason why during the Renaissance period, a lot of these books was written during that time. Even a book by a lady named H.P. Blavatsky. Salaki, I'm going to be slowing down because I'm trying to put this link up for the Fraternal Lux Occultus. It's Facebook. Um, it was a woman named H.P. Blavatsky, and she was very anti-Mason. She was very anti-Mason, but she believed and she taught that every bloodline had a spiritual supremacy over another one, and each bloodline had specific powers and abilities that they could tap into in the spirit realm. Now, when she did her chart, she put us at the bottom. She said that we were low class and that we were shamanistic and that we never could really understand the things that we taught are the things that we knew, but they clearly knew that we was Hebrews, but they felt as if we didn't understand the mysteries and stuff that we had. So what they literally did is they took it, they separated it different classes. The secret doctrine is what H.P. Blavatsky and her group was called. Then you have the Order of the Mythic Dawn, or the Fraternus Lux Occultus, the Free and Accepted Brothers of Masonry, and then the Ancient Mystical Order of Rosicrucian. That's all. Those are all
Hey,
secret organizations that come from the
hey,
same group.
hey, Salaki,
Brother
before you
Damad,
get
I
to,
am an Illuminati myself, so if you have questions, I can answer.
all right, hold on, King. We definitely gonna come to you. But Salakia, that's why going along with what you were saying, that's why a lot of these bug outs come in this room and they talk like they are Christ. They talk like they are getting a divine revelation. This is why, because they're getting off now. Now we see that they're getting off into something else. They're getting off into Rosicrucianism, or they're
Con.
studying some left hand stuff, and that's why they're coming in here. And some of these dudes was what, ex members of GOCC. Some of these dudes are just some individualites. But these people, it's a lot of brothers, it's a lot of people going off, and probably they might be going off because they're going into that left hand BS that you're talking about. But yeah, I don't want to cut you off. I just wanted to make sure that, because we see these dudes all the time, and they come in here and they start talking like they Christ.
Again, King, man, he's one of them. I mean, like you say, we're gonna get to him, man. But if he start bugging out, man, you're gonna have to get on this kite and fly the hell out of here, man. All right, King, we ain't gonna take the foolishness, man.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
Hey,
just
hey,
here to answer
Salakia.
questions.
Hold on one second.
I'm gonna send you to the dance floor and see your
Hey,
moves on the dance floor.
all right. Yeah, real quick, just to add on to the point brothers are bringing out. A lot of it is for them, they think they can basically extend their time in this kingdom, right? This is why you got, books like,
Ari,
Jeremiah.
you pretty low. You pretty low.
Oh, all right,
it
y'all can hear me?
sound like you outside the car and the phone in the car or something.
Right, right. I'm gonna yield for now, brothers. It's a lot.
What you want to do? Because Shaw Paul said we got 20 minutes, probably 10, 15 now left. King, man,
All right,
Hey,
don't
the
don't
word.
don't
still
start
King
bugging out,
needs it.
King. Oh,
No,
Con.
Dawad, you
I'm pretty
finished
sure
up?
you got some good questions for King. You
No,
probably got
let
better
the wad
questions than
keep
we do.
going, man. Let the
Wait,
wad keep going, man.
nah, but Akim, this is
Oh,
King Raji. of Atlantis. We gotta hear this man out, man.
Hold on.
Right,
Nah,
right, right.
nah. I'm about to open up another room. We're gonna slide in there. We got 10 minutes in this room. Now I'm about to open up another room. Gonna slide up in there. And we're gonna have King, present his madness in that room. So let the wife finish out.
I just want to say that before I say
Hold on,
anything
King.
more, I
Hold
just want to
on.
say that
Hold on.
you guys,
I just said the wad, and this guy tried to talk. That's why he got moved to the.
Hey, before I finish up, I just want to say real quick, no, by their very laws, their very rules of secrecy and karma and all the stuff they believe in, you would never say that you're an Illuminati if you are one. You just wouldn't do that. That's just it's a common thing. Anybody in any of them lodges would know. Just like you won't find no Scott. There's nobody that's gonna walk up to you and say, "I'm a Shriner. Can I give you all the information I've been sitting here for 30 years to learn?" It makes no sense. It just makes no sense. But anyway, to wrap it on up, pretty much the suppression of the knowledge that they tried to decipher from like the pyramids, like the brother was trying to say earlier. The whole reason they'll even bring up the Kundalini and all that is because they take the story from Jacob wrestling the angel to say that you have to wrestle with your heavenly man to conquer him before you can conquer Jacob's ladder and you can send your angel up and down the ladder. They take allegories and stories out the Bible. They take stories out the Bible, histories, and they make it allegories with the Spanish Inquisition, a large part of that, if you look into the certain popes that was doing certain things, governors that was allowing Jews to be burned at the stake, a lot of that was planned masonry to suppress the knowledge of of things that we already had. The only reason that they went to Kemet, the only reason that they went to Kemet was because they was tracing the bloodline of Moses. They was tracing the footsteps of Moses to figure out who he was. So it took them to Egypt, and then it took the descendants. It took them to Babylon and these other places. The only reason they even, if you look in any Mason books or history, the only reason they even consider these places holy, the only reason they consider these places mystical is because Israelites spent a significant amount of time there. That's why if you look up, I was gonna pull up the picture earlier of if you look into like a certain degree of lodges, especially the African lodges, they wear fringes and border of blues on their robes. That's literally what they wear when they go into rituals and stuff. The right in the middle of it, they got the G with the compass, but at the bottom they got the fringes and the border of the blue. And I'm gonna yield with that.
God, you want to put the link up on top, Shaw Paul, to switch the rooms so we can start transferring everybody because the room is getting cut short.
Yeah, I don't know if he started the room. Let me see. Shaw Paul, did you start a room? Yeah, he might be working on it now.
I read, man. I think you got to log out, come back in because your phone is low.
Hey, yo, can y'all hear me better now?
Con, there you go.
Con. Yeah, might be working on it now. We'll give him a couple of minutes and see what's going on.
Hey, yeah. I was working on the room. I'm about to open it in the next few minutes. And I'm gonna put the link up. I'm gonna put the link up. So y'all could proceed. I'm gonna come back and throw the link up. But the thing about it um, is I need to get back into the HY to the Chariots fly room. So I gotta get back into that so I could Macabre on deck. Somebody gotta make me
Yeah, I'll make you an admin there. Hold on.
yeah, make me an admin there so I could put that room up in the HY
All
to
right,
the fly. This new room gonna be Illuminati versus Israelites.
all right. I'll create this one for now so that way we don't run out of time. And I'll make you a mod for it on HRT the Terrorist Fly for later dates. All right, but I'll set this one up. What do you want the title to be?
uh Israelites versus the Illuminati or Illuminati versus Israelites.
I got you. All right, Shalom. I'll be back.
You should put you in a 33-degree Mason.
So Dawad, do they Shlaki, do any type of sacrifices, human, animal, you know, things
Well,
like
like
that?
it's like they said you used to have rumors about stuff like that at like certain degrees. They said it's like the 22nd degree or something like that. You have to sacrifice a goat, and it's something like it's symbolic for sacrificing the Satan within you. And then they say that at the 30, they say to be a 33rd Scottish rite. They say you have to actually drink human blood from an upside down skull, and that you have to sit with 10. I want to say it's 10 or 11 people at a table. It has to be your closest brothers of the Mason Lodge. One of those brothers has to be the betrayer of you, and there has to be that one brother that you can't like from that point forward. Like he has to be the betrayer. You can't deal with him from that point forward. But you're drinking the blood from the skull because Judas allegedly went and hung himself afterwards. So like they literally, you can literally take the life of Christ and break it down into their all of their degrees. They even try to end it around the age that they believe that Christ ascended. That's why there's only that's why there's 33 degrees.
Hey, that's funny because when you study the Templar Knights, that's one of the things that they got burned at the stake for. There were skulls found in their dormitories that they were doing rituals with the skull, actual human skulls, drinking blood out of the skulls, and that's something that they were doing. So, wow, that actually, you know what I'm saying, proves the link up there.
Con. And if I don't know if everybody got that last link about the Paternus Lux Occultus, but the one I got up there right now, if you click on that link and scroll down, you're gonna actually see the Masons with the fringes and border blue on their robes.
Hey, before we close up, Sister Des, you came up. You wanted to say something?
She on the phone call, Elder.
Oh, come on. So yeah, it's a lot of history about those Masons, man, and like the brother brought out about how they were set by different so-called kings to go and keep secrets, like the Jesuits fight Ottoman Turks and all type of wars to keep certain secrets and that could not be revealed to the people, and just a whole lot of history with these Masons, man. And what they was trying to do, they claim that they got all these secrets that can't be revealed to the people, but we got the secrets. Scriptures tell you in Amos 3:7, the Lord will reveal nothing but the secrets unto his servants and his prophets, man. You know what I mean? So whatever they trying to hide, all these mysteries, the Lord already revealed to us in the spirit.
Con, and most of
God,
them will know that and actually admit that, and they'll actually admit that that's why they had to go to the walls. That's why Christopher had to go to Damascus to speak with Hebrews because they couldn't get that stuff on their own.
God, that's why this wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the Bible is the highest wisdom. The rest of that is poppycock, as bougie people would say.
Man, the
So,
first time I ever experienced somebody that was a Mason, I didn't know what the hell they was talking about. This was in high school. And Maccabees, it was your damn brother. It was Maccabees' older brother. And we were all from the same hood. So, but he kept talking about Solomon's temple. So I was like, okay, the brother want to go into the scriptures. So I didn't know what the hell the nigga was talking about. And he was talking to me like I knew they secret. like I was one of them. So I'm like, yo, brother, I don't know what you're trying to say. I do. You got me lost. I'm thinking you trying to go into the scriptures. He says, yes, but I am. But you got to know what we are, and do you know what's going on? So he kept asking me, do I know? Do I know? And I'm like, brother, I know the Bible. I don't know what the hell you talking about. So the brothers came to be the other brothers that was Israel in my high school. They was like, oh, that nigga's a Knights Templar. He's part of the Masonic order. So I didn't know what the hell it was, but yeah, it was a funny experience because he kept talking to me like I knew what the hell he was talking about, and I did have no idea. I had no clue.
Con. Nah, my brother used to bug. He wasn't even at the time. He wasn't even no Mason because you have to be. I think at 21, you have to be 21 or whatever. But he was in the Pythagoras order. I was in the same thing, man. And these dudes used to have us walking around the room talking about this is going to be our journeys through life is going to be like this. So we will go around the four corners of the room with blindfold. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. But you know, it's a lot of madness to that. And my pops, he was into the same thing. So that's why I'm just up here. I'm just listening. But a lot of the brothers, y'all pretty much brung it out, man. It's a lot of madness to it. Even with the Eastern Star and the star being upside down, it's a devil star. And then sometimes when we used to go to some of the well, we used to go to some of the getaway retreats or whatever, where we used to have our Mason gatherings or whatever. It was nothing but parties, man. They just party all night. You know what I'm saying? You go to different rooms, they got different parties going on. Now at the time, I'm not sure if they was doing any devil worship exactly going on with it, but it was just partying all the time, man. It's constant partying. You know what I'm saying? And they used to use the young brothers to help do construction, you know, so that way they can make some money, man. So that's what that was all about.
Hey,
Um,
Salakia, real quick. I got the link up there. Can someone, Matatawa, you here?
Shalom,
Hey, yo,
Akim,
I'm
Shalom.
gonna start the room. Come follow me to the room so I can mod you. Then we can bring everybody here. All right, I'm about to start the room right now, if you don't mind.
Con.
Yo, the what? At what point do they know they're deeper into something that they weren't sure about? I mean,
What?
like
Hey, you
worshiping
trying
the
to
devil and stuff.
Shemaya? You trying to go into overtime? Let's save that question for the next room. That's a
Con,
good
con,
one there.
con,
That's gonna be probably long winded. So
con.
everybody, if you're in the room, click the link on top. We're gonna move the crowd to that room. We're gonna continue the conversation. Just click the link on top. Uh, for the kosher brunch. Kwame Ashala.
Kwame Ashala, Ephraim.
Yeah,
You sound like Rakim, man. Move the crowd.
you already know. Ain't no half stepping. I gotta bring in that Big Daddy Kane. That's what they should have had battle against him, man. Should have had Daddy Kane going against Rakim. I showed him how Brooklyn do.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom. Everybody click on the link. All right, we started the other room. Click on the link. We're gonna move everything right to the other room. We're gonna continue the conversation over there. All right, we don't want to lose our replay. Please click on the link. Click. Get on the link. And when you get there, ping someone to the room. All right. Everybody should be out of here right now. Nobody should be here. No more edification is coming out of here. Click on the link. All right. Everybody click on the link. Get out of here. We're going to the other room.
Yeah, peace and blessings, Yasha Allah. We moving the conversation to the next room so we can keep this room on the replays. Because I definitely want to listen to this room again. So the water for everybody's participation, everybody's patience, everybody's earnest love and care. But we're gonna shut down this room, y'all. So y'all click on the link, man. I want to see everybody up out of here. Right? You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get the hell up out of here. Right? As Martin says, gets the step in. Gets the step in. All right. But not. All right. Got mad love for you, beautiful, but you got to get the step in. Ronald, Natazah, right? Mad love for y'all, Kalia. Mad love, Daimara. Mad love for you, but you got to get up out of here. Click the link, Renzo. Click the link. Click the link on the top of the screen. Mayum. All right, the House of Connor Wars. Shalom, Princess. Click the link. Rochelle, click the link. Click the link. Link is on top of the screen. Officer, click the link on the top of the screen. Shaq, right? Click the link.
Hey,
Tatiana,
ping me in there. Ping me in there. It's telling me it won't let me in.
they won't let you in.
Nah, I keep hitting it and it keeps saying our servers, something about their servers.
Yeah, hold on. Let me try and go in there and see what happens. Hold on.
cause the enemy to entreat thee
Stop, brother.
well.
I will call it the enemy. So your nation is still an enemy, but the Lord allowed you to do certain things, Reed.
Verily, I will cause the enemy to entreat thee well in the time of evil
See
and in
that?
the time of affliction. Sorry.
And in a time of affliction. So the Lord set that up for the enemy. You're still our enemies to treat thee well in the time of evil. So it's not you, it wasn't the Persian king, it wasn't none of that king. It's the most high that allowed your people to do that. But at the end of the day, you're still gonna get a judgment by the
Okay,
most high.
and you're
That's
also
what
going
we're
to get
looking
your
at.
judgment, right? Because everybody's going to get their judgment. So what I would
We
say,
already getting our judgment. We already getting our judgment.
so
A
hold on,
judgment is
am I
being
going to
under you,
speak
king.
or am I just going to listen on you? I just a question.
A judgment is being we judge now. That's why our nation is the way it is. We got our judgment. That's what Lamentations talked about. Our time of our judgment is over. Now he's going to put the affliction on the other nations now, and particularly Esau. We have
Deuteronomy
drank
30
our
and
cup,
7.
king. We have drank our cup. Now
So
it's your
guys,
turn.
can I share or is it
Give us a
guys? Am
Take
I
the
second.
here
topic.
only to
Anybody want to
listen to
move
you
on?
or what's going
What you
on?
want to do,
Stick with the
Ari?
topic.
You want to let this guy speak, and then I mean, he could get on this kite and fly the hell out of here.
Yeah,
You want to let him speak?
King, King, you're showing your true colors, man. You come like if you're crouching and you're humble and oh, I know my place, but you damn well don't know your place, man. You're talking over
Okay,
people. You're acting all out of pocket. And we're not gonna tolerate it, man. We know the tricks of the enemy, man, and you are our enemy, whether you want to act like you're a friend or not. But your colors are showing. You're talking about, yeah, you're gonna get judgment too, and you're gonna humble yourself if we are humble and inclusive. You are not gonna be included, King. You're gonna be included on the line of the people getting whipped.
okay, but I don't want to be included in something you create.
This is all the Most High. We didn't create anything, King.
Can
This
I
is
Con.
all
share
prophecy.
something,
You don't
or
have a
am I
choice.
gonna still listen, or are you gonna allow me to speak? I'm just ask.
What do you want to speak about? That was a
What I
question.
want to speak about is this: is it true that Jesus said, "And then you will know the truth, and the truth shall set you free"?
That's your question.
Yes,
Right.
is that
See,
true that
so
he
so
said
the
that?
That's
fact
your.
so the fact that you know that you're here to serve, that's what you should be doing. It should set you free that you know you're here to serve. Okay, so act like a servant, man, and stop
Yeah,
trying
I'm
to think
serving
you
you
know everything. All
information,
right,
but
just
no,
serve.
look, you got it
All
wrong.
right.
Look,
If
this is
look
the
look
thing. When
look
you think what a servant is, I am serving you information now, right? That's the most valuable resources. I'm
right.
sharing you the information so you can go back to Zion, but you don't want to listen to this.
No
I
no
have the
So,
we
information
so
not
on the
see.
location,
King,
but
you
you
have
don't want to
no
listen.
information. You have no information that is going to take us back to Zion. There's
Con.
Con.
nothing that is going to come out of your mouth that is going to take us to the next level. You are not Yahushai,
That is when you're
right?
wrong. That is when you're
Oh,
wrong.
Wait,
okay,
Salakia,
guys, cut him
could I
up.
make a comment? Salakia, could I make a comment? Yeah, Shalom, Yahaba
Go
Shem
ahead.
Yahshai Barakatah.
Go on,
Ain't
Go ahead, Andrew.
ain't it
Shalom,
funny?
y'all. Shalom.
Ain't it funny? Clubhouse is such a big app. There's so many rooms, so many different topics and stuff. But ain't it funny how they always seem to find a fetish to want to get involved and not even actually directly deal with the title of the room? There's always that carnal, wicked spirit of someone else that wants to somehow infiltrate, as usual, when we could have a perfect dialogue on the topic and they want to deter. Ain't that funny? They don't even want to just stay in the audience. All these black Israelites is talking crap, and what they're saying is wrong. So let me just leave and go to another room. There's like this weird fire in their skin where they feel the need to want to somehow. And King, obviously King's got something where he will bring us closer to Zion. This is the wickedness. I can't stand on this clubhouse. You don't need to stay. Why are you a
King,
fetish for the getting the whooping? Just leave.
Salakia, Salakia,
No, I don't want to.
King, King,
Look. No,
King,
but let
King,
me
King,
speak. You don't
King,
want to let.
King, right? King of folly.
All right,
What,
can you let him speak?
what,
I want to hear what he want to say, please.
what is the Pesach, King? What is the Pesach?
Okay, so can I share with you guys, or
No,
is it okay?
I'm asking you a question. What is the Pesach?
What's the Pesach? I don't know what that means.
What is the Lord's Passover?
Lord's Passover. I don't know the answer to that question.
So how are you gonna bring us closer to salvation? We don't know a damn
So
thing.
I'm going to share with you how. So
No, you
right
can't.
now,
You can't share shit. Just
but
ask
look,
you.
can I?
Just ask you basic questions. You didn't know a damn thing, King. You don't
Like
know
really,
nothing.
guys, come on. Can I speak, or are you gonna keep on with this? You
You
know,
can
you
speak,
asked me the
but you have
question.
to.
How am
King,
You can't.
how?
watch your tone. You're speaking to your masters right now.
That's
But
right.
you're speaking to the real king.
Watch your
That's
tone.
right.
But King, you have to.
Watch your tone and your attitude.
Yeah, I'm not even calling him King no more.
All
I'm
right, can you
calling him
please
Guys, I
let him
Raji.
really
speak?
don't want to.
Ra-
I want to hear
Raji,
him speak. Can you
Who
please
the
let
Jonas,
him
hell is
speak?
come
Jonas,
is
Hey,
out? Who's
Johannes,
this
you gotta
other
get your ass on
foreigner
the
coming
stage.
out of Mike, man?
Jonas. You and your dog are both dogs. Watch your mouth, right? Chill out. So Raji from Atlantis, right? You have no information, you have no wisdom that could give us for anything close to salvation. You don't even know what salvation is. Raji, I give you a chance to speak. Unmic and explain what is salvation.
Yes, perfect. So Zion is a big black mountain that the Greeks called, for example, Mount Olympus. You call it Mount Zion. The Arabs call it Hajar al-Aswad, and it's in the North Pole. Why is it in North Pole? Is because when you go to Mecca, they have created an artificial central point where they have a black rock, what they call this stone comes from heaven. That's the Kabbalah, meaning God's rock. Because in the North Pole, there's a big black mountain that is not artificial, that God created, and that is the central point. And if you want to go to the road to Zion, you need to know the direction. The direction is not to go anywhere in America, it's not to go anywhere in Europe, it's actually to go to the North Pole. And this is home. This is where we all come from the center.
What kind of Santa Claus
Okay.
doctrine is that? Hey, hey, listen, Raji. Was it Raji? Yeah, Raji. In the kingdom, you're gonna be a dolphin that's gonna be swimming in Olympus for us. Atlantis, in the great Atlantis Ocean. We're gonna brand you and we're gonna tell you to swim like a dolphin. And that's what you're gonna do.
Versus swimming at the liquor store like a dolphin. That's funny as shit.
So guys, I'm just saying to you,
Oh man, we don't care what you got to say, man. Like, just any of the elders were bringing it out an edification. Let's just listen to that. I don't care what he's got to say. Like, what was it? Psalms 50 verse 16. I hope you don't bring that up from the
if the
scriptures. What are you
truth is
doing with
going
the
to set you
scriptures?
free and you're not free, it's because
Don't
you're
read the
far away
Bible.
from the
Don't
truth,
read
right?
it.
No,
Leave the
look, if
Bible.
you are not free right now in your life, meaning also
Leave
financial,
the
hold on.
Bible.
If you are
Yeah,
not,
I'm financially
I'm
free.
reading the Bible. It's
Salakia,
not about that. I'm just saying, if you are not free right now
Salakia,
financially, that means that you are not
Salakia.
close enough to the truth. The
What's his
Hey,
people,
name?
King,
the
mute up,
organic
mute up,
ones, have gave
mute
you a
up,
program which
mute
you
up.
follow.
You're doing too much talking, man. Too much talking. Hold on.
Salakia. We not looking to be financially free. We looking to be free from all our enemies. But guess what? We are free. If I get a reader real quick, can I get let me get John 8 and
Okay.
let me
Before that, King, I just want Hebrews right quick. Hebrews 12 and 22 right quick before you do
I
that.
got you.
Khan, I got you, King.
Okay, Salakia.
Hebrews 12 and 22.
Khan.
The man don't remember what the man just said though. We gotta go to the North Pole. We're from the North Pole.
Chief, Chief.
That's
Right, right.
that's Rudolph, Blitzer, Donna. We gonna
Chief,
find
man.
the elves.
Yeah, just read. Then I'm gonna have.
God.
This man really
This
think we gonna
this
go to the
is
North Pole.
this is Hebrews chapter 12, verse 22. But ye are come unto Mount Zion, and unto the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem.
Go where?
The heavenly Jerusalem.
Where's Mount Zion?
The heavenly Jerusalem.
You like the Mount Zion is gonna be found in Jerusalem, man. Not no damn North Pole. Read on.
And to an innumerable company of angels.
An innumerable company of angels, man. I don't know what the hell this guy's talking about. The North Pole with a numeral company of damn penguins. I ain't not trying to be in the company of penguins, right? I'm trying to be in the company of angels, man. Go ahead, y'all.
He said it
Guys,
was a big black
Yeah,
rock, a big black mountain. He thought that was gonna get us by saying a black mountain or something. Y'all
Hey,
heard that?
Salakia. Ariel, go ahead with your point, King. You're going to bring out a scripture. Go ahead.
Yeah, Khan. I need John 8 and 32 first, and then jump down to verse 36.
John 8 and 32.
Yeah, Baba Gashaf.
This is the book of John, chapter 8, verse 32. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
So he wants us to be financially. He said we not free because we don't have financial freedom. But Hamashiach Yahweh Shah say the truth shall make us free. Now we know Psalms 119, 142. We know the truth is the law. But that's also a second teaching point to this. Jump down to verse 36.
God. If the Son therefore shall make you free, ye shall be free indeed.
So it's Yahweh Shah who make us free. We are free indeed. But what are we free from in this time? Because we're not going to have financial freedom or be free from our enemies until the Son make us free. But in this present time, we do have a current freedom. So go to Romans chapter 6.
God.
Just get verse 22 straight to the point.
Verse 20, what?
Verse 22, Baba Kashaf.
This is the book of Romans, chapter 6, verse 22. But now being made free from sin.
Being free from where?
Sin.
Yeah, that's our freedom. We are free from sin in Christ. So if the Son make you free, you are free indeed. Read.
And become servants to God. Ye have your fruit unto holiness, and the end everlasting life.
And what else can you ask for? Why would I need freedom from these heathens now when I can labor to get into everlasting life with Hamashiach Yahweh Shai? I just wanted to make that point for a quick second. I yield.
Khan, and this Negro, this devil, Shalakia, if we even call him a Negro, this devil trying to take us into the cold. You know, black people don't like that cold weather.
That's right.
We're gonna need vitamin D's and all kind of pills to live up there,
Yeah,
damn
nigga,
thing.
oh my god, you can need some penicillin going over there.
This man thinks because he told us that we got to go to the North Pole. When we go into the wilderness, we just gonna go looking for the. We just gonna try to go to the North Pole. That's what he think we gonna believe him and do that shit like for real.
It's crazy, man. You guys kicked him off the stage?
He kind of ran from that salvation.
He got kicked off. Now he inboxing me, telling me he can't find the room. I say, good. That's good.
Damn, he's in the Matrix. Matrix, man.
Khan, the wood still on the stage.
He claim he's helping us out, man. So I'm go to Atlantic and find some of that gold and bring it back.
Khan,
Yeah.
Salaki, right quick, Salaki,
Idiot.
to inter-
Right, cash up us 100,000. You want to help?
Salak, I know he kept saying servant, but he wasn't acting like a servant. He was trying to give info. Servants don't give infos for one. They take them.
God.
Well, I'm turning him. If he comes in the kingdom, I'm turning him into a dolphin. Keep on swinging it. Look,
You gonna put fins on the mark?
I'm gonna have him swimming my dog on his back. Gabar's gonna be on his back while he's swimming through the Atlantis. And I'm gonna tell my dog to come back and give me good report.
From crazy. Yo, that picture, A, from is mad funny, man. And you think about King and you look at that picture, man. That's hilarious, man.
Yo, I want Darwin to go back into his thing, man, and ask the question I asked before was, when do these people realize that they're in over their head? That they're, a lot of times, because it seems like a lot of these guys are also pastors and part of churches, and they're reading the Bible and they're part of these masonry groups and secret societies. Do they realize from the beginning that they're going into wickedness, or what stage, what level?
Salak before they answer. Elder Shower Pod. What was that? That was Hebrews 12 and what? I need to put that in my Revelation precept.
That's Hebrews 12 and 22, King.
The other one.
Shemaya, I think they know. Sometimes because I had a partner that I told him not to do it, and I told him about everything I knew, and he still went and did it. So I think they know. They just don't care.
I
They
think
got his
my
money.
my my, my cousin got into it only because of the business opportunities, and he was like, because he realized all of the people who signs the contracts and makes the approvals, they were all members of this order, and he was like, hey, he's going to see the benefits when he joins. And so maybe he was ignorant, maybe he was knowledgeable about the wickedness, but I don't know.
So, like, can I ask a question about the topic? Can y'all hear me?
Khan,
Hmm.
go ahead.
Kind. Okay. So, like, the Illuminati. I thought that was the Ashkenazi Jews.
Khan, they're all of these high level wicked people, man. They're all, when you look at the wickedness throughout the world, man, it's somehow Amalek's hand is always in it, man. He is the head of the Edomites.
Kind. So, I wasn't wrong.
Yeah, it's not just yeah, they're part of it, brother. But it's a lot of people that they have brought into the Illuminati over the time of the years. But you got what they call the Blue Bloods. The Blue Bloods was 13 families, really. You know what I mean? From the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Cushings, the Oppenheimers, and different families that they call Blue Bloods that came over here on the Mayflower. um those was like one of the originals of the Illuminati, but then it got caught up with a lot of things. You have people from France and Jesuits, and it's a whole lot of people that's part of the Illuminati. But the so-called Jews, they are mainly the so-called Jews, which is the Ashkenazi, the Rothschilds, which is one of the biggest founders of the Illuminati, the so-called Queen Elizabeth, and all these other devils, Queen Prince Charles, and all these devils. It's also part of it, which are Jews when you look at it. So those are the main ones. But the Illuminati is a lot of different individuals, mainly Europeans and Edomites. But they put Jake in like the Boulets, and certain Jake have certain. They use Jake. They have positions in it. There's a lot of people put it that way. But the Ashkenazis and the so-called Jews are the main characters in that. You got it, brother? Because the Rothschilds family, so-called Queen Elizabeth, and all of them can trace themselves back to Ashkenazi, Kazakhs, and so on. So those are the main, and a lot of the blue blood families They can trace themselves back to the Kazakh Empire in the 7th century. All right, you got it out?
So lucky, I think he got a phone call.
What's going on, Ben?
Shalom, shalom. All praise to the Most High. I had a question, and I kind of wanted to go off of the elder Shemaiah question when he asked Brother Dawad, like, when do ones know, like, getting into this, when do they know that they kind of going into the wrong direction or they doing some wicked, behaving in some wicked like behaviors and everything like that. Like, I want to ask Brother Dawad if he knows, what I'm saying, at what exact time do ones know?
The Wad, you there, Ak?
Nah, I think he left.
He's still in the room. He's probably away from his phone or something.
Oh, okay. What was the brother saying? What you saying, brother?
I went off of like I said, the elder Shemaya's question, just to ask when the ones know, like, when they get into the masonry and these different these different cults and everything, like, when do they know that it's wicked and that they like worshiping the devil?
Good. Shalakia, I'm not an elder, King. You could call me an older. I'm not an elder.
Con.
Salaki, what was the question?
Okay, my question was, when do ones know, like, when they get into masonry, Freemasonry, getting into the fraternities and sororities, when do they know that they're practicing like witchcraft and just wicked behaviors, or they worshiping the devil?
That's more like a I say that's more like an internal thing or internal matter of consciousness because they're not just going you're not just going to join the lodge and then they're going to be like, yo, I want to teach you how to be a warlock. They're not going to do that. They're going to ease it on you practice by practice. If you got the eyes to be like, hold on, wait a minute, what am I, you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, at like the 15th degree, they tell you to build a shrine in your house. You have to learn different forms of mysticism. So some people take all that to be like, hey, it's just different, it's just deeper knowledge, and some people run from it and be like, yo, this is witchcraft, you know what I'm saying? But I think when you're at the point of a 28th degree and you're talking and you're preparing yourself to sacrifice a baby and go drink some blood out of skull, you know what I'm saying? Like you know what the hell you're doing at that point. You just don't care.
God, now, like the brother Salaki, like the brother said, you don't never know they trick you into it. Like that's what the devil do. You know what I mean? Like you take a guy like Anton LaVey of Church of Satan in 1969. You know, he will do things like he will tell people that, well, if God made that feeling of lust in you, and it's a natural feeling, then why is he punishing you for that? Like they would do certain things. You got free will and trick people into believing right is actually evil is good. So you know what I mean? A lot of times, you know, it's up to the person, like the brother said, to acknowledge that it's wicked. But a lot of times people is just tricked into doing them things, and it's only the spirit, if they have the most high, can show them, because the devil comes through so many different methods. He got the new age movement. Like people are practicing witchcraft through new age movement, but they think that's something right. So it's the tricks of the devil. That's why the scriptures, like I say we're not ignorant of Satan devices. You see what I'm saying, brother? So that's like if for somebody to really acknowledge and say, "Oh, well, we drinking blood now. Oh, this is devilish." You know what I mean? That's really up to them to see that it's wicked, and you know that can be any time period. They can acknowledge that when they truly understand. But we know that the devil is very crafty. in the way he tricks people into dealing with sorcery and witchcraft. That's what they do.
Con, con. Dawad, do you know when do they actually start making like serious oaths and contracts, and when they enter into these societies, man?
You make your first oath. You make your first oath after when you decide to be a, um, a paid and accepted member. Like that's what I was trying to tell the brother, not the brother dude earlier. It's like you can, if you ever meet somebody who says they're higher than a certain degree, but they are Freemason, that terminology doesn't exist, because if you're saying you're a certain degree, you're literally saying I paid blood, I paid experience, time, my family, my life, money, and dues into getting to this degree. So it makes no sense for anybody to be like, "Oh, I'm a 33rd degree Freemason." It's completely contradictory in Mason language. You know what I mean? So like you start saying oaths really in the beginning, they just get serious, more and more serious. When you get to like the 5th degree, you say an oath of secrecy, and really it's like I would say it's more of an oath of deception, but they call it like a oath of aversion, or like if somebody asks you about certain stuff, you can give them 10% or like 5% of it, but you can't really give them the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like if somebody come and say, "Oh, well, what are y'all doing? Are we just studying Christ?" Or like the brother said earlier, we're just reading the Bible. They don't know when they read the Bible, they're literally taking people's names who were like aggregates in the Bible. Like Hiram Abiff is a good one, because they took him, made a whole legend behind him, made a whole book about him, when in reality he gave us some gopher wood or something, like he gave Solomon some gopher wood or something like that. They make him out to be this African king that came with Solomon, and him and Solomon was in the top of this tower breaking stuff down, and Solomon was sending out demons to go to his country and cut down these trees because they were the only thing that could find it. You know what I'm saying? Like they build mythologies around it and be like, "Oh, this is the secret knowledge that we got from I forget his name. It's like Robert Spencer or something like that." And he's like the father of the guys that kind of like brought masonry back, because masonry went through a decline about the time of about the time of the slave trade, the Arab slave trade. It went through kind of a decline with a lot of like the mystic traditions and stuff they was going through. And this is pre Christopher Rosencroft. So like I said, a lot of this stuff is just long traditions. But just to answer the question, they make oaths to hide these stories. They make oaths to hide what they're doing. If you pretty much know you about to do something bad or something that's not considered smiled upon in society, if you know you finna say an oath, any kind of oath.
Con, con. Now, there's many times I see, because my understanding of it is, like I said, my dad wouldn't mention nothing to me about this, and I'm pretty sure he's part of it, you know. Um, and but sometimes you see people with signs, Freemason stickers on their car, or little seals, or different things. I would think that that is also kind of like not keeping a secret when you got a big emblem on your car saying, showing that Freemason. How does that fall into it? I thought it was like all to be secret and not to be.
It's because you got different sects within the lodge. You got a Freemason, which is literally you can literally Google and pay $5 for their books, and it's like an introductory. It's like free promo to them. You know what I'm saying? But the people who can put the emblems on the back of their cars and stuff, they don't have no information they can tell you for real. They don't have any real they don't have any real information on like the networking and how stuff move. By that point, they tell you not to do that kind of stuff. By that point, it's like being a blood. It's like being a blood, and they don't let you flag a certain way till you get a certain rank. You know what I'm saying? Get a certain level. It's the same way that way, but inverted. Like they'll let you do what you want in like the early stage. You can walk around and tell them, "Oh, I'm a Mason. I've been reading these books. I'm a Freemason," and because you're not really putting in no work, you're not really paying no dues, so they're not gonna really tell you nothing. But when you get to the point where you get a card, I used to have an actual card, a Rosicrucian card, and he used to say what lodge you're in, and it had like different emblems on the corner to say what you had done and what you hadn't done. So like even in within the lodges there is like you can have the emblem and you can get pulled over by a cop that's a Mason, but if you ain't really nobody within that, your ass is going to jail.
A lot of these dudes, man, that have them emblems, they like I said, they're like first degree, second degree, like Freemasons, man. These guys don't have no real understanding on what they're into. A lot of them are doing it just like what the brother said earlier. They trying to get connected so that way they can get a good job or they can have some type of pull, you know what I'm saying, or somebody that, have some type of power. But other than that, man, a lot of these dudes don't even know what they getting into. Now you have some that are really deeply invested into the whole Masonic thing. But a lot of these dudes just get into it just because they trying to feel like they know something or they're a part of something.
That's the fish. That's the fish hook. That's the bait. I'm gonna teach you something you don't know about this. You know what I'm saying? And then before you know it, you walking down that hallway with them checkered floors. You know what I'm saying? It's just like the elder was saying earlier. Them crafty devices. It's real wickedness.
Con.
And they're sworn to secrecy, and and they use codes among each other and certain words that they say, which you automatically know the person's a Mason by just something that they say to each other. They got all these sides and these words, and then, like I say, a lot of them is really sworn to secret. I know Masons. They really fear giving out secrets. They like they gonna die. And the heavy thing about it, it's a lot of stuff like certain names like Honorable, like you hear Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Honorable Louis Farrakhan. Certain names, when you trace these names, they go back to Masons too. You know what I mean? And it goes deep. It goes deep because a Mason is not supposed to rebuke another Mason outly in public. You know what I mean? And that could have even led some people suspect to Elijah Muhammad not wanting to rebuke Kennedy's, what I mean, out in public because that's a sworn thing that they're not supposed to rebuke another Mason out in public. So you won't see Jesse Jackson or these guys talk about a lot of these politicians out in public. That's a sworn secrecy. So it's real. When you look at it, man, it's real demonic, man, because you can't rebuke somebody, even they're wicked. You're sworn to the secrecy of masonry, but you're not supposed to rebuke another Mason out in public, even if he's wicked or she's wicked. So now how you gonna get correction? That's what I'm saying. That's why these leaders like Jackson and these guys, they're sold out because they're sworn to certain things that they gotta do and they will never correct or do anything or tell the truth. It's just off.
That's wicked. That's wicked as hell, man. And going back to what the brother Dwight said, you know what I'm saying? These cats be chasing power, end up walking down doing some type of ritual, and that's when they should know. That's when they should know that they're serving another god. You know what I'm saying? Like walking across the sands of fire. These different rituals that they do, it's like, I've heard people say that they didn't know they was a part of a ritual and they didn't even know it. Yeah, it's a lot of people that could be a part of rituals and don't know it. Just like Maccabee said, some of these dudes don't even know what the hell going on, right? But if you warn a person, if you sit there, if a person is warned and they go and they do research and all of these people are saying don't do it and they still do it, that means they don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna make no excuse for them. That means they don't give a damn if they fall into wickedness. They just all they care about is money. Prestige, getting a position, and money. And that's the biggest problem. It's been the biggest problem with our people because, the love of money is the root of all evil. And it's that love of money and status, the covetousness, and all of that that take these people left. And to be honest, they end up being our enemies. These people are not your friends. These are the people that's gonna be in the last days that's gonna be pointing you out. Oh, that's an Israelite that live right over there. He lives upstairs, apartment 5B. Those are gonna be the people that's gonna just gonna rat on you. These people are not your friends, man. So don't forget that part
Hey,
that I hear.
Salakia, they call us Kaiwins. That's what they call Israelites. They call us Kaiwins. It means kind of like it's like a cross between a snitch and a priest. That's literally what they call it.
Right, but they can tell them where I'm at. I don't give a damn because you can see I said come in. Come on in. I got something for your ass.
Yeah, this is some heavy stuff, man. Hey, Kaya, how you doing?
I'm good.
You gonna add to it, sis?
Yeah, so I heard about like the music industry and like they have secret codes I found out and I was wondering like they even have people who say they're Israelites who like they sing and they're still singing in like the secret code that they're talking about. And I wanted to know like is it bad to listen to like music with like the secret code and like to make music with like the secret code or like is that wrong?
What do you mean to produce music that has the mesmerizing portion to it? I mean the code to it.
Yeah, like I was noticing that in songs, like they usually talk about like secret things. Like they talk about like they always talk about cars and stuff or like keys. And then someone was saying that it's like Illuminati, and I was like, so does that mean that like um we shouldn't listen to some of the stuff that has like cars or stuff like that and keys and stuff?
Salakia, I can speak to that. See, what you need, sister, is you need to make sure your foundation is in the scriptures. And the reason why I say that is because we need spiritual discernment whenever we're listening to these musics, not to let the vibration of what you're listening to come upon your spirit. Because everything that's made in the music business, when you get to the entry level, because I was in the music industry for a few years, right? When you get to the entry level, it's not as in detail as when you get to the upper levels. And what I mean by that is when you deal with the Freemasonry and you're dealing with people that are in secret societies, they have the engineers. It's like a circle of engineers who make mix the music. It's a circle of producers that are on a high level, and they work with the top artists. They get recycled. You see the same engineers working with the top elite artists, the same producers working with the top elite artists, and they are part of these societies. And it gets so deep that the engineers they may even mix a song on a certain frequency. Like everything is about vibration and frequency as well when you're dealing with the music, because music alters your mood. All right, that's a scientific study that music alters your mood. That's why our people that's in Chicago and they listen to drill music, you have that low vibration from the 808s, right? And you have the vibration from the speech of the music and the chants that our people are chanting in the songs. They don't have the scriptural foundation, so they go out and they're shooting and killing each other because the vibrations of the music is also taking over their spirit. You know what I'm saying? So you have to have that spiritual discernment and embed yourself within the laws of God so that when you go ahead and you listen to music that may be on the left hand side, and I don't advise that you everything is a balance. So I don't advise that you submerge yourself in left hand music without listening to something that's righteous. Because all of us, you know, we came from the world and we still got we still got artists that we still may listen to that are worldly, and you know we admit these things. I admit that, you know, because I came from the music business and I always listen to R&B artists and different kind of artists, but I'm not soaking up the vibrations of the messages of the music. You know what I'm saying? Because my foundation is scriptural. So you can still make music, sister. There's nothing wrong with making music. Our foreparents in the scriptures, they made music and glorified the Most High. Even on the new moon, you read in Psalms 81 how our people had timbrels and harps and were making music and dedicating it to the Most High. So music is our foundation as a people. That is our culture, the music, right? But you need to make sure that you're embedded in the truth of the scriptures, all right? So you don't go off in the spirit. I yield.
Okay, thank Khan. Like, cause I wanted to know, like since you're like they use different words and like they say if you use all of those words, then like the music will kind of sound like better. So they're like, so like people who want to make music, like they should use these words if they want their music to sound good. Like, should I listen to that or?
There's okay. I think that's a myth. Like when you listen to Future's music, for example, right? Let's look at Future when he first came into the industry. And he had, and still to this day, Future has songs like, let's say, "I Got the Keys," for example, with him and DJ Khaled. I got the keys, the keys, the keys, the keys. It's a chant, all right. So it's like I said, it's a chant, and it's a what's the word I'm looking for? Damn, it's a
Like a
specific.
spell,
You said what, King?
like a spell, like a ritual, like
Yeah,
like
it's
Reiki.
like a right. It's like a spell and a ritual. And you ever was listening to a song on the radio, and you didn't like the song. Say you don't like this damn Future song, or you don't like this song that got all these. It's repeating the same thing over and over, but you can't get the damn song out your head. Right? That happens to all of us. We might be listening to the radio, and you hear a song that you don't even like. You be like, "Yo, man, they making the same music over and over," but you cannot get that damn song out your head.
Getting brainwashed.
Right? It's a chant. All right, it's a spell.
Hey,
So,
Salakia, that's
Salak,
why I listen to instrumentals, man. Cause
Khan,
Lord. And by the
Khan,
way, Matatu, I make some hard shit. Salakia.
hey,
Salakia, I think the word
the
you're looking
water king,
for is
all praise.
mantra.
I mean, you can use mantra, but I was like, because it's a word that I use like because I produce music, right? So, formula. That's the word that I'm looking for. A formula. So, the people in the elite status of the music industry, like you have your futures, and you have your top echelon artists, and they have this formula, but the formula is about the ritual chants in the music. So those things will penetrate your spirit. And if you're, the scripture speaks in Ephesians about putting on the whole armor of God. And the armor of God is the word, the laws and the commandments to guard your spirit from any type of demons that may be wanting to penetrate. Satan's devices that may want to penetrate your mind and seek to destroy your spirit through the things that you love, through the things you enjoy. All right. So you got to make sure you got that spiritual armor on before you even get into, like, you can listen to that, but make sure your spiritual armor is all the way on. You got your boots on, like, your helmet, your sword, and you're ready for war. You know what I'm saying, sister? So it's no problem with making music, but you have to glorify, according to Colossians 3:17, we glorify the most high in Christ through all of our deeds, through our word and our deeds. You know what I'm saying?
Con, yeah.
Yeah,
Con.
Salakia.
Yo, so
Salakia.
Matatawa, I know years ago, me growing up, they used to play records backwards, and you used to hear, people making all kind of chants and stuff like that when they play the music backwards, and that kind of dwindled away. You don't hear about it no more. I don't think they ever stopped. Do you know anything about that?
Well, like I said, it goes into the upper echelon. Like you hear certain Beyonce records, or you got certain Jay-Z records, and they do that on purpose. Like all of these things are planned out. Like I said, they recycle the same engineers and the same producers, and they're choosing certain samples. Like you may have Masonic groups, right? Music groups like the Beatles, or groups from the past that may have been a part of Masonic orders or high upper echelon orders that had this knowledge passed down to them. And in their music is embedded messages. They know which samples to use in the music. They know what producers to use. The producers know which samples to use because they're all a part of this order and they're selecting the music. Everything in the music industry is really a mirage. It's really planned out, man. From on the upper level, like the top level, on the base level, I don't think that's what's going on because you still have some type of autonomy over your creation. But when you get to the point where labels, right? You got the synagogue of Satan, right? The Jewish people that run the music industry, from all the executives from Columbia to Fox to the movie companies and production companies, all the CEOs and co-founders of these companies are the synagogue of Satan. So when they had these, you submit your album for review. That's what you do. Like whenever you're in the business and you sign a contract, You're submitting albums, and they have to have a council about the music that you're putting out. Certain songs won't get out, right? So that's why you have an imbalance in the music industry. It's nothing but death and destruction being put out to our people because it's a strategic council to put out low vibrational music to the rest of Israel. If you get what I'm saying.
Hey, Salaki,
Con.
I can add on to that. They are heavy into vibrations and music and frequencies, different frequencies, using different frequencies, swapping out different frequencies to make different sequences. That's the word I look for, sequences. That was deep what you just brought out.
Slakia. I used to be in the music industry, but I know that they take your master and they take it into a room with some witches and warlock and they pray demons into your music. And then when you pass your music out to the to the audience or they pay for your album or whatever, um, the demon they pray the demon to attack you or you get possessed by the demon. I know that.
Salaki,
John Todd.
I know. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I know that they. I know it's all like a sequence. Like I know on Tuesday, that's their day to Mars, or they'll say to Archangel Michael. And on that day, like if somebody's got a fight or something like that, they'll dedicate it to like that day, and they'll ask for the Archangel Michael. They believe he's under Mars, the planet Mars, God of War, and they'll do certain frequencies on like that day. I know that for a fact. Like each day means something to them. Like Wednesday is the God is for Mercury. Um, yeah, it just goes deep. It goes deep, bro.
It's all a strategy, right? It's all strategy, and I had to realize that's why I couldn't be a part of the music business. It's no two stepping in the truth, man. Like when you come and you decide to serve the Lord, you cannot dip and dab, in the devices of Satan because they control the music, man. They're controlling the music, and if you're not down for the agenda, if you're not down to be a part of these secret meetings, right, that take place in the music business, and that's all a part of Masonic order from the higher ups, and now people have no clue of what the hell they're getting involved in. You know what I'm saying? Until a certain point. Until a certain point, then you may have knowledge that you're a part of these things. But from the low levels up, they don't have knowledge of it. So does that answer your question, Sister Kaya?
Yeah, yeah.
All
Also,
praises.
sister. Also, sister. Did you about 10, 12 years ago? You didn't hear Jay Z? They did a back masking of the album where he go 666 murder murder Jesus. Y'all don't remember that?
Time.
That put it in perspective right there.
That's
Con.
true. But
That's right.
I knew they was doing that a long time ago. They was doing it long time ago. This is about 20 years ago they was doing it. I was in the music industry and I had a group and I couldn't sing, but I could play the keyboards and they didn't want my singer and they didn't want the other dude that played keyboard. They wanted me. And then they tried to get me to go to dinner with them, and some bunch of guys wanted to take me to dinner and do some kind of orgy ritual. I wasn't with that, so I quit. I quit and never
Khan.
went back to
Kana,
music.
Kana. It's a
Salakia,
lot of.
Salakia, real
Go
quick,
ahead, King.
My bad. Real quick, I play chess with this he's a guitar player. He's a guitar player in his six, could be 70, right? And he's like back in like the early 2000s, he was supposed to go to the studio and lay some tracks for an album. Like so he was going to the studio. He said he saw Jay-Z. This is what he said he saw. He saw Jay-Z come, and when he went to the door of the studio, Jay-Z and the synagogue of Satan Jew was in the doorway kissing. And I don't know if I wanted to believe that or not, but he said it with confidence, like like he saw it.
him and the studio dude kissing in the doorway of. Well, anyway, I just want to throw that out there.
Man, listen, man, brothers got to come with proof on that. See, I won't put it past none of these entertainers. I won't put it past none of these entertainers, but cats be saying some crazy shit. You know what I mean? Like, because you got to understand, to make an oath with Satan, you could either bend down or bend over, or bow down or bend over. So everybody don't have to be a sodomite. You see what I'm saying? There's other ways you can get in. You know what I'm saying? But I still don't put it past none of them. I don't see I don't see no suspect play of Jay-Z being a sodomite, but a Satan worshiper and dealing on the left hand side, hell yeah. Do I believe he's part of the boule? Hell yeah. But to say you seen him kissing a white Jewish man, like there got to be some proof. You know what I'm saying? Like, I, why
Hey,
when a
hey,
man seen that, why when a man seen that he ain't pull out his camera phone and take a clip.
hey, brother
Like
Harrell. Hey, brother
Ephraim,
Harrell, I believe you. I believe you, man. Cause I be
Ephraim.
out there in LA, and I know you do see a lot of stuff, bro. You meet a lot of people that you won't necessarily meet, and sometimes there's things do happen to just regular people. But go ahead,
Right. I think, but the thing with that, the sodomite thing is the main thing that they use to control people. So, this is what these guys do. So, if they have films of you doing certain things, what I mean, that's the main thing they're gonna use to shut your mouth and keep you quiet. You know what I mean? They
Ah,
know that, and that's the biggest thing. That's one of the biggest sins against the Most High. Even though all sins can be forgiven, except blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, but that's one of the biggest sins against the Most High. So they use these things to hold and trap you. And we will never be able to say directly because what I mean. We're not going to get into that level more than likely to actually see Jay Z and these guys going into rooms. But we've been told from these parties. Even Cat Williams tell you a lot of these guys at these parties they getting coked up. They dealing with these guys and anything is possible. I heard a lot of rumors on Jay Z too. There was a guy that actually come down to the camp. Now this he said we should have asked him for the pictures, but he was a paparazzi guy, and he say that Sabak knows him. He came down to the camp and like that was his job to follow and take pictures of these guys with the paparazzi. And he said he got pictures of Jade as a little sodomite that he deals with down in the village, and he's always down there in the village. And he takes pictures so that they can have certain things, and they actually sell it to different corporations, which is crazy. So they can have things on these guys and blackmail these guys. So like, it's just a lot of things in there. But yeah, I wouldn't put it past these guys at all.
God, Salagi, I don't mean to change the topic, but it's still the same topic. I just want to read something just to show you where the musicians come from. From the from the lineage of the musicians of where it came from. This is Genesis. This is Genesis 4:17. I'm gonna read down. Right. It says, and Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch. And he builded a city and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch. And unto Enoch was born Irad, and Irad begat Me- Mehiel. Mehuel begot Methuselah, and Methuselah begot Lamech. And Lamech took unto him two wives. The name of one was Adar, and the name of the other Zillah. And Adar bare Jabal. He was the father of such as dwell in tents, and of such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Jabal. He was the father of all such as handle the harp and organ. So when you read that, the lineage of Cain's children began, you know, that spirit dealing with the harp and the organ, dealing with the instruments. So you dealing with this is ancient, you know what I'm saying? This is ancient spirituality of understanding of the the right and the left, you know, the universal language of music, where it can take you to, and the realms it can take you to, your train of thought. But just know that it originally was given uh through Cain's children, you know, dealing with those instruments. And it tells you the 22nd verse, it says, and Zillah, she also bare Tabal Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal Cain was Nama. So it just shows you those instruments was given through the children of Cain. You understand? So spiritually, we all, well, not we all, but most of us know the spirit of Cain where it regenerated too. So yeah, these was part of their blessings. So just keep that in mind. Esau know what he does with that music. Now you
I'm in love with the cold. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
God, I ain't gonna hold you. When that song used to come on, and I was in the clubs. I used to look around to see who was singing it passionately. Then I used to roll up on them and say, "Yo, I got that." So, yeah, these songs carry hella vibes, man. You know what I'm saying? They carry hella vibes.
Calm, but we know that the Most High gave us the music also on the right hand side, and that's why King David was such a good musician. Somebody give me Ephesians 5:19, because we definitely supposed to deal with the music, but in righteousness. A lot of camps made that stupid comment that we ain't supposed to listen to music or some kind of craziness. They saying we ain't supposed to deal with music or you can't rap or all of that. Nah, that's not what the Lord is saying. If somebody can give me Ephesians 5 and
Con,
19.
Con,
This is the
oh, you got it?
I
Yeah.
got it.
All right.
This is the book of Ephesians, chapter 5, verse 19. Speaking to yourselves in psalms and hymns and spiritual
Speaking to
songs
yourself in songs and hymns, that's what David was doing. Because David was a musician. Read on.
and spiritual songs,
And
singing
spiritual songs. So we supposed to be bringing out spiritual songs on the right hand side, not like these devils or the seeds of Cain. On the right hand side, come on,
singing and making melody in your heart to the Lord.
making melody to your heart to the Lord. So we ordained to do spiritual songs to uplift our people and bring our people back to the Lord. But of course, a lot of the musicians is under the influence of drugs too. When they make these songs, like Pac will tell you, man, you have to have a blunt in his hand, you have to be smoking, you have to be getting high, drunk. That's why these songs are so off, because it's what they influence under too. And then the carnal man is not spiritual; he's just dead. So that's why. But once we get back to that spiritual foundation, yeah, we can make music. Music is part of us.
Con, yeah, that's the balance. That's the yin and the yang. But just, you know, just for brothers and sisters to understand that it originally came through Cain. So they know how to take, see, they know how to take our music and market it to the certain age groups, the certain sex groups, the certain you know, different groups. And that's why they alter the music, and they've been altering the music since, especially since hip hop came out, and all the you know, the rap music came out, starting from the 80s, going into the NWA, bringing that the gangster rap. Then you know, you had the gangster rap in New York. You know, you came out, you had the Onyx. You know, they kept telling niggas to throw their guns in the air. They had everybody rocking Tim's hard with guns on them, getting the ball heads. You know what I'm saying? So then the Wu Tang was like a breath of fresh air, but they were still, that 5% stuff. They would drop knowledge, but then they're still at the same time telling you how they smoking dust and selling crack. So it was all part of that was Esau's marketing skills. You see what I'm saying? That's part of their blessing too, because he's cunning. He's a cunning hunter, so he doesn't only hunt for food and hunt for sport, but he hunts for souls. So it all goes back and ties up to being the spiritual gift of Cain's lineage. You know, yeah, just definitely there's the right and the left. We could take the music and be positive, but that's gonna segue into my next comment. Please, all of you brothers and sisters don't have to be rapping though. We got enough rappers, and if you ain't really spitting fire, man, just put the mic down, study some more, and read the scriptures, or find a new hobby because y'all be putting out some whack shit. And in the truth or not, that should be whack.
Right,
You
right,
know what I'm saying? So just letting y'all know the truth. Everybody don't have to be an Israelite rapper. We need more singers, damn it. If y'all can sing, let us know. You know what I'm saying? We need more singers, less rappers.
right. Everybody doesn't have that talent, man. It's just what it is. Everybody that can't play basketball, everybody can't play football, everybody can't sing. Damn, just let the people that can do it do it. I used to hate that in the world, that
Con.
oversaturation, man.
Yo, as Chief just said, man, I'm looking for to hear somebody really go in on that Shemai, man, with a beautiful voice.
Yeah, we need more singers, man. Try to take some classes to sing, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all brothers be watching a couple of rap videos, and you know what I'm saying? You get a couple of tight jeans, and you want to just start making videos and rapping and then tagging every goddamn body to the whack stuff. To hey, brother, let me know what you think. A lot of y'all don't want me to let y'all know what I think. Trust me, what I tell you. I love y'all, Israel, but damn it, you know what I'm saying? Don't quit your day job.
Hey man, we got Kendrick Lamar, man. Some people might want to be like Kendrick.
Uh,
Hey, man.
I
Now
be
these guys just lukewarm, huh? So like they lukewarm. Just that's another thing, man. Just because you say you Israel, what I mean, like Cody Black and these guys, you got to be doing the will, man. Just don't be a hearer of the word, but a doer. A lot of these guys, they just not doing the will. But it sounds good to say I'm an Israelite, but you got to be a doer of the word, and you're in a position to influence a lot of people. And you still, because the white man still got you, you're lukewarm, man. They got to be doers of this word. But a lot of times our people are so stuck on the fame. They got, oh man, oh that rapper right there, he said he's Israel. Oh, he said Jesus is black. Yeah, okay. He said Jesus is black. That don't mean he's Israel. But our people still stuck with this starstruck man. And Mosai says he ain't dealing with no starstruck person. He's in awe of no man. In Wisdom of 6, it tells you that. Wisdom of Solomon 6.
We got people coming in the room at the bottom, moderators. So watch and be vigilant of that. I just got a back chat that was talking about somebody named May Diplo. I don't see him, but if you see him, let's get him out of here. May Diplo, Maydiplo. I don't know. I don't see him.
Well, what about him? Well, what's up with him?
They're more than likely heathens or somebody that could be reporting. It's Matt Diplo, M-A-T, Matt Dilpo. What type of damn name is that? But
If he's a heathen, I mean, he could listen. I mean, a lot of time they could come up. We still deal with them. You know what I mean? They ain't gone. they off if they just get us something to clip us. But if they're heathen, they can come up and we'll deal with them. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but they not in here to just be dealt with. They just coming in, I think, because they would raise their hand if they wanted to come up.
You want me to get rid of them?
Yeah, whoever it is. I'm just saying I don't see them. Matt
I see
Diplo,
him
I don't
right
see him.
here. I see Matt Diplo right here.
Yeah, get them out of here.
Nah, call him to the stage first, man. See, you know,
Let me call him to the stage.
That's
Yeah,
what
get
I'm saying. We still want to, whatever, man. Like, we can't. I know what you're saying, Shia. You're right to a point, but we can't let these cats dictate us and get us. You know what I mean? Call them to the stage, and you know what I mean. See what he want to deal with, and then we get him out of here.
all right. When y'all get clipped, just know I reminded you.
Yeah, he on the
Yeah, but you
stage
know what,
now.
Shy? We don't want to like have it where we just so nervous to get clipped. We still got to deal with these individuals sometimes. You know what I mean? We don't want them to dictate how we move. You know what I mean? We still got to deal with individuals, and then that's on him. Is he a demon that's going to try to get us clipped? And that's on him, man. But we still got to do what we got to do, man. Yeah, what's your question, Matt? Matt, what's your question?
Yeah, sorry, I was just unmuting my mic. No, I don't have a question, fellas. I'm just listening in.
right? Matt, somebody saying you over here trying to record us to get the counts clipped. So that's why we asking you as men, you know, are you here to do that or you just here to learn and listen?
Yeah, just to learn to listen, fellas. I'm not recording anybody. I'm, you know, I'm not an agent or work with any, government institution or organisation. I'm just,
What
I'm happy to hear the truth.
What's your
Right.
nationality?
Well, hold on, Matt, you're a DJ, right? We talking about some music. So
Yep.
what do you think? How do you think the music is influencing the people in masses, whether it's good or bad? Do you think there's people behind the scenes that are causing reactions to the music and trying to hypnotize the people to the music with a hidden
I,
agenda?
yeah, yeah, I'd agree to that. I know back in the early 90s, we worked in a recording studio. I don't know if you guys have heard of MCA, but we were
Yeah,
working inside their studios doing structural cabling for telecoms networks. Now, while I was in there, I noticed that there was a platinum disc on the wall, and a chap's name on it were Robert Gordon. Now, Robert Gordon is a chap from Sheffield, UK, and I know this fella, as well as the other chap that I was working with. So I mentioned it to one of the chaps who was working in there, sat down. Have you heard the name Robert Gordon? And he kind of looked around and then with his voice said, "Whom no? No." So obviously I looked at my colleague and then pointed out to him the fact that the disc that were behind him, that his name were on it. So that was the first inclination I got when I were in there that, there's just a front here, there's just a face. But as we worked through the week and through the recording studios, we got to meet, various other people that were A&R men and recording artists as well as engineers. And yeah, what can I say, dudes? They were more interested in chemical highs and, preying on people's spirits and souls. That's what I got from it. They were just using a carrot and as a means, a way of being able to get another human being to submit to their will. And most young people, they want a bit of limelight, some success, and And obviously they used that against them. But as the music itself, the Ruach, that is a different ball game. And, you know, it's very similar to like a child. You can't corrupt a child. The child knows. After we've been in this world for so long, it washes over us and it knocks the child out of us. And, you know, we become corrupt. As the world is, you know, not the world, but the populace that's in there, you know, that have no knowledge of, you know, the Father or the Son or the Holy Ghost. They have no knowledge of that.
Matt, what genre of music you come from? Like, do you come from like the Rolling Stones, those type of guys, the Beatles, the Monkees, those type of guys? Is that
I'm not that old.
because you from England, right?
Yes, but I'm not that old. No, that's my parents' generation. So in my
Okay.
old growing up, that's the kind of music that my parents would have played.
So you come from more lower level with the Rockets and stuff, right? What with England, like, do you feel like they have like a demonic agenda with a lot of their music?
I think it's just purely about money, sir. I think whatever they can produce a product and get a return on it, that's primarily their interests. But like everything, there's that hand that's coming along that actually really knows what it's doing but doesn't say so. It'll just parasite on the back of something else. You guys know that. I mean, look at what's happened to hip hop. You know, the most fundamental educational music we're ever going to have. But instead of taking the education out of it, they filled it full of hate. And you know as well as I do, once fists start to swing, you're going to react. You've got to react. And ultimately, that's what they've done. But, you know, we are on these sort of apps and sharing information. And, you know, the Most High, incredible, absolutely incredible. From Went back to your question, sir. I really started getting a culture for music when I was about 18. And that were like groups like the Stone Roses, the Happy Mondays, the Charlatans. And then alongside that was there were the electronic music, the house music and acid house, which then became breakbeat and became rave, and then became jungle, you know, then became drum and bass, which really stems back from Public Enemy and the early days of hip hop. You know, we in the late 80s, mid 80s took hip hop, heard it, and eventually we sped it up a little bit more and not so much rapped, but we had an MC that chatted over the top of it. Totally changed it. People were no longer going into clubs and pubs and drinking alcohol and being fueled with alcohol and, you know, all that then comes with that. It was, you know, euphoric. People were rejoicing with one another. You know, at one time you couldn't wear a football shirt in town. And we're coming from Sheffield, you know, there were these two major soccer teams, football teams. So you can imagine where you get your rivalry. But, you know, once the rave started to hit, you could see guys with different football shirts on hugging one another. You know, there were no animosity or fighting and falling out. It were, you know, we were blowing horns and blowing whistles. So, you know, but even inside that, you know, you get all your different factions, people preying on one another. And, you know, in all this madness, thankfully, we've been given a heart and the blessings that are in that. But, you know,
Okay, DJ Matt Diplo. Are you? Where's your forefathers from? I know they from England, but of Negroid descent, Caucasian descent.
I've never looked into my family tree, so I couldn't really tell you.
So if you was to fill out a job application today, what would you mark? What box would you mark when they ask you your ethnicity?
My brother's keeper, I am. Well, I obviously, because I'm from England, I would put British.
Okay. We just asking because we want to know if I mean you sound knowledgeable a little bit on the music. You know, you should be. You got DJ in front of your name, unless you like DJ Academics. You know, he ain't no damn DJ. He just added DJ in front of his name, or like a Dr. Dre. You know, he's not a doctor. He makes beats. So, you definitely sound like you got some understanding when it comes to this. But when we ask you what's your father's lineage and your father's heritage, we know you will put Britain. But once again, you got black people in the UK. You got you probably got some Spanish people, not too many. But you probably got some Spanish people in the UK. Got some white folks in the UK. So that's what we're asking you. What's your father lineage? Like, what would be your grandfather from your father's side's nationality? A Caucasian Brit?
Well, yeah, I mean, I never saw my dad's dad. You know, he passed away before I was born. You know, my dad were only young when he passed away himself, so I've never met him. And, you know, it's something I've never really spoke about and asked. But I understand what you're saying, sir. And I know if I go to Greece or in the sun for 2 weeks, when I come back, that's all I get. You know, where you from? Where's your dad from? You know, they don't get that. You know, when I say I'm from Sheffield, the next question is, well, where's your dad from? So, yeah, I know that we in 2 weeks of being in Greece, you know, I look more Greek than the Greeks do. So I do. It wouldn't surprise me if, you know, there ain't some lineage. But all I
No.
can say to everybody,
So, Lucky Matt, like what he really trying to ask you, Matt, is what's basically your descent like? What would you say you are, even if you don't know exactly where your father is exactly from? What would you say? Are you more from like a European descent, or are you more from like a Negroid descent? Like that's what he's trying to ask you.
right? Well, from looking in the mirror, I would say Japheth, Japhet.
Okay. Well, all right. Man, we were just trying to figure it out because
That's some cloak and dagger answers Matt is giving. Who the
Yeah, that
hell?
was a throw off. That was a throw
Who
off.
the hell today even know who Japhet is?
he playing it safe. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You
Hey,
gotta play it safe.
look
Nobody
at
want to claim Esau,
Shem and
man. You
Ham.
know what I'm saying? Nobody want to claim Esau.
Both Shem and Ham look like they're
Yeah,
not.
he playing it safe for sure.
That's some cloak and dagger shit.
I like Matt though. I like Matt. Matt's a cool kind of guy over there. He definitely drinking the Earl Grey tea with some crumpets, right, Matt?
You agree that Shem and
Earl,
Ham are very similar,
right.
whereas Japheth does not look like Shem or Ham. Would you agree?
Uh, to a certain extent, no. Yeah and no. Uh, Definitely, we passed for Hamites. You know, Moses passed for an Egyptian, but the original Japhites, the original Shemites, and the original Hamites of antiquity was all people of color. You know, it was not till later. You know, somebody got a lot of static. Somebody got to mute their phone. That some Yeah. So they was all people of color, and through time, everybody that doesn't have color came out of the people that have color. Because you see that even today, two black people can have an albino, they can have a light skinned baby, what they call red bone. They can have many different children. We know that white people can come from a black family, black mother and father, but a white parents cannot bring forth black children. So to the answer to that question is they were all people of color. Ham, Japhet, and Shem.
Well, I suppose being born in Yorkshire, that's what we class ourselves as Yorkshiremen. But I
Would
don't.
they would they allow you to be a member of the golf club, Matt, with no problems, or would they say you have to be a caddy?
I've no idea, sir. I'm not a member at local golf club, so I can't speak for someone else.
This is what you call a smooth tongue. Come
Matt,
crouching.
Matt, it's like a
But you are
Pakawa.
here
Matt,
and my
Matt,
wife,
it's a
so
Matt. It's like
that's
a
your boss. Then
Matt,
I'm
Matt, Matt, Matt. It's like a Pakawa hound on a bloody fox.
but I know this much. I know the day that I saw my grandmother and my mum in the mortuary, irrespective of what name I could shout out, they would not stand.
Well, Matt, check this out, Matt. Do you know the Lord's name? Do you know the Heavenly Father's name?
I've never heard him tell it me, sir. I've seen it wrote by men. Something so close that I'd say, wow. But how would any man know?
This is some CIA answers, man. You ask Matt the time,
Yeah.
he's not gonna. You ask Matt, hey Matt, do you have the time? He's not gonna say it's 4 o'clock. He's gonna say yes.
21:37. Sorry, it's 21:31 here. You get me glasses on.
Matt is cool. Matt is cool though. You know what I'm saying? The jury is out, but we all strongly believe who he is, what he is. But it's all gravy. Matt, in the day of judgment, all knees shall bow.
Well, what
Yes.
did Paul say to his fellow colleagues? Are you going to give me your eyes? Are you going to pass me your eyes so I can be your enemy?
You sound like 007. I ain't gonna even lie.
Matt, who do you pray to?
I pray to the Lord Jesus and Jehovah, his Father. How about yourself?
What color is the Lord Jesus, Matt? Or does it matter? Color doesn't matter.
Well, if you're asking me that if I ever, on the final judgment, and I look at our Father and he looks like me, I'll be
No, I'm not.
very, very surprised. Very, very.
Say again,
However,
Matt. What did you say?
if I looked at the Father in the face and he looked like me, I'd be very surprised. I'd be very surprised.
And we since we don't know what you look like, Matt, we don't know what your surprise would be. So,
Well, I'm,
so
you
you
know,
read the Bible, Matt? Is that's what you would your religious lens would be? You would be a Christian or a
Church of England
Catholic?
is
Say again.
I suppose Church of England is what they class it here.
So that's Catholic.
No, obviously they broke away, didn't they, from the Catholic Church with Henry VIII and all the women and the wives and all. So in this land you have, you know, multiple religions. You know, it's full of it's probably similar to you guys where you've got multiple churches all over the place. We all idolatry worshipping them. So regarding the church, you know, as a youngster, I used to go to Sunday school. But once I realised that, you know, everybody around me, we were the ones, you know, that Lord Jesus, you know, on the cross, and I don't know, realising that everybody around me were a murderer, I thought, nah. And I never really bothered with any religious texts, probably for 40 years. And then, boom, here you go. And for the last 3-4 years, yeah, I've read the Old Testament, and now I'm into the
You,
New Testament.
you just answered the question, Matt. If you realize even from a young age that everyone around you were murderers, I now know who you are.
Shalom.
Shalom. Good. All praises. All right, Matt, don't report us, Matt. We're not talking bad about nobody. We're just telling the truth. All right. Don't report us. All right. We get that too often. You're
I
a
don't.
good guy, Matt. And when we come to England, you're gonna have some Earl Grey and crumpets for us. All right,
Well,
Matt.
Matt, I'm
yeah.
curious. Did the Whoopi Goldberg story reach where you're located?
Yes.
What's your thoughts on that?
Well, she got roasted for it, didn't she? But ultimately, I think what Whoopi's brought light to is the fact that we talk about all these, you know, so-called Jews that were murdered, but there were 14.5 million people apparently that got wasted in the Holocaust. So that's, you know, where's the other 8-9 million? Who are they? How come we don't have days for them? And so brought up a fantastic point. You know, I think we've been led to believe what, you know, the First and Second World Wars were all about, but when do ever we get to be given the truth straight up? I think this is why, you know, it's great to be listening to, you know, guys breaking down scripture, because, you know, there's something about wonderful truths that, you know, when it hits you, it resonates. You know, it's that frequency and vibration. Boom. Ain't no way I'm hiding out in Africa when I leave Jerusalem. No fucking no way that's happening.
Hey
You
Matt, I got a quick question for you, right quick. I know you're going on, but I see the Yiddish in your bio and on Twitter. What is it? Are you Jewish?
no, sir, I wouldn't know that. You know, like I say, I was born in Yorkshire. I'm a Yorkshireman. You know, both my parents are Yorkshire. They were born in Yorkshire themselves. You know, we've never gone to any synagogues or any churches or anything like that. So, you know, I'm a council estate kid from '70s. You know, there were thousands of us running around at one time, dude.
Con. Well, the jury is out. I just wanted to bring this up too. This precept to link up with what I brought out before earlier. You know, with Cain and the garden. Because Matt said is good. He hear brothers bringing out scripture. So I just want to segue real quick back to it. This is Ezekiel 28:13. Thou has been in the Eden, in thou has been in Eden, the garden of Yahweh. Every precious stone was thy covering, the sardius, topaz, and the diamond, the beryl, the onyx, and the jasper, the sapphire, the emerald, and the carbuncle, and gold, the workmanships of thy tabrets, I believe it's pronounced that way, tabrets, and of thy pipes was prepared in thee in the day that thou was created. So definitely nothing wrong with wearing those different stones. You see those stones is in the Bible. Just don't worship them. There's nothing wrong with that because people always asking those questions. Can we wear these stones? There's a stone fever all of a sudden. There's nothing wrong with them. You can wear all the stones. Just don't worship in them. Don't worship them. Don't make a damn 5-point star on your floor with them and do seance and stuff like that and get the Ouija board out. But it also talks about the workmanships of the tabrets and of the pipes were prepared indeed when that was created. So that music was always there, you know. But as you can see, it did come through the lineage of Cain's children first, but it was passed down, of course, from Adam. So yeah, just wanted to bring that out just to show you as a little, the music is definitely not something new. Music was always there. It was there from the beginning in the garden. All right. There was different music that Eve was listening to. She was listening to a different song that the Most High didn't give her. So but yeah, just something to add to it.
And it wasn't Cardi B.
Right, right. Well, she probably was listening to Cardi B in the garden.
Like, hey, that's who I said. This who that dude sound like. He sound like Russell Brand, the dude Matt.
DJ Matt Diplo. Diplo. Go ahead, Matt.
Your bass, giving you drummer bass, taking you into inner space.
Oh, Matt
Drum.
got
K
bars
got
too.
the bars. You got the
Matt,
bars. I hear you, boy.
Matt got
Diplo got
bars.
bars.
Yo, that's it. He got bars and he can play the instruments. He's an Israelite. Huh? That's it. He's an Israelite. He's a Jake. Huh? He's a Jake. He's a Jake.
Ain't no way. What kind of music you DJ, Matt?
Drum and bass.
Hmm.
You guys a certain camp. They
Are
be
you
like, he's a Jake, man. He's a Jake. He's a Jake.
are you a popular DJ, Matt?
No, no, no. When I was in my younger days, I was in a club and there was a girl in there that was in my brother's class. And when I saw that, then I realised what I was promoting. So I've been very, very conscious since then. Very conscious. And the day that we're in today, I can broadcast anytime I want without anybody else telling me to sign this or to do this or. And this is it, fellas, what we've seen with hip hop. Guys have signed contracts, but what are you signing away? Do I really have the right to put my name on a piece of paper and sign? I didn't sign one to get in here. There were no consent form into life. And it's interesting seeing the likes of Kanye and I mean, I don't know about you guys, but they don't seem happy to me. They don't seem to have found happiness.
Hey Matt, do you think homosexuals should enter the kingdom of God?
You mean a man stuck up another man?
Just a basic homosexual. You think he has the right to pray and he gets salvation? Do you believe that the homosexuals can be saved?
I don't see how. I don't see where the fruit is. I don't see how before any complications came in that anything alters other than go forth and multiply.
Yeah, but that wasn't my answer. That wasn't my question. Do you think God will accept him in his kingdom?
I can't speak for God like no man can, but I think if we look in his instructions, I think it's evident in there, sir, isn't it? When we go to Leviticus, around Leviticus 18,
So
We
when people
officially
read the
in
Bible,
barbershop talk.
when they read the Bible, Matt, and they said you're not supposed, a man should not lie with another man. Isn't that speaking for God, Matt?
sorry, can you repeat that, please, sir?
When the Bible says a man should not lie with another man the way he lays down with a woman, isn't that speaking for God? When you quote these verses from the Bible,
Yeah, well, they're almost as instructions.
what did you say?
Yes, sir, what we're doing there is instructing the Most High's instructions. Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's what the brother is asking you.
Hey Matt, is homosexuality an abomination to God?
I think we just read there, haven't we, sir, that it is. I think that's what he's telling us. What do you
Matt,
think?
you sound lukewarm, man. Like you really don't know, but you don't want to answer the question. You're trying to stay in between, and you're not taking a stand, Matt. Is
Well, the thing is, I hear on this app, and I've heard it on these apps before in other disguises, is someone speaking as they are the Most High.
what do you think you are in this app? Do you think you're on a stage with priests and the men of God, or do you think we're just random people like everybody else?
I think we are at the right time, and we are the people for this time. I think we're the ones that, want to discuss and find light and share light. We recognise the light, but
Well, Matt,
up
Matt,
until
Matt. Sorry to, I don't mean to cut you off, Matt, but
no, that's right, sir.
I'm, I'm hearing you talk, right? And I think we asked you like several questions, and it's just kind of unclear where you stand. Like you got to take a stand on something. If like my
But I
brother asked you if it's 4 o'clock, you was like, well, it might be four, it might not be four. You don't really answer direct questions well.
well asking about time, sir, and what time it is. That.
Matt is obviously a philosopher. Matt thinks very deeply. So you're never going to get a straight answer from a CIA agent either.
You see,
Yeah,
I ain't kidding.
I think
But
it's time
anyway,
to
man,
move
Matt,
on
it's
from
time
me.
to go. Matt, you got my energy all low right now.
Yeah,
No,
Matt.
sir.
We was
No.
drinking.
Yeah, you're
We was
draining.
drinking. We was drinking coffee, and you brought us down to the tea, Matt. You know what I'm saying? As it ain't too much caffeine in the tea. I need some caffeine now. But
So you
What?
you could tell your superiors that it didn't work out this time. They can send you in the room next time.
Man, do you smoke weed?
No, sir.
Sound like you lit over there.
Nope.
Matt's a
I'm not supposed
philosopher,
to.
man.
Matt, what kind of DJ doesn't smoke weed, Matt? Come on now. What kind of DJ are you, Matt?
The type of DJ when he see girls in the club, he rethinks his life. Matt says he saw his friend's sister in the club and he said, nah, this is not the right life for me. What am I doing here? I thought there was only supposed to be men in this club. It's nice talking to you, Matt.
Well,
He
thank you for
definitely
the
smoked
Punch that,
advice.
weed.
punch
You
that boy
know,
in the face.
like I said, I'm more of a listener than I am a talker.
He
So,
just so chill. He definitely smoked weed.
He could be
I don't correlate what he. I call it little trees.
he could be
He was
drinking
a
it.
scoffer.
He could be drinking it with his tea.
Right, right. I
Matt,
don't
Matt
snake
is
it. I
a is
drink
a
it.
Matt is a succubus. Matt is here to drain the energy from the room, put everybody to sleep.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. That was slow motion Jack. But anybody else in the audience want to come up and add anything? Bring anything up? Questions, comments, scripture? Just raise your hand, and also hit the green box on top, the green house on top, and become a member of HOI to the Chariots Fly. We are currently over 1,200 members, and that's a beautiful thing. The numbers been going up every week, so all praises for that. But if you're not a member, join the club so you can get the notifications every time we have a topic. And if y'all don't know, we usually had a sleepover open chill room at nighttime, so y'all can all come in and parlay and talk with us, and chill at night. You know, with some like-minded brothers and sisters. That damn thing go on every damn night to about 5, 6 in the morning, sometimes till the breakfast kosher breakfast starts. So yeah, just hit the greenhouse on top, become a member. Kum yashala.
Yeah, man. HOI got the emergency dispatch, the 5 a.m. emergency dispatch. If you need, if you got any questions and you need answers at 5 in the morning, HOI is there for y'all.
Khan, that's Uncle Macabre. Khan.
Yeah, I'm about to slide off, man. I've been on here a while, and yeah, that last thing with Matt, I think that was the final drag on. That Matt, they should change his name to Drag On for real.
Yeah, Matt Damon. That wasn't Matt Damon. That wasn't that was a damn. He calmed everybody down. That man hypnotized everybody. He put everybody to sleep. All praises, man. That's a good. If you could tell stories like that'd be a nice voice to tell a story to the children before you go to bed. You know what I'm saying? They gonna all fall asleep.
I didn't feel Matt had melanin though. I didn't. For somehow he was answering those questions. I think he was non-melanated.
Yeah, but just because we have melanin. melanation, melanin. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't make us Israelites neither. So, you know,
God.
always remember that. And there's some all what they say, all skin folk is not kinfolk. But yeah, I don't think Matt reported. I mean, we ain't saying nothing crazy. You know, we ain't speaking about Amalek and well, I mean we are, but it ain't going crazy into them. So that's the only one because we can speak about anything else except Amalek. Once we start speaking about Amalek, I don't think he was Amalek because he did call them so-called Jews and Jewish people. So I don't think he was, you know, and then he claimed to be Japhet. So he didn't claim to be Shemitic. So yeah,
I don't
I'm
know. I
good.
think he was Oscar Nas. He got those down. He got this shit all over his Twitter, man. All
Yeah,
over.
yeah, but you know the I mean it could be, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We ain't brothers ain't saying that. If you feel different, you could kick them out the room or block them, whatever. But I don't, you know, I don't think Matt is doing anything. He's over there smoking that good Earl, drinking that good Earl Grey, and smoking some good UK weed over there. Well, um, nobody else want to bring up anything in the queue. Nobody want to come up. I think we're gonna cut this room short, man. We ain't gonna just sit up here and listening to the air. Sound like we gonna cut this short. Who's gonna say something?
Maybe we can start like a little talent show, man. You know, we could just start singing, just kick them down, and they ain't got no. We can do like Apollo, just come up here with some talent. Just you a
Smack
rapper or
on.
whatever, and then you get kicked down if we don't like you.
Hey, that's save that for barbershop talks. All right? Barbershop talks. We're gonna do a couple different things. Make it or break it. Damn it.
Yeah, Akim. I say we disperse, and if brothers want to, they can open up a chill room. But as for this topic, man, Israelites versus Illuminati, man, the Illuminati, they somewhere, but they don't want no smoke right now. We should just close out this room.
Con. Well,
God.
nobody got no final statements, no final comments, or anybody in the crowd, raise your hand. If not, we're gonna close this room and I guess brothers and sisters probably open up a chill room.
Con. Keep the commandments, keep the faith. Don't be scared to tell the devil he the devil to his goddamn face.
That's
And
right.
don't be afraid to kick their ass down either.
That's why that man went into his ghost account, but it is what it is.
God.
I just peeped that.
I got that ghost, man. What was his name? What was ghost
Saint
ghost
Patrick.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Saint
Yeah,
Patrick,
that's
man.
that's St. Patrick right there. That's Yeshaya St. Patrick over there.
God.
Then he got the black shadow pit.
Gone. All right. So close the room, man. It's over.
All right,
We over here
Shalom, Akim.
resting. That man Matt rocked us all to sleep right there.
Shalom, shalom.
Oh man,
Shalom. It ain't really
put a
mad though.
spell on us.
We've
Shalom.
been up doing this for a minute, man.
Yeah, I came on late.
God.
Boom,
Alright,
yeah.
y'all. Go on.
Shalom.
Shalom.